travel ban is in effect, especially in the city. It goes until 12 o'clock today.
So much going on. We begin our series of live reports with PIX11's Giovanni Diaz in Times Square. Gio.
Hey guys, good morning. The last time you saw me, I had showed you that the ground here, that little mark that I did with my shovel when I was shoveling the snow to the side, can you see it anywhere anymore? No, because it's already fully covered once again. Now I do see some of the workers here with the Department of Sanitation already back here on the job. Some of them in the back there. There's some here on this side. They're trying to keep it clean because as the day progresses, we can see more people who are either leaving work or going to work. Those workers who must go to work still do their jobs. They're still passing by and they're still trying to go through Times Square as the day progresses here. I've been feeling the snow getting much stronger over the last hour and a half or so. You can see my gloves are actually wet, and I was trying to demonstrate for you guys earlier. I don't think we got the chance to, but this time around I wanted to just show you the texture of the snow here. It's not like we were in the last snow that we had a few weeks ago. This one is a little bit slushier, and it's also more you can actually play around with it a little bit more, but again it's very wet. It's not fluffy like the other time around when we were doing our snow coverage. Earlier today when we got here to Times Square, we spoke with folks who were visiting, folks who live in the city, still wanted to check in and see what was going on here in Times Square. Take a look at what they said to us.
I don't think it's as bad as the last storm we had. Sometimes, you know, people want to make you panic, go buy out the whole store and stay in, but you can see right now, look, Department of Sanitation so far did a great job. It's not too bad out here. The streets are clean. And what I'm seeing also is they're not making that mistake they made last time, right? Where they put the snow right up onto cars, which is a good thing.
Yeah. You're cold temporarily, have your fun. Go outside, mess around, sled.
It's going to be summer and then you're going to be complaining about the hot weather, so just enjoy it.
And we have a blizzard warning in effect until at least 6 p.m. today. Alternate side parking suspended. Sanitation workers are on 12-hour shifts with about 2,200 vehicles and 700 salt spreaders on the job. Back here live, you can see they are actively trying to keep this area clean so folks can actually go through Times Square this morning. Not only those who live in the city, but especially the tourists who are here and experiencing the snow. This amount of snow maybe for the first time. Also, travel ban in effect until at least noon, meaning highway, bridges, and tunnels are closed. Now let's send things over to Justin Finch on the other side of the Hudson River in New Jersey.
Gio, good morning, and a messy Monday here off the Jersey Shore, to say the very least. For hours now, we have seen this unrelenting snow here and gusting winds as well. Behind us here, you can see what looks like an Arctic landscape, but no, it is just Monmouth County on February 23rd, this Monday morning. A coastal flooding advisory is also active here in Monmouth County. A blizzard warning, too. This winter storm whirlwind unfolding here over the past several hours. Thousands across the Garden State now without power, here in Monmouth too, and current weather now so hazardous power crews have to wait until it's safe enough to start restoring electricity. Monmouth County also launching hundreds of trucks and workers to tackle its roads as essential workers and emergency workers report to their posts this morning. Crews here expecting they'll use at least 10,000 tons of salt to treat their county roads. And as we are looking out this morning, Ocean Avenue, we have seen crews go up and down this road throughout the morning. But as that snow comes in, it is almost as if they did not pass at all. Some good news here. Schools across the county are closed this morning. The governor is also still asking everyone, given the closures in place, just to stay home for as long as they can, to give crews here the upper hand on tackling these roads here, because they will need a lot of attention for the next several hours here. But the travel ban here in New Jersey is set to expire at 7 a.m. But even still, if you do not have to go out, you are urged to stay in your homes. We're live here in Seabright. Justin Finch, PIX11 News.
That really is the best advice, Justin. Thank you for that. All right, 6:11. Let's take a live look outside. Let's see which camera we're going to. Drum roll, please. That is our camera, I think, on top of the building, our Midtown camera. Yeah, you can see that up in the higher elevations, like whiteout conditions, and pretty white out down there on the ground as well.
That actually makes it the blizzard, right? Less than a quarter-mile visibility, 35 mile per hour or more sustained winds. And of course, those conditions have to last for 3 hours or more. We're in it. We're in it,
Yes,
folks.
we are.
The travel ban in the city, of course, remains in effect until 12 p.m. You want to stay off the roads. Essential workers only out there now. And that's what we need to keep the streets clear. For more of your weather headlines, of course, we want to talk to meteorologist Stacey Ann Gooden with our commuter forecast.
All right, the commuter forecast. I mean, you summed it up. We're dealing with blizzard-like conditions throughout the course of the morning. That blizzard warning in effect until 6 p.m. Even though the heaviest will be coming through the early morning, afternoons, wrapping up in the afternoon hours, there's still going to be a lot of belonging snow to have to contend with. Look at the heavy, steady bands moving across. It's sort of like this pinwheel motion, and that's what's causing things to continue to intensify. We'll talk more about the bomb cyclone and what you need to prepare for throughout the day. The best place to be is, of course, inside. If you have to get outside to shovel, make sure you wear proper footwear, and, of course, lots and lots of layers. We'll be right back.
every single direction. That's what a blizzard is, really, and we have one.
I'm sitting back down because I was over in the weather center because I need all the details. I want to see what's going on with this bomb cyclone. How long is the blizzard expecting? The warm up on the way. Folks, we have a lot going on.
Yep.
Because it's worth talking about. We're in the midst of a blizzard. We have everything you need to know and what to expect for the week that's coming. It's creating nasty conditions across the tri-state. We have reporters everywhere. We were just talking about James Ford. basically almost getting blown over by the wind. Unbelievable. Traffic anchor Alexa Farrell has been watching basically nothing running out there, only essential travel out there as the travel ban's in effect until 7 o'clock for New Jersey, until noon for New York City.
We want to get a look at our forecast, of course. Meteorologist Stacey Ann Gooden, meteorologist Mike Masco, both here to fill us in. We'll start out with Stacey Ann.
All right, guys, you know, not much movement. It's still that pinwheel, that counterclockwise flow. Yesterday, we were even noticing a little bit of an I formation in the Atlantic. Oh, my goodness. Yes. But we also talked about the fact that this is quite a massive system. From New England all the way down to the Delmarva Peninsula, we're picking up steady bands moving across the area. If you are in the lower Hudson Valley, anywhere from Buchanan, Chappaqua, down in toward Valley Cottage, it's coming down at a good clip. Some areas, of course, it's a little bit more dense than others. The ratio, I'm looking at it, eyeballing it. Some areas a little bit less than 10 to 1. We anticipate some areas getting a little bit higher, maybe 12 to 14 to 1, depending on where you are. North Bergen, East Orange, and in those areas where the ratio is a bit higher, that's where we'll pick up the higher amounts as far as totals are concerned. Old Bridge and on in toward Long Island, Smithtown, Islip, Brookhaven, you name it. We talked about that bomb cyclone. Yesterday, we're picking up the tightly packed, that pressure gradient is indicative of that. There is that center of circulation that we were picking up on just at around the 7 o'clock hour. It's going to continue to move further north and east away from here, but it'll take a little time for it to really move out. Pressure drop 24 millibars within 24 hours, rapidly intensifying, and those winds gusting to 50 to 70 miles per hour. Heavy blowing, drifting snow, and then on top of that, with that counterclockwise motion, allowing for the potential for some inundation. That's why we have the coastal flood advisory. Now included in on that, Middlesex, Monmouth, Ocean counties. Earlier when we came on the air around 4 o'clock hour, it was just Nassau and Suffolk. So we've added to that. Right now, temperature-wise, we are in the 20s, below freezing. So guess what? Yes, icy conditions. And we got some ice reports, parts of Long Island. So do be careful. Hopefully you're inside where it's nice and warm and cozy. This afternoon, temperatures are expected to get back to the low to mid 30s. I don't anticipate 39 degrees in Morristown. It is picking up for 39. Maybe that'll be the case if we do clear out and the clouds part ways to allow for some sunshine. But that's a slim chance of that happening at this present time. But whatever does melt here on out, it will likely refreeze. And that's why, because temperatures will be below the freezing mark later on tonight into tomorrow. And it's going to be a rinse and repeat. I'm sorry, I'm stealing Mike Masco's thunder. It wasn't supposed to happen. We're going to send it over to Mike.
No.
He's going to continue with the 7-day
that's
forecast.
it. I'm okay. You steal the show. All right, well, we'll skip the 7-day. Thanks, Stacey. Last leg of the storm. I think that's going to be my main theme this hit, is that we're on the last leg of this thing because it's now starting to move towards Cape Cod. Once it gets north of Boston, we're going to start to see the back edge clearing. We're waiting for that to happen. I'd say we're probably around 4 hours from that. You could see all the thunder and lightning going on offshore, so it's still bombing out and intensifying. The one thing I would say is if this was going to be that epic snow, I know people were saying, would this be the top 10, top 5 type of snowfall for New York City? I think this would need to be a little bit further west. And that's the only thing that, I know we're splitting hairs, but that's the only thing I'd say with this storm, that we're probably going to see a lot of 12 to 18 inch amounts, but I don't think we're going to see 2 feet plus type of snow from this storm. But it's still snowing to beat the band. Nassau and Suffolk County up into the Connecticut River Valley, and we're in blizzard conditions. We saw it in James Ford's live shot on Long Island. He's still looking at quarter-mile visibility, and that's going to continue as we head towards the rest of the morning hours. I'd say around lunchtime, things start to kind of break up a bit, where you'll see those visibilities maybe coming back to reality. 4-mile visibility at around 10 o'clock in West Hampton. Still the city dealing with reduced visibility. By 5 o'clock, it's very possible we start to see a brightening of the sky as the storm is now comfortably up towards, say, the Canadian maritime waters up south of Nova Scotia. So, as Stacey Ann already stole my thunder, this was what we wanted to show you, right? I mean, this is not bad. We're talking about not only some melting snow, but we're going to be melting some of the dog poop across the area because we're 39, 40 degrees. Those are numbers that we want to see post-storm. We're not going to be talking about a harsh freeze or code blue alerts this go-around, unlike the last storm, which took forever to melt. So there is a silver lining to this forecast. Tripped up visibility is still a very real thing. Very dangerous on the roadways this morning because of how wet those are. Nice segue to Alexa Farrell. And Alexa, you don't have many cameras to show us because it's still snowing.
I know. It's still snowing out there, and a lot of our cameras are simply just white out at this point. But that does give you a good indication of how difficult it is to see out there. The wind gusting, the significant wind with the snow is really creating those blizzard conditions. This is a look at the George Washington Bridge, but you can see that decreased visibility. It is so difficult to see out there. Now, one thing I'm thankful for, we're not seeing too many cars. Only essential workers are supposed to be out there on the roads because we do have a travel ban in effect. That is 9 p.m. Sunday, so started last night, going until noon today here in the city. Over in New Jersey, that is supposed to lift at noon. I'm waiting for an update, or excuse me, at 7, waiting for an update to see, but in about 40 minutes or so, that could lift in New Jersey. Still, though, you should stay inside because we're seeing a lot of the roads really covered and significant conditions out there. This is a look at I-95 over in Mamaroneck. You could see that, well, you can sort of see in our camera shot here that the roads are completely covered. So you do want to take it slow out there. Even though the plows are going through, it's hard to keep up. The Long Island Expressway in Plainview, Long Island. There is an individual car right there. But again, other than that, traffic is light, thankfully, and you're not seeing too much of the blacktop out there. Ferry check for you quickly. Everything is mostly suspended. NYC Ferry C Streak at NY Waterway. Service is suspended. Staten Island Ferry is still up and running. Alternate side parking rules are suspended. All right, Kala John, back to you guys on the desk.
That one car better be an essential worker.
You better believe it.
All right, we want to take a live look outside just to show you what things are looking like across our area. Look at Times Square. My goodness, you could barely make it out from that live camera.
Those are all the neon lights and everything lighting up that blizzard. That's what a blizzard looks like, folks. This is the Times Square camera. Shout out to John Willie and Dave Kimmel, who are out there. That's Gio's camera. We'll see from him a little bit. This is right outside our studios on 2nd Avenue and 42nd Street. Stay home, folks. It's pretty bad out there. All right, folks, we're seeing a lot of power outages across our region. We're seeing whiteout conditions. Numbers keep climbing for Jersey Central Power and Light, reporting 66,000 customers now without power. PSE&G in New Jersey, about 3,800 customers with no electricity. PSE&G Long Island reporting more than 17,000 customers currently impacted. Con Edison says about 3,100 customers here in the 5 boroughs now have no power.
Virtually all the schools in our area closed today due to this blizzard here in the city. All public and Catholic schools are closed. Public school districts across New Jersey, including Newark, Elizabeth, and Patterson, also closed. The same goes for schools across Long Island and Connecticut. A handful of those schools have remote learning today, but for the full list of closures, just head over to our website, PIX11.com.
All right, DoorDash and Grubhub, they have suspended their operations across New York City during the blizzard. You know it's bad when that happens.
Right.
Service will remain suspended until about noon today. DoorDash says they're going to keep doing this to keep their Dashers safe and off the streets. They promise to resume the service as soon as it is safe to do so.
Honestly, it only helps New York Sanitation do their jobs
Absolutely.
even better,
and
right?
And you can't be on a bicycle or anything in this kind of weather.
Exactly. Let's take a live look outside right now. You're getting a look at the conditions on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn. You can see that's where the subways are. You can see all of them, but there's no blacktop out there where you get on the subway.
Thick snow. I mean, the streets might be doing a little better, but yeah, it's going to be very hazardous walking around, folks. Try not to do it if you don't have to.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
Good morning. It is 6:31 on this Monday morning. We are in the middle of blizzard coverage here. I'm Calorama in for Vanessa.
I'm John Muller. Here's what we're working on this half hour, tracking that powerful blizzard, which is still slamming the tri-state area. Heavy snow, whipping winds, shutting down travel across the region. We have power outages Lots to talk about. A team of reporters standing by live looking at these dangerous conditions.
A downed tree you can see right on 42nd Street. Plus, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman joins us live to talk about the situation on Long Island and what he's seeing there and when residents can expect to return to normal maybe for the week.
All right, and while officials urge caution, some New Yorkers, they're ready to celebrate the snow day. The giant snowball fight planned for later today in Washington Square Park.
What would be funny is if you didn't know there was a snowball fight and you walk into Washington Square Park and you just start getting jammed by complete strangers.
And then Will Ferrell's dressed like an elf and he starts gunning everybody down.
There you go. I know. I'll be taking the kids sledding. I have to. New York City has a proper snow day, not even remote
That's a good
learning.
thing.
This is so great because the kids, once it is safe, get to go outside and kind of enjoy and have
Old
a little
school.
fun.
Yes.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah. It's
Of
important.
course, you got to eyeball things. I mean, we've been talking about the winds picking up. That's certainly still a concern throughout the afternoon. Maybe wait until later on in the afternoon when things die down a little bit, and then go for it and make sure that they're dressed appropriately, of course. My kids are looking forward to it.
Of course, before, the mess rolls in when the week warms up, this is so peaceful to see the beautiful city coated in all white.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, my goodness. And it'll be coated in all white for quite some time. And then the melting will happen. Remember, throughout the rest of the week, those temperatures are going to be above freezing. During the overnight, it's going to be a rinse and repeat of freezing conditions. Already getting reports of ice parts of Long Island. This is a massive storm from the Delmarva Peninsula all the way up and toward parts of New England. And let me tell you, I'm already seeing a little bit of that erosion taking shape. It's definitely starting to see the back edge of that fall apart a little bit from Coolbaugh on through parts of even the Hudson Valley, Sullivan County, but still coming down in spots. Of course, Ramapo, for instance, light to moderate if you're in Westchester County, Golden's Bridge, down into Chappaqua, Buchanan, Valley Cottage, White Plains, coming down at a good clip. Now, if you're in the Bronx, for instance, I know we haven't touched on that much, but normally places like Riverdale, Kingsbridge usually get those higher amounts, and was picking up some significant or some steady heavy bands moving through. Now it's starting to lighten up a little bit, and you can make that out by the difference in color. The deeper shaded blues, that's indicative of those steady or heavier bands. The lighter areas of the lighter shades, that's indicative of less, moderate to heavy rates that are coming down. 1 to 2 inches are quite possible across parts of the area, including Old Bridge, Middletown. Things are starting to lighten up just a smidgen. Cold's Neck as well, eastern end of Long Island, Smithtown down and toward Islip. If you're in Brookhaven, for instance, coming down at a good clip, timing it out for you really quickly. Again, we talked about the timeline right through about the 10 o'clock hour. That's where I'm seeing the steadiest or the heaviest band. It'll gradually start to push through from west to east. And notice the shift in wind direction. We were northeast. This is like we talked about this being a classic nor'easter, but it's going to actually become more northerly and continue to switch gears and then become more northwesterly as the day progresses. There is a good chance that we may see some temperatures rise into the mid-30s this afternoon. I was seeing evidence of areas like Morristown getting into the upper 30s. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. I'm seeing some tiny little breaks in the clouds. We're going to see if that does materialize. If so, there's a good chance that temperatures will be a little bit higher. Here's a quick timeline. Strongest winds through noon, tapering off by 2. Lingering flurries possible eastern end of Long Island. For now, we are going to send it over to Alexa Farrell with a look at traffic.
All right, Stacey Ann, thank you so much. So many of our camera shots are completely white out because of those conditions out there. So under there somewhere is the Northern State Parkway, but I wanted to show you the decreased visibility that you are experiencing with the wind and the heavy snow. Over here, we have a travel ban. That's only in effect in New Jersey until 7, so just about another 35 minutes or so, or 30 minutes or so. But be prepared to stay home if you can, because the roads are not great. At this point, New York City is in a travel ban until noon today. Subways, they are up and running, but again, only if you're an essential worker should you be out there on the road. So your 2, 3, 4, A, G, L, B, D, F, J, N, and Q is where we currently have delays. So you definitely want to be patient if you do need to take the subway, and that is your mode of transportation this morning. The 5 and 6 are running express to local, and then the S, that's the Rockaway shuttle, and the C are currently completely suspended across the board. The M, part suspended right now. And then your bus service is currently, you're waiting just a bit longer, so you want to make sure that you're bundled up. You're prepared to wait outside for the bus if you do have to take it. But MTA buses are up and running today. Alternate side parking rules are suspended. All right, Cal and John, back to you.
PIX11 traffic report presented by Citizens. Make sense of your money with Citizens.
6:37 this snowy morning. The blizzard hitting so many parts of our area this morning.
Yeah, and that includes Brooklyn. Let's head right to Prospect Heights now. PIX11's Julie Millay live there with how things are looking in Brooklyn. Hi, Julie.
Hi there. Yeah, the snow feeling a little bit lighter and not as wet and mushy when it's hitting my face. The wind, though, of course, still the issue. You caught us in a little bit of a lull here, which is nice. The wind is not pounding my face at this exact moment. We are starting to see things liven up here. We're standing on Atlantic Avenue near the Barclays Center, and we are seeing more people out and about here, getting off the subway, headed to wherever they're going this morning. I did meet one woman on her way to work earlier today. She actually works here in the subway station and said she's expecting a quiet day, but that really her commute to work wasn't as bad as she thought.
It's not bad. I thought it would be worse. I walked in the street. They did a good job, sanitation this time. They did a great job because I literally walked in the street and I felt like I'm not wet.
And that is the vibe that we're getting from a lot of people that we are talking to out here, is that they are feeling a little bit, if they're going to be out here, they're trying to take that positive attitude, which we're trying to do here as well this morning, and enjoy, if nothing else, the beauty of it all. We have seen plenty of plows. They keep on coming through, plow after plow, to keep these streets clear. But as we keep talking about, with the wind, it makes it very, very hard to keep things safe to travel. So, of course, that travel ban still in effect here in Brooklyn. For now, we are going to send things over to my colleague James Ford, who's braving the elements out in Suffolk County, Long Island. James, how are things going out there? You staying warm?
Thanks to this vehicle right here, where we've been inside when we're not outside. That's the good news. A lot of what we're seeing, this is what we know. The farther east you go, the more snow, the higher winds, the lower visibility. We've been talking about it all morning. Certainly, Stacey Ann and Mike Masco have been talking about it. We're going to show you some of this. First, take a look. Just take a look. Yeah, Tony Mazza is behind the camera here. What we've got, you see those utility trucks. Those are electric. Those are vehicles that have been brought in to help restore electricity out here on Long Island, where we've had about 15,000 people without power last check. But here's the thing. The guys who operate these trucks, they've been brought in, wow, you can really feel that. They've been brought in from Alabama and Indiana to help out. They're essential workers. They can't leave because of what you're seeing here. These really strong winds and heavy snow. You can't work in those conditions. So they're waiting this out, and as soon as conditions improve, well, that will definitely help. What we're also seeing, really high wind gusts. We're talking 60 miles an hour in some of these gusts, and sustained winds in the 30 mile an hour range. This should, Tony, if you can look down. All right. Now this is one of these drifts, but that indicates just how deep they are. I can tell you, my boot ends here. My boot is 13 inches tall. That's here in the drift. And we'll pan over and show you. This whole lot is drifts. We tried to get out and head to the nearby roadway. We are maybe 150 yards from the LIE. We can't get out until this gets plowed. It's just like that. So folks at home, you're totally doing the right thing by staying at home, watching us get blown around and in the wind in these really, really severe conditions that we're expecting to keep going for a few more hours at this clip. Way back there, you can see someone trying to walk right there. Yeah, that gives you some sense of just how tough this one is. For right now, will go back into that warm vehicle. That's the latest right now from Farmingville on Long Island. Back to you in the studio where it's nice and warm.
Yeah, we wish we could get you back here sooner, but we got
Not like this.
Not like this. Get in that warm car.
I would love to shout to that guy behind James, what you doing? Where are you going?
Yeah, where are you headed in this weather?
Thanks, James. All right, a live look outside now at 6:42 this morning. I know we were in Long Island, but now we're back in the city taking a look at the corner of PIX Plaza, 42nd and 2nd. You can see a few people out there snapping some pictures because it is a snowy, beautiful mess, I would say.
Yeah.
It's so white. It's nice to see not many cars on the road as there is a travel ban still in effect until 12 o'clock today, and that's to help the New York City Department of Sanitation doing the hard work, trying to keep up with the plowing and salting, but they're having a tough time, obviously, because it's coming down pretty hard across our area.
Pour yourself a cup of coffee. Stay with us on the PIX11 News. We'll get you covered and get you through it. That's what you call a blizzard, folks. Looking out there at the Chrysler building, you can barely make it out. All right, welcome back to the PIX11 Morning News. We're on this weather alert right now with everything you need to know.
As you can see, the blizzard creating some nasty conditions for the tri-state at this hour. We do have a team of reporters standing by across our area. But to get a closer look at this forecast and what we can expect, meteorologist Stacey Ann Gooden, Mike Masco, both here teaming this to what we can expect.
Yep, we're going to talk traffic with Alexa Farrell. She's going to give us an update on the roads and the rails, travel bans in effect, a lot to talk about, but we will start with that weather. Hi, Stacey Ann.
Hey there. You know, we got a 3-for-1 deal with us here because we got all angles covered. And as you can see, the deeper shaded blues, that's indicative of the steadier snowfall that's coming through. I'm already picking up some more rotation over New England. Does that mean we have a tornado amiss? No, it's just some rotation. The clouds are kind of creating that spin, but something that we're watching, strong updrafts as well. It is continuing to come down in intensity across eastern Long Island. Still seeing that back edge moving through parts of western New Jersey. Just going to keep an eye on it because it looks like it's eroding just a little bit. So if you're in like Warren, eventually Hunterdon counties, you may see a little bit of a break. Still some steady downpours or steady snowfall coming down, I should say. Chappaqua, Buchanan, Golden's Bridge, down in toward Valley College, getting a little lighter in White Plains. We're also paying close attention to North Bergen. We are noticing that steady band coming through from northeast all the way down to southwest, and that's been remaining consistent. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where we see some of the higher totals, especially in parts of Monmouth County, down in toward Ocean County, and even parts of Middlesex. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. Eastern Long Island, the same deal, coming down pretty much at a good clip. Smithtown, Islip. If you're in Amityville, for instance, Hempstead, Long Island, a little lighter, but still on the moderate side, and that will continue to be the case. We talked about flooding concerns. That will continue. We have that warning. That got wrapped up at 6 a.m. this morning across eastern Suffolk County. Now we have the advisory at play until 6 p.m. today. Now, in terms of high tides, right at around the 12 o'clock hour later on this afternoon for the Battery, Long Beach, Freeport, Belmar a little bit sooner, and of course Coney Island, can't forget about you guys, as well as Sandy Hook. Wind gust futurecast, check this out. This is 8:30 this morning. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. And then as things steadily start to wind down, we get the shift in the winds. We'll still get that sudden burst, and we'll continue to be coming down at that point, as well as the winds gusting to near 60 miles per hour eastern end of Long Island, 41 New York City. And this is just before noon. Once we get past noon, it does start to come down. It does start to come down throughout the remainder of the day. We're in the 20s now at the 4 o'clock hour, 40s West Hampton, and then it'll continue to wind down thereafter. Still a little blustery, though, as we head into Tuesday. And with that, even when the snow is over and done with, we'll still get blowing snow. So we're not going to be out of the woods just yet. Our power outage map still indicates the potential for power outages at around the 1:30 half hour for these particular areas, something that we're going to watch. And more impacts to you. Heavy snow here on out, flight cancellations, coastal flooding, we mentioned that, damaging winds, icy conditions, power outages. Just to wrap things up right now, temperatures are below the freezing mark. More on what's ahead. We'll send it over to Mike Masco.
Yeah, and I think we're on the last leg of this storm, right? I mean, I think back edge probably a couple more hours. We'll pick up a few more inches, and you can see the system looks pretty formidable on our water vapor imagery. What's been impressive is the thunder and lightning happening right around the center of this storm, so that's indicative of it still deepening and starting to strengthen. But the good news is it stayed a little bit far enough to the east to prevent some of these mega snow bands to get into the city. That's why we probably are going to end up somewhere, which was our forecast of 12 to 16 inches. Meanwhile, maybe some isolated spots getting closer to 20 inches, especially as you get towards the east end. But we're going to stay in the snow, especially into Nassau and Suffolk County through the lunchtime hour, and then we're going to start to see conditions get a little bit better, which is some good news. Look at your visibilities out in the island. We checked in with James Ford. Again, he's showing us those visibilities down to around a quarter mile. We got quarter mile down the Jersey Shore, quarter mile as you get towards Newark Airport. It's going to get better as we head towards the afternoon hours, but we got to slow crawl this thing. By lunchtime, I think we get back closer to, say, 3 miles in New York City. But notice, again, out towards the island, we're still dealing with those low visibilities. And then as we move your timeline into, say, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, that's when we're really starting to see some good stuff happening. We're back up to around 12-mile visibility across the entire region. That's also good news for the airports. They're on that instrument rules. That's how they're bringing in planes and landing them, bringing them in and taking off. They'll go to visual flight rules as we go into tonight. So that could help lessen the impacts with delays and cancellations. All right, let's get to the good stuff, right? It's the 7-day forecast, whole different flavor storm. The last storm we had in New York City, we followed the storm with teens and single digits and 0 degrees. That is not the case. We're talking about a good thaw, a good melt happening in the middle of the week. There is a little caveat to this, though. By Wednesday and Thursday, and specifically Wednesday morning, Don't be shocked we get into a little hit of snow because a clipper system will rotate through here and that'll knock our temperatures back to around 40 degrees, but certainly better than the teens. 7 o'clock coming up in the next hour. We'll talk about this Wednesday storm. We've got to start to look at that. But all as a whole, Alexa, it's going to start to feel a little bit better after the storm. Send it to you.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And Mike and I were just talking a moment ago. Nassau County has extended their ban until 11 a.m. And Mike was saying that that's because it's still seeing a lot of snow. A lot of snow still coming down. Jersey, it's starting to lighten up over there. So that ban is going to lift at 7 a.m. So just about 10 minutes or so. The city here seeing this travel ban until noon today. But no matter what, if you can stay home, you really should. And if you're an essential worker, of course, you're out there on the roads. Taking a look here, you see someone walking in the middle of the road right there. That's dangerous because if a car loses control in these slick conditions, well, that's going to create for a very bad situation. Now, Route 24 over in Garden City is what we're taking a live look at. You can see it's definitely windy out there on Long Island, and the roads are still not in great shape. So that's why Nassau County, again, has extended that ban. Long Island Expressway, taking another live look here. We have just a single car out there over in Plainview, but the conditions are not great on the LIE at this point. Ferry check for you. Most services suspended. Staten Island Ferry is running as usual. We'll keep you updated on if NYC Ferry does start to operate again. Alternate side parking rules are suspended. Back to you guys on the desk.
All right, Alexa, thank you. At 6:52, we're bringing in Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman joining us now with how things are going. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you.
So we know that there is a travel ban in effect, but it just got extended. Can you update us? And we also just saw live images of the LIE. It looks terrible, to be honest. So how are we faring?
Yeah, so we got 10 to 12 inches in Nassau County, depending where you are. They are forecasting another 10 to 12 inches throughout the day. Wind gusts have hit about 40, 45 miles an hour. They could increase to 60 miles an hour. So this is going to be a major weather event for the next few hours. They say that the weather event should dissipate around 3 p.m. Long Island Railroad is suspended until further notice. Night bus is suspended till further notice. I extended the travel ban an additional 2 hours to give the great men and women of our plow team, our Department of Public Works, men and women, a chance to help clean us out and plow all the roads without being obstructed by vehicles. And quite frankly, it's unsafe to be out. So we're asking everybody, if you're not an essential worker, please stay home. It's going to take most of the day, and we won't even get back to nearly normal before Tuesday. This is going to be a major dig out, and just be patient. Give our workers time to do what they have to do. We got about 2,000 power outages right now. There will be more as the branches break and fall on our power lines and cause power disruptions. So PSE&G has been notified of all of our outages. They're working on it, and just everybody stay calm, stay home, and stay warm.
Hey, Bruce, let's talk schools real quick. I think it's safe to say probably schools everywhere are closed today. Are you hearing of any schools open?
No, I haven't heard of any schools open. As we said, we have a travel ban this morning, both in Nassau and Suffolk County, and I understand New York City has followed suit, and therefore there's no travel before 9 a.m. In most places, but in Nassau County, I've extended travel ban an additional 2 hours to give our workers a better chance to clean up and also to make it safer. People should not be on the road unless it's absolutely necessary.
Listen, I think the question parents are wondering is, of course, there's no school today, but what about tomorrow? Because we're going to see this storm continue, and then the cleanup is going to be rough because, as you can see, the plows can't keep up with it right now. Do you think schools could be closed, and when will you make that call?
So that's not my call to make. We have local school boards who make that determination. I am sure that they will be considering that throughout the day. And we have to take it 1 hour at a time. Basically around 3 o'clock, if the weather event stops, we can then get a better idea of what Tuesday might look like. So I don't think there'll be any decisions made at least till this afternoon.
Okay, first things first, and we'll get through the morning and the afternoon. Bruce Blakeman, we always thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Have a great morning and stay on top of it. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right. Stick with us, folks. We got a lot more to come. We got team coverage at Blizzard of 2026. All right, on a lighter note, a giant snowball fight planned for later today.
Oh, Side Talk NYC, a social media account dedicated to New York City, posted a flyer to X, formerly known as Twitter, as you know. It was set for 2 p.m. today, Washington Square Park. Be there, be square. After the travel ban ends.
After the travel ban ends.
Of course.
Yeah, all right. It's meant to celebrate the end of blizzard-like conditions in the tri-state area. That's a good thing, right?
It's always so fun.
We're not
to
there
see
yet,
the
though.
Snowball fights and the sledding that the kids run out and go do.
Yes.
Just wait until afternoon. All right, we want to see your pictures of the blizzard. You can use the QR code right on your screen, share them directly, or you can go to PIX11.com photos. You know, we want you to be our little eyes and ears out there in the blizzard.
When you go out and walk the dog this morning,
Exactly.
make sure you take some pictures of your neighborhood.
Right, well, they'll be used right here on the PIX11 Morning News or shared on our social media. The news at 7 starts right now.
Right now on the PIX11 Morning News, the blizzard of 2026 is still making its presence felt across the tri-state. Relentless snowfall, fierce winds, near whiteout conditions, and close to 2 feet of thick, heavy snow.
A travel ban remains in effect as first responders make their rounds clearing roads and responding to emergency calls. Roads almost too slick to navigate, and wind gusts still strong enough to blow that snow right back, or crews just cleaned it.
This storm could go down as the biggest we've seen in a decade, and officials are warning the morning commute could be a huge mess for essential workers. We have live team coverage across the region with what to expect throughout the rest of the day. The PIX11 Morning News at 7 a.m. starts right now.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
Okay, everybody, 7:01, and that is kind of painting the picture of where we are at this morning. Just a complete mess out there on this Monday, February 23rd. Thank you for being here. I'm Dan Manarino.
And I'm Hazel Sanchez, and what a morning it is, right?
What a morning.
I mean,
it's a doozy out
Yeah,
there.
it sure is. I know a lot of kids are home and excited.
Yeah.
I actually have a kid at home that wanted to go to school today.
Really?
What? I know.
Maybe they're feeling sick. You better take that
But
test.
it goes to show you just how bad it is that New York schools closed completely, no virtual, nothing.
Yeah, for the
that hasn't
first
happened
time
since before the pandemic.
The best live shot of the morning, and stay tuned for this, James Ford.
Yeah, of course.
He's
Oh my
out
gosh.
in like Long Island, Nowheresville, Long Island.
The guy has not slept.
And he's
so that he
shoveling
can
people
show
out
us
right
the
now. I
conditions.
hear if you send him a message, he'll come to your house and shovel your side.
Give us the timing, please. for the rest of it.
Yeah, and what's the rate? That's the other question. All right, well, guys, this is definitely a snow kind of morning, and we'll be looking at a lot of slush on the roadways. There's one thing I noticed with this storm, and you may notice this when you walk out the door, that it is a much slushier snowfall than the last one. Last snow, we had this blanketed with white snow, but right now we are starting to see some of the asphalt, which is certainly encouraging news in terms of cleanup efforts as we move forward. Now, the blizzard warning is still in play until 6 o'clock. I wouldn't be shocked this western edge starts to get discontinued, and then we stay into the blizzard alerts, especially across Long Island and Fairfield County. That's because it's going to take a little bit longer for the snow to get out of here, and of course the visibility is still of concern. It's 28 in Midtown. That means we're below freezing, so it's still snowing and we're still accumulating, and that will be the case as we head into the rest of the morning hours. Quarter-mile visibility in the city, quarter as you get out towards Long Island. You can see the snow bands right now. Really impressive snow band across western Monmouth County. That's going down towards the Lakewood area, and another area out around the east end that is reporting some good snows. Here's the low. It's still just off the coast, so we're going to stay engaged with snow for the next couple of hours. It's going to take until later this evening when it goes north of Cape Cod. That's when we'll see the back edge and some drying. We could additionally pick up 3 to 6 inches across the area, especially eastern zones. Neptune Township, which is over a foot, you're probably going to get another 3 inches, and then out towards the east end of Long Island, where you'll stay into the snow, it's about 3 to 5 inches additional to what you have. We're into the 30s today. It's a thaw process on the 7-day forecast, and maybe a little more snow. A little bit by Wednesday. Those details coming up in just a little bit. All right, Alexa, you are a busy gal. How are we doing on your end?
I barely can keep up with the traffic updates that we're getting. So right now, travel ban is in effect in New York City until noon. That is noon today. Jersey's travel ban just lifted as the weather starts to get just a bit better over there, and the plows can kind of keep up with the snow coming down. One place that can't keep up, Nassau County. That ban has been extended to 11 a.m. Suffolk County is extended to noon. So Long Island, you are still in it. New York City, you are in it until noon as well. And this is a look at Route 24 over here, Garden City. You can see why over in Nassau County, why we're seeing those road conditions just deteriorating at this point as the snow continues to come down and plows are really having trouble keeping up. Long Island Expressway over there in Plainview as well. A few more cars out there on the road. Right now, you should only be out if you are an essential worker. But other than that, it's a tough go. So do take it slow. Give yourself extra travel time and just be prepared to go easy. MTA buses are still in effect, but you may need to wait just a bit longer. So make sure you bundle up and you have good shoes for walking out on those slick sidewalks. I was slipping a little bit this morning walking just a block from where we stayed last night over to the station. Alternate side parking rules are suspended today. Dan and Hazel, over to you.
PIX11 traffic report presented by Citizens. Make sense of your money with Citizens.
All right, so 7:05 right now, and we are starting to see daybreak, right? So let's head outside for a first-hand look at what exactly is happening where you are waking up.
Yeah, states of emergency are in effect across the area at this hour, with roads closed and a travel ban in effect.
We're going to begin our series of reports this morning with PIX11's Giovanni Diaz. He is live for us in Times Square with the very latest there. And Gio, all bundled up. Last night, this was a scene of all the tourists having fun. How's it looking this morning?
Hey guys, good morning to you. I just wanted to point out to Hazel, the last time during the last snow coverage we did, she was like, Jill, where's your hat? Where's your hat? Here we go. Here it is. I have my hat on this time around, Hazel. That's just for you. Now, here's the thing. It's busy right now. It wasn't like this over the last half hour or so. You can see there's a lot of the workers here with the Department of Sanitation trying to keep up with the snow. The good thing is, as you can see, they're making sure that the snow is pushed to the side so people can actually, go through this area. There's a lot of tourists here too. Some of them are right here to my side, taking pictures. It's an iconic visual, right? Times Square covered in snow. I haven't seen a lot of traffic, a lot of cars passing by, which is good. We know that we have that travel ban in effect right now. And the reason why that travel ban is in effect is precisely because you can barely see, just because the snow is so thick, you can barely see far from you, like half a mile of visibility here. You can barely see the other side of Times Square. This is just because of how thick the snow flurries are this morning. Now, earlier today when we got here to Times Square, I actually spoke with a couple of folks who were visiting and also some who live in New York City but wanted to check out Times Square to see what it felt like to be here. Take a listen to what they said to me.
Yeah, we just came from Dubai last night. Yes. Yeah, and it's a very big change. I think it's quite magical. I think it's exactly what we expected.
We just came just because to see the snow and all that activity in Times Square and stuff,
What's your experience been so far?
It's brilliant. It's very nice. It's very good.
Very nice.
My experience, honestly, I underpacked and I didn't pack enough warm clothes.
Full screen first. All right, a few reminders for you guys this morning. Blizzard warning in effect until at least 6 p.m. today. Alternate side parking suspended. Sanitation workers are on 12 on, 12 off shifts with about 2,200 vehicles and 700 salt spreaders. Travel ban in effect again until at least noon today. That means highway, bridges, and tunnels are closed. And those are the conditions, like you can see the snow just coming from what it feels like everywhere. The wind is blowing so intensely where we are here. So these are the conditions out here in Times Square this morning. I'll send back to you guys in the studio. Instead of sending back to you guys in the studio, let's send things over to Justin Finch, who is in Newark. He was in New Jersey this morning. He's been covering that side of our coverage area this morning. Justin, good morning to you.
Hey there, the statewide travel ban here in New Jersey has now lifted, and now we have a sunlit view of conditions out here in a now Antarctic-looking Seabright, New Jersey. Take a look, just awash in white. You can't even see past those dunes back there. The snow just won't let up and the winds won't stop whipping. Monmouth County now facing a coastal flooding advisory here, plus a blizzard warning, a ferocious weather system wreaking havoc on the Garden State, where there are reports of thousands without power in these very cold temperatures. Monmouth County officials saying utility crews can't begin work until these hazardous conditions subside. The county now rationing about 10,000 tons of salt and launching some 200 workers to clear roads. School closures are helping to keep non-essential drivers off the road. Back live one more time. As you can see, this is like one of those Bob Ross winter paintings here. Not much color to show you, pretty much all whites and grays, and at last check we are under 30 degrees with no let up from the snow and wind. The National Weather Service saying at this rate we could see up to 8 inches of daytime snow accumulation, and as you can see, it's not letting up and we still have hours to go with this storm. We're live here in Seabright, New Jersey. Justin Finch, PIX11 News.
Okay, yes, there's a lot of white stuff out there. Okay, we have special extended live team coverage. Justin, thank you, of this blizzard throughout the morning. So be sure to stay with PIX11 both on air and streaming on PIX11 Plus and online at PIX11.com. But we're not going anywhere. We're here for the long haul, everybody. So a live look outside right now.
Okay, you're getting a look at the conditions right outside our studios right now on 42nd and 2nd. You can see the travel ban still in effect. No cars on the road right now, but what a slushy mess it is out there.
So more of your weather headlines ahead, but first let's check back in with meteorologist Mike Masco. You know, Mike, the timing of it all, you and I were talking yesterday a lot on streaming and everything, is as people wake up this morning, what's their anticipation of when they can get out and kind of hope for it to be over to start digging out?
General rules, I'd say lunchtime. Okay. I think things get a lot better, probably sooner to the northwest hills in New Jersey. And what's interesting, I think, with this storm is it's a slushier storm. Kind of feels different than the last one. It's 28 degrees. The last storm we had was like 10 degrees. So different flavor. Slush has been the main primary mode on most of the roadways. Can't say the same out in the island, especially the LIE. The Van Wyck's snow covered right now. The Belt's also snow covered this morning. And then you get down towards Monmouth and Ocean counties. Garden State Parkway, restrictions starting from Raritan all the way down. And it's just been really tough. And that's where the bands of snow have been more prevalent. This forecast, mind you, has been tilted from the city south and east, where we thought places like Middletown Township back through Manalapan would stay in the snow, and heavy snow at that. So we still have the snow fully engaged across Monmouth and Ocean counties. The other thing we're talking about this morning is winds. Where has the winds been the worst? It's from LaGuardia back eastbound, where some of these gusts got close to 50 miles per hour. We're going to talk more about this storm, maybe another storm on Wednesday coming up in your 7-day forecast. PIX11 Morning News special team coverage coming right back.
Okay, everybody, 7:13 right now, and the blizzard really taking a toll on our area, including mass transit.
Yeah, MTA Chairman Janel Lieber joined us now with the very latest on trains, subways, and buses. Good morning, sir. I know it's been a very I know it's been a very busy morning for you. Can we talk first, though, about the commuter rails?
Yeah.
The LIRR completely suspended. Any update on that?
Yeah, I mean, we did the right thing to suspend. We did an orderly shutdown of Long Island Railroad at about 1 a.m. overnight, and we're looking to resume service later today or into tomorrow. But we got to see those wind gusts die down and make sure that the drifting of the snow, which is really substantial out east, is not going to impinge on service. So we're doing it orderly on Long Island. Metro North is operating, as you guys know. I know you're close to Grand Central, and the subways are operating. We got virtually the entire subway system is operational. We have express trains operating on the local tracks on the A, B, and the 7. We have a temporary suspension on the Staten Island Railroad while a couple of cars there was a car there that was stuck. But otherwise, the system is operating, although the frequencies are reduced and there are delays, but the system is operating. Buses. You go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, so just for people who live on Long Island, then, right? And I'm listening to you very carefully, and they are really getting the brunt of it, right? With in terms of snow removal, the efforts they're going to have to take place. What's the likelihood you'll see this back online sometime today, if not tomorrow?
Listen, we're shooting for to make sure that we can operate real service tomorrow. So that's the priority. Really, everybody knows on Long Island, especially out east, that this is no day to be moving around, they are really taking a heavy hit, especially on the winds as well as heavy accumulation. So we're studying it. We're preparing. We have been, fighting the snow with all the technology we have on the rails and otherwise. But we're going to make those decisions later today.
Yeah, obviously they have issues with the rails, but how are the buses doing?
Hey, listen, we had some buses stuck overnight, but we dug them all out. We have service operating this morning. The limited and the rush routes are going local, so anybody at a bus stop on those routes does get picked up. They won't be passed by. There are detours in the areas where sanitation hasn't, fully been able to plow out a street. We may be detouring around it. So folks should check the MTA app, social media, and otherwise, all of our communications channels.
Yeah, Chairman,
know about detours.
The last snowstorm, I think some of the issues were clearing out the actual bus stop, so people could wait for the bus, right? So what did you learn from the last storm, and who's in charge of kind of handling those bus stops this go around?
Yeah, I mean that is the Department of Sanitation, the City of New York, and sometimes it's local property owners. But to the credit of the mayor and the sanitation team, they really made a priority of digging out bus stops this time. So we're really hopeful that we're going to see full clearing of bus stops made a priority as the storm winds down.
All right. Well, thanks again for taking the time. We appreciate the update, and let us know if anything else pops up, any issues later today.
You bet.
All right. Take care.
And by the way, great stuff that those crew members for the MTA were able to get to work to keep everything, because I know that was a big struggle for so many people to get there. So the fact that they didn't have to shut down the actual subway system with the storm like this is pretty darn impressive. All right, everybody, 7:17, and what would you like us to do right now? Let's go to weather.
Let's go to weather.
Yeah, when in doubt, go to weather.
When in doubt, go to Mike Maska.
Yeah.
And you guys were talking about LIRR. Port Jeff lines up here, and then your Montauk lines down here. It's fully engaged in snow, so I think it's going to take a little extra time to get this cooking again, but a lot of snow, heavy snow at that across Suffolk and Nassau County. There's a couple of bands, and this is where we're going to go with this storm, where northern edge, you're just going to taper to flurries, and then we're going to see these supercharged bands for the next couple of hours. It's one down the Jersey Shore. By the way, somebody's going to walk out of the storm with 18 inches in Monmouth and Ocean counties. That's because we've been seeing the bands all night and this morning, right around, say, Manalapan Township, Millstone area, and then you go right up towards the PNC Arts Center. That's where you have some good snows coming down. Toms River also seeing some good snows. And then we can kind of trace this up to the north, where you get into the White Plains, northern Bergen County area, 287 going toward the Tappan Zee. What a ride that might be right now. Tappan Zee is probably completely covered in with snow. Chappaqua, beyond that, up towards Reading, Connecticut, you are still fully involved with the snow. Beautiful pictures, though. You look out towards Empire State. Numbers 28 degrees in the city. There is a wind chill factor. Northwesterly winds coming in at around 8, so it is a very cold morning, a very wintry morning feel. And with all the winds out east, we're going to keep the blizzard warnings in play through at least 6 o'clock. I think it's going to be trimmed down a little bit north and west of the city. Here's the storm. Everybody was saying, was this going to be a top 5 or top 10 type of snowstorm? I don't think we're going to get there. And the reason is this storm kind of went a little more east than forecasted. And unfortunately thought that would be the case. But it's still a really impressive storm when you look at satellite. I mean, look at how it's trying to wink at us with this closed eye. Meanwhile, to the north of that, that is where you have intense lift and your intense snowfall that's happening. So we'll continue to see these bands rotating in on the backside of the storm, but it is going to take quite a while before this thing gets up the coast. We're really more concerned with snow intensity. I think it's going to start to lighten up as we head towards lunchtime, and then basically this is about out of here as we head into the afternoon hours, and then this is going to start to exit the coast pretty nicely. And Stacey, I think I'm fighting you for control. So just hang tight for a second.
You and I are fighting a little bit.
Stay close.
Okay,
let me just get through this graphic. The next thing, and Stacey Ann's going to talk more about this in 1 second, is that there's going to be a low that's coming out of the Great Lakes. I don't want you to get freaked out that there's more snow coming, but I would say bank on the idea of maybe some light snow by Wednesday morning, because we'll have another push of some cold air. All right, Stacey Ann, I'm pushing the button. You're going to do your thing, okay?
Look, I didn't realize I was advancing your graphics. I'm like, what is going on? Why does this keep rewinding? All right, sorry about that. I'm like, what's going on? Am I losing my mind? All right, so here's what's happening. Just to dovetail off of what Mike said a little bit. Yeah, it's still coming down, gaining some intensity, eastern edge of Long Island. You can make out this little steady, heavy band coming through. We were seeing a little bit of that back edge filtering through, but it looks like this storm wants to hang on. I got some snow totals for you, and I'll keep updating you throughout the morning. Mott Haven, the Bronx there, we're looking at 15 inches that has fallen so far. This is by the National Weather Service, by the way. Almost 10 inches Co-op City. Coney Island, well over a foot already. Williamsburg, 15.3. Flatbush, almost a foot of snow. And, of course, Battery Park, we're looking at a little over 11 inches. We are not out of the woods just yet. Remember what I was saying about that back edge? What's happening is starting to fill in again. We have that counterclockwise motion, that pinwheel that we talked about. It's bringing in that moisture from the Atlantic, and it's merging with that colder air. And so this storm is trying to hang on. And with that said, still some coastal concerns highlighted in green. We added Middlesex, Monmouth, Ocean County this morning. Up to about a 2.5-foot inundation is quite possible. Take a look at times for high tides just to prepare you. Bergen Point, East Rockaway. We're talking about the 11, 12 o'clock hours, give or take. So that's where we'll probably see some of that inundation at this point. We're looking at temperatures in the 20s, below freezing, supporting that snowfall, although some of it a little dense. By this afternoon, low to mid 30s. Overnight temperatures, again, falling below freezing. So a lot of freezing taking shape. And throughout the course of the next several days, you guessed it, a lot of melting and refreezing to come. And to touch on this again for your Wednesday looking ahead, we're tracking that Clipper system right now. It starts at around the 4 o'clock hour in the morning, so our morning commute may be hampered a little bit, and there may be some mixing in with some rain, and we're tracking another. This one I'm concerned about. It's kind of like that icy, wintry mix for your Thursday. It happens later on in the day, so we're looking at close to around sunset. We'll send it over to Alexa Farrell. She's got to look at your traffic.
All right, taking a look at the RFK Bridge at this point. This is the travel condition out there, so thankfully we're not seeing, I don't see, maybe a single car over there on the road. That might even be an MTA bus. But other than that, you are light and quiet, and that's because there's a travel ban in effect here in New York City. We're also seeing that ban that was just lifted about 22 minutes ago in New Jersey. So New York City, we are in effect until noon. Travel ban has been lifted in Jersey. Over on Long Island, we had both of our travel bans extended. Nassau County extended to 11 a.m. and then Suffolk County extended to noon. So if you don't have to hit the roads, even if you don't have a travel ban at this point, Jersey, I'm looking at you, still stay off the roads because things are pretty treacherous for now. And that allows the plows and everyone that needs to clear out the roadways and get them operational. Service is fully suspended on the LIRR. Metro North has hourly schedule for your Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven lines. Weekend schedule for Wasaic, New Canaan, Danbury, and Waterbury. And then you have a suspension west of Hudson service on Port Jervis and Pascack Valley. As for the PATH train, Newark to Journal Square, Hoboken to World Trade Center, you are currently suspended. Journal Square to World Trade Center and Journal Square to 33rd via Hoboken and Hoboken to 33rd. Lines are operating on about a 20-minute schedule or so. NJ Transit currently suspended across the board as well. And then MTA bus service. So we are seeing buses up and operational, but you are waiting just a bit longer for those. So be patient. And if you are waiting out on the sidewalk, you want to make sure you're bundled up and really have good protective gear on because you may be waiting out a bit longer than you expect. Alternate side parking rules are suspended today. Dan and Hazel, we'll send it back over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Alexa, and that is a lot. Okay, so let's take another live look outside right now.
There we go. A live look at Times Square. Literally the Great White Way today. That's the big show in town today. No shows last night. They were blacked out last night, except for one show, Operation Mincemeat, and they were streaming. We're going to have more coverage, though, on this great white storm on the other side of this break. All right, it's 7:27 right now, and we are seeing a lot of power outages across our region. The numbers keep climbing for Jersey Central Power and Light, now reporting more than 68,000 customers without electricity. PSEG New Jersey has about 4,800 customers without power. PSEG Long Island is reporting nearly 16,000 customers impacted. And Con Edison says nearly 3,100 customers are without power in New York City.
I mean, that is a mess. And we kind of expected that with the amount of snow and the high winds, right? And virtually all schools in our area are closed today due to the blizzard. New York City public schools are shut. The first traditional snow day in years. I mean, we're talking pre-pandemic since that we've seen a full shutdown. All Catholic schools also closed. The same goes for New Jersey, Long Island, and Connecticut. A handful of schools have remote learning today. So for the full list of closures, you can head on over to our website, PIX11.com.
Governor Kathy Hochul showcasing new all-terrain vehicles you see right there that the state purchased to help support search and rescue efforts on Long Island. She says one vehicle can carry more than 20 people to safety during a winter storm. She says it's the first time New York has had this type of all-terrain rescue vehicle. That's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, that's pretty darn incredible.
All right, let's take another live look outside and see how conditions are shaping up at this hour.
These are the conditions right now at Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn by Barclay Center right there. So you can see it is still falling and virtually nobody out there over in Brooklyn. So stay inside, hunker down, get a cup of coffee, hot chocolate, whatever it be. Stay with us. We're going to be with you till noon today, and then Candace and Aaron are taking over. So we're here all day for you. More weather headlines plus another check of your forecast as Mike Masco and Stacey Ann Gooden track it all for you when we come back.
Right now, the PIX11 Morning News, we continue to track the massive blizzard hitting the tri-state area. We're dealing with a lot of snow and wicked winds.
We have team coverage for you, taking us to Brooklyn and Long Island this half hour, getting the latest looks at the conditions out there.
And one of the most important things when any storm hits, keeping the lights on. We're speaking live with PSEG Long Island as the utility works to keep the power going.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
Okay, everybody, look outside at 7:32 on this Monday morning. It is February 23rd, and we are all over this storm, the blizzard of 2026. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Dan Manarino.
And I'm Hazel Sanchez. The snow is back, and in a big way. Just much of last month's mess finally melted away, and here we go again, right? We got you covered, though, from all angles.
So we're going to start here inside with a look at what's happening commute-wise. If you have to go somewhere today, Alexa Farrell's taking a look at that. Meteorologist Mike Masco is leading our snow coverage here with the timing of the rest of the storm. So what's the latest, Mike?
So I think it's Long Island that's going to stay into the core of this. It's still snowing to beat the band down into Monmouth and Ocean counties, but we're starting to see a back edge to this thing. So the blizzard warning, that's going to stay in play until the 6 o'clock, but I think it's going to start to be trimmed back, especially towards the western edge of the viewing area. Quarter-mile visibility from the city east, that is denoting the heavy snow, and here's the heavy snow on radar. This has been a really impressive band up around, say, Chappaqua, down towards Tenafly, all the way through towards Marlborough, down towards Lakewood, and at times getting 1 to 2 inch snowfall rates. Edison, that 440 ride is probably awful as you get into Staten Island, but it's this band that's now producing 1 to 2 inch snowfall rates, and then you get out towards East End, that's where we have even more snow. You get up into the Hudson Valley, 684 towards Lake Carmel, that's where we're seeing good snow rates, and you can see the storm itself producing thunder and lightning offshore, indicative of it still intensifying. And there's your back edge. We're going to be watching this closely as it continues to push off towards the east. But powerhouse storm heading up towards the benchmark. We're looking at numbers, and I wanted to I thought this was of interest, where we could pick up an additional 2 to 4 inches in this area that's still snowing. Out east, also possibility of 2 to 4 inches, maybe some higher amounts as you get up into the Hudson Valley. So most places, for what you have on the ground right now, anticipate in general 3 to 6 inches before all said and done. We'll have a little thawing this afternoon, maybe a brightening in the sky as we get towards the 5 o'clock hour. Temperatures will be into the 30s. We'll do a little more snow tracking. We'll talk about maybe another interesting storm on Wednesday morning. That's coming up in full weather. Here's Alexa Farrell. She is the hardest working traffic anchor in New York City.
I mean, I am definitely working so hard, breaking a sweat this morning, trying to keep up with all of the conditions out there on the roads, as well as all of the changes that we're seeing. The subways are constantly changing. Taking a look here at the Long Island Expressway right now, we still have that travel ban in effect, so you should not be on the road. So all of these people should be essential workers that need to go into work if you are hitting the roads. You can see there are some spots that are definitely more slick than others, but it's just a slippery commute across the way as the plows work to create those spots that create a safe travel condition. Now, travel ban right now, New York City, it's in effect till noon here. New Jersey, the travel ban has been lifted. We are still seeing a travel ban on Long Island. So Nassau County, it's extended until 11 a.m. Suffolk County extended until noon. Taking a look here, this is in New York 27 over in Seaford. So one of your more local roads, main road, but definitely local. It doesn't look like the wind is impacting at least these lights over here, but it is light traffic. That's a good thing. If you can, stay home. No need to head out today. Just a single car out there. And if you are heading out, be sure to just take it extra slow. All right, Dan and Hazel, we'll have an update on subways as well as the rails coming up in just a moment. But back to you for now.
PIX11 traffic report presented by Citizens. Make sense of your money with Citizens.
And the blizzard is hitting so many parts of our area hard this morning, and that includes Brooklyn.
So let's continue our coverage right now and head to Prospect Heights. Our Julie Millay is there live this morning with a look at how things are going and the cleanup effort as the snow continues to fall. How's it looking, Julie?
Well, it's looking as you might expect the day after a blizzard, and it's getting quite loud out here with all the plows and shoveling and all the work getting on to clear the roads. We wanted to show you here. We're standing right next to the Barclays Center. We're under a partial awning here, and still this table next to me, you can see 4 to 5 inches of snow piled up here, just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with here in Brooklyn. Now, we have started to see more and more people out and about this morning. I've talked to a few essential workers getting here to get on the subway to get where they need to go this morning. Everyone seems to be taking a pretty positive attitude.
Well, I'm responsible for bringing the energy, kind of leading the charge, so I'm going to use my train ride to kind of get myself centered. But right now, I'm as grumpy as everyone else.
fan back out here live. Now, speaking of positive attitudes, just before we came to you live, we went for a little walk. We found a deli, a coffee shop. I went inside. I said, oh my gosh, I'm so happy you guys are open. And the guy just looked at me and said, we're 24 hours. I said, all right, well, yeah, even in a blizzard, you're 24 hours. So that's how New Yorkers are handling it here, at least in Prospect Heights where we are. That's the latest in Brooklyn. I'm Julie Millay, PIX11 News.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if any of those folks even left. Maybe they just never left at all. And so they didn't go home. All right, Jules, thanks so much. And let's head out to...
Like us.
Yeah, let's head out to our James Ford. That guy, he doesn't sleep. He's in Farmington, Long Island, where both Nassau and Suffolk County have extended their travel bans and expected to see up to what? How many feet of snow, James?
Yeah, we are climbing toward 2 feet. You know what? Let's start by doing this. Let's just, I'm going to pull out the shovel, get you down to some blacktop, and then we're going to talk a little more. I have been fortunate to be with you on the air yesterday evening, straight in through this morning. Let's start right here. Tony Mazza is the man behind the camera. Look at this truck. Yeah, this gentleman tried to get out, and that's a heavy truck. Could not do it. That's how bad the conditions are, and you can see around it. Look at the way the wind is blowing. It's a blizzard, right? So you have sustained winds of 35 miles an hour for at least 3 hours. Again, I've had the good fortune to be with you since yesterday afternoon. Oh, we've had these kind of winds for well over 3 hours, and they're blowing around those trucks, those utility trucks. Those have been brought in to help out from Alabama, from Indiana, but they can't go out. They're essential workers, and they can't get out for 2 reasons. One, the snow is just so deep, as you see with that disabled truck, and also because with that kind of equipment, you just can't really use them in these kind of conditions. So they're waiting for conditions to get better. Let's have a listen to a gentleman who walked out of the hotel. We're at the Hampton Inn here in Farmingville. Let's hear from a gentleman who walked out of the hotel just to get his charger. So just out of the hotel for a few minutes, and take a close look at his beard. Have a listen and a look.
I was out here for 5 minutes, man. It's crazy out here. When I went in, it was a winter wonderland. Now it's a winter apocalypse, man. You can't even walk through the parking lot. Like, I work across the street. I have to walk home usually. Like, through the grace of God, somebody blessed me with a room. So I'm just trying to run back in here and get warm.
And yeah, that was his situation, and this is the situation for someone else. You know, what this really shows is just how deep this is. You see those tires, this truck is elevated. Yeah, we're talking those kinds of conditions with these high winds, with the snow still falling pretty steadily. That's the result here. And now let's turn back over this way, and you'll recall 2 minutes ago, I shoveled this out down to the blacktop. That's how fast the snow continues to accumulate under these blizzard-like conditions that we continue to monitor. The farther east you are from the city, the higher the winds, the higher the snowfall. We are getting some snow totals. The latest one from Islip Airport, that was 20 inches, and that was recorded more than an hour and a half ago. So we are still getting these deep levels of snow, and the snow drifts and the high winds. We'll stay on it, as always, up to the minute and keep you informed. Right now, reporting live from Farmingville on Long Island, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News.
You were doing that shovel out thing last night with the squares and the rectangles and the triangles, and it is very visual, and it just kind of tells the story, James. So you win the show and tell award, okay?
Yeah, and this is a different kind of snow from the last storm. Can we keep James up real quick?
That was a big wind gust.
Yeah, the wind is really whipping out there. Can we get James back? Oh,
no.
We're going to have to check back with him later. All right, well, before we take a break, we're going to take another live look outside.
Yeah, you're getting a live look at the conditions right now. So we were just in James, right, in Long Island with the winds whipping there. This is Times Square, okay, where our Giovanni Diaz is this morning. You can see people kind of walking around there, and they are continuing to clear the snow there in Times Square. We're going to be back in just a few moments, taking another look at the forecast and the timing of it all. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching our coverage of Blizzard 2026.
Snow still coming down. It has not let up at all. Let's take another live look at the conditions.
Yeah, we're going to hear about the roads and rails from Alexa Farrell in just a few moments. But first, another look at the forecast right now. We got our tag team action here with meteorologist Mike Masco and Stacey Ann Gooden. So let's begin with Mike right now and the timing of it all.
Question.
Yeah, answer.
Did you guys think this was going to be a historic storm?
No.
No.
I mean, what did I say yesterday? Top 10.
It depends. It depends on where you're at.
Yeah. Right, but I don't know. Is anybody getting 20+ inches? I don't know. Yeah.
But what was the turning point?
20.
What was the turning point though? Because we had heard so many different things.
Right.
People talking about
we went from all over the spectrum because this storm was, you know, it could have been a monster, and I think it is still very formidable. But are we going to go 20 to 25 and close to 30 inches? I don't think so, and I'll explain why. But we still have good snows coming down. This was a major storm. We had a foot of snow in basically everywhere. Garden State Parkway, Long Branch down towards Brick. You are seeing the snow up in the Hudson Valley, Yonkers down towards Ridgefield. Really good snows coming down at 7 o'clock. It's pretty in Midtown. It is a very wet snowfall, and I know that because when you watch the plows drop the plow, it pushes it right off the road, unlike the last one where it seemed to kind of just graze and skim it. So it is a different flavor, this storm. I think this is going to melt a lot faster than the last one. The winds are still a bit of a problem on the island. We looked at James Ford's live shot. He's still showing visibility down to a quarter mile. So it is going to take some time as the storm starts to limp off the coast. But check it out. I mean, you want to talk classic textbook storm? That's it right here, where you have this center of circulation, the equivalence almost to a Category 2 hurricane. And then on the north edge, this is your tremendous snow coming into the city, just to the north of the city at this hour. So where do we go from here? I think we're going to stay into the snow, but on a moderate level as we go towards lunchtime. And then watch how the back edge really starts to filter out. I think around 4 o'clock, we're basically done. Maybe some snow shower activity. We'll still see some bandings across Suffolk County, but really the core of accumulation will be out of here as we head into the afternoon hours. Already hearing buzz about maybe another storm. There is a clipper that's going to come out of the Great Lakes. This go around, though, marginally cold air, but there is enough lift. There is enough borderline freezing 32-degree air to maybe allow for some snow showers on Wednesday morning. And then we'll get into some cooler air. But Stacey Ann, what's the takeaway on the storm? Did you feel winds lived up or maybe lived out?
You know, we did say winds were going to be clocking into the 50s, 60s, near 70 miles per hour. I think that is materializing. Eastern end of Long Island getting the brunt of it. I think it's an interesting point that you make. I mean, there are some areas where we're thinking, I thought it was going to be more snow than this. But you know what? It's not done just yet. It looks like the storm is hanging on a little while. All bets are off. Of course, we've been talking about totals. We're seeing a little bit of that back edge start to fill in once again. Now we're seeing a little bit more of that back edge eroding across parts of the Hudson Valley. So again, something that we're going to have to watch closely for the time being. Notice the winds are shifting a little bit. It's more of that northerly flow rather than that northeasterly flow. I do think there's been a little bit more of a shift further east away from the benchmark. That may have to do with a little bit of the reason why some areas maybe not getting as much snowfall. And just keep in mind, you never know where these bands set up. We've been talking about that, and I'm noticing some intensity more so across New Jersey. But I wanted to point your attention to some of these totals. James did mention Islip. I want to confirm that. 20 inches, Center Moriches, almost 20. Brightwaters, these are where we're seeing those blockbuster snow amounts. We're not completely done, especially if you're eastern end of Long Island, because guess what? You guys are the last to clear out. Coastal flood advisories for the highlighted shaded areas. Taking a look at some more times for high tides. The Battery, Long Beach, Freeport, Belmar, Coney Island, Sandy Hook. We're talking around the 12 o'clock hours later on this afternoon. Temperatures also playing an important role because whereas the last storm, we had that cold weather outbreak, temperatures have been trending a little bit milder in comparison, so that may have something to do with it. Plus the liquid content, that's a little different as well. Before we had that lighter, fluffier snow. Right now, it's a little bit more dense. Here's a look at the 7-day. We got the RI on Wednesday, as Mike mentioned, and also Thursday, an icy mix to come. We'll send it over to Alexa Farrell.
All right, Stacey Ann, thank you so much. Taking a look here at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge across Bronx Expressway, still a bit covered in this snow. You can see the roadways underneath here are looking much better at this point. But then again, you still want to take it slow across the board, and we still have a travel ban in effect. Listen up, New Jersey, your travel ban has not been lifted. It's actually been extended until noon. We're seeing the same thing here in New York City. You have that travel ban until noon today. Over on Long Island, conditions are not great on the road, so Nassau County, you have a travel ban until 11 a.m. and in Suffolk County, it's until noon. Let's look at the major Deegan Expressway over in Yonkers. You can see the road is completely covered with snow at this point. Not any blacktop, no pavement that you can see. So that's a spot where it's going to be slick. And a reminder, only essential workers should be out there. This is way out Sunrise Highway, way out east in Manorville, Long Island. And there aren't any cars out there, but you can see how the conditions have really caused for some treacherous road travel. So we can see that there aren't many people. Thankfully, stay off the roads if you can. Subway check. This is a spot where we're seeing a lot of delays, cancellations. Right now, you're suspended on your C, the shuttle, that's the Rockaway shuttle, and then the Staten Island Railroad. You also have your 2, 4, GL, BD, FM, J, NQ, and W with delays. Some of these delays really significant, some of them a little more manageable. But if you are taking the subway, this is another spot where they're asking for only essential workers to be out there. And be sure to bundle up if you're waiting for the rails and the buses, because you may be waiting a bit longer with some delays. A lot of the rails also suspended. Alternate side parking rules also suspended. We'll be right back with more news, weather, and traffic after this.
Okay, Ray, 7:55 right now, and heavy snowfall and strong wind gusts continue across Long Island. The result there, are some homes waking up this morning without power.
Yeah, so joining us this morning to talk about the efforts to restore power across Long Island is Katie Tatzel, PSEG Long Island Director of Corporate Communications. So good morning to you, Katie. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us this morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good, good. I mean, Long Island got hit hard. Well, they're still getting hit hard. So can you tell us what the update is on the number of homes currently without power?
Sure. There's approximately 16,000 customers without power. Our crews are on the ground restoring power where possible. You can see that the weather and the snow accumulations and the high winds may slow down restoration slightly, but we are working to restore power as quickly and as safely as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the wind obviously causing a problem, right? They can't go up if it's so super windy out there. But where are those vast majority of the 16,000 at this time?
So it actually is spread across the island, but the storm is still ongoing, and so if customers can stay off the roads and let our crews do their work, that would be fantastic.
So what if somebody who's watching right now, maybe on their phone or what have you, they have no power? Who can they call for assistance?
So if you have lost power, you can report your outage or downed wire through our app. You can text PSEG Long Island or call our electric service number, 800-490-0075.
You know, the big issue, we saw James Ford out in Farmingdale earlier where there were some crews that were brought in from outside of New Jersey as well to help. But those crews are stuck in that parking lot. They can't get out because of some of the snow and the plows that haven't come through yet. So are you seeing some of the efforts a little bit slower because of the fact that the streets are just such a mess?
Yeah, so we have over 300 mutual aid crews ready to assist our crews, and we are ready to respond as quickly and as safely as possible, but we need to wait for those conditions to be safe for our crews to do so.
All right, Katie, well, keep us posted on any other developments as hopefully they improve out there on Long Island.
Absolutely.
All right, it's 7:57 right now. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we are in a state of emergency as this blizzard makes a huge mess of things.
That's why we're going to be joined by Governor Kathy Hochul on what the state is doing to keep New Yorkers safe as we weather the storm. That's coming up at 8:30, so stick around for that live interview. In the meantime, we'll be right back.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, everybody, at 8 a.m. right now in the PIX11 Morning News, we continue to track the massive blizzard hitting the tri-state, from mounting snow to powerful and dangerous winds at this hour.
Look at that snowfall, 15
Yes.
inches. Plus, we continue our team coverage from Long Island to New Jersey, getting the latest looks at the conditions there.
Okay, and she was just appointed after our last big storm, and now after a few days in the job, she's handling the blizzard. So we are joined by the Commissioner of the Office of Emergency Management this hour to talk about how they are helping keep the city moving and if the travel ban will be extended. We know it goes in, until this morning, this afternoon, right? So the news at 8 a.m. starts right now.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
That's the story right there. We're so glad you're starting your day up with us on this snowy Monday morning, February 23rd. I'm Hazel Sanchez.
Yeah, I'm Dan Manarino, and we are in it for the long haul, everybody. We're with you every so hope just get under the covers, stay there, get your cup of coffee, and stay with us, okay? Because the snow is back. We're all over it, outside and inside. Alexa Farrell checking the roads and rails for those who have to head out if you're an essential worker, right? Meteorologist Mike Masco is taking a look at the latest forecast and that number right there for Central Park.
Can I get some trumpets? I need some sound effects on this one. Anything. 15.1. So we're not even participation ribbon on top snowiest. Okay, it's about 19, I think, on the list. 19, 20.
It's still snowing.
Yes, but I think a lot of people kind of wondered, is this going to be the historic storm that it could have been? Now, there are places that got 18 inches of snow, and yes, we'll hit 20 inches. And that's a verified forecast we had from PIX11 starting on Friday night. Here's your blizzard warning. We're still involved in the blizzard warning until 6 o'clock. Watch our northwestern zones that will start to be chipped away, and I think Nassau and Suffolk will stay into that for much longer. And for that reason, you have the visibilities that are down. That's because the winds are starting to blow around. Quarter-mile visibilities are worse, and it's snow. It's still snowing. The city down towards the coast. You get up towards the Hudson Valley. It's been an interesting band sitting across Westchester County for the last hour, and it's all because of the low and its position, which is still offshore. Now, it has to get up towards, say, Buzzards Bay in Massachusetts before we'll start to get the back edge. So involved in the snow for several more hours in Long Island. Really impressive storm, and we're probably going to add another 2 to 3 inches in some parts of the area. This is advertising 6. That's a little overbaked, but nonetheless, we will still see some snow and some good snows out over the island. So 15.1, I could see that going even higher. We'll see how we shake out, but right now, number 19 on the snowiest day in New York City history. Lexa, what do you think? Are you impressed?
You know, I mean,
wanted
that's still
Mr. G
records.
said 21 inches would fall in Central Park. Top 10. Let's go top 10. What is this stuff?
Well, it's still creating, no matter what, treacherous conditions out there on the road. So your Long Island Expressway right now, still seeing some snow, those gusts of winds creating decreased visibility out there. And the roadways are still not completely uncovered. Of course, the plows coming through, working hard. We have a bus right there pulling on through. So transportation is up and running, but it's only for those essential workers in New York City as well as New Jersey. LIRR service is fully suspended over there, and we just heard that it's probably going to be for the rest of the day today. We'll keep you updated. Metro North right now, hourly schedule on your Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven lines. Weekend schedule on Passaic, New Canaan, Danbury, and Waterbury. Suspension west of Hudson service on Port Jervis and Pascack Valley. PATH train, Newark to Journal Square, Hoboken to World Trade Center. The suspension over there continues. Journal Square to World Trade Center, Journal Square to 33rd via Hoboken, and Hoboken to 33rd. Those lines are operating on a 20-minute schedule. NJ Transit suspended across the board over here. And then we also have MTA bus service that's up and running. But if you are waiting for the bus, you want to make sure you are bundled up good, because it could be a bit delayed with less buses out there. And then ferry check for you. Mostly all suspended. Staten Island always running. Alternate side parking rules are suspended. Dan and Hazel, we'll send it back over to you. A lot going on the roads and the rails.
This traffic report is presented by the Hyundai Sales Event.
.05 everybody, and let's head outside for a first look now at where the conditions stand.
Yeah, states of emergency are in effect all across our area at this hour, with roads closed and travel bans in effect.
Yeah, that travel ban in New York City until noon, right? So we're going to begin a series of live reports, take you around the region where you're waking up this morning, and we're going to begin with PIX11's Giovanni Diaz. He is live in Times Square this morning. Gio, good morning. How we doing?
Put that hood back on.
Good morning, you guys. You know, I always say this, I enjoy this way too much. I have too much fun when I'm doing live shots about the weather. It feels much colder now than it did when we first arrived here, which is, you know, kind of expected at this time. The wind continues to blow strongly, thicker snow flurries coming down. You can see the ground here is very saturated right now. You feel the like very thin sheet of snow covering the pavement here. We've seen the workers, there's even a truck there trying to shovel the snow to the side, plow the snow to the side, I should say, so folks can actually go back and forth in this area. You know, this is a very, there are many tourists here. You can see some of them are actually right here. I was just talking with them moments ago. They're visiting from Europe. And this is actually his first time in New York City. That little one right there, they're building a snowman here, so they're having a good time. Lots of tourists here this morning. Earlier today when I got here, I spoke with some folks who were, you know, just out here checking out the scene, seeing what was going on. Take a listen at what they said.
I don't think it's as bad as the last storm we had. Sometimes, you know, people want to make you panic, go buy out the whole store and stay in, but you can see right now, look, Department of Sanitation so far did a great job. It's not too bad out here. The streets are clean. And what I'm seeing also is they're not making that mistake they made last time, right? Where they put the snow right up onto cars, which is a good thing.
You're cold temporarily, have your fun. Go outside, mess around, sled.
It's going to be summer and then you're going to be complaining about the hot weather, so just enjoy it.
That's a good way to look at it. Now, some reminders for you this morning. Blizzard warning in effect until at least 6 p.m. today. Alternate side parking suspended. Sanitation workers are on 12 on, 12 off shifts with about 2,200 vehicles and 700 salt spreaders ready to act. Now, back here live, I want you to take a look at this picture from our Dave Kimmel. He's showing you the sky here, and that's one of the reasons why there is a travel ban in effect until noon. Highways, bridges, and tunnels are all closed. That's because it is very rough to actually see because it's just whiteout conditions. So in the meantime, while folks are staying at home, maybe just go outside, take a look around, you know, enjoy what's near you, wear safe, and then go back in and keep watching PIX11 News, because we are going to bring you all the images all across the tri-state all throughout the morning. That's the latest here in Times Square, guys. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, you mentioned the folks that were building that snowman, Gio, and which got me thinking, because it is a snow day. A lot of people are going to head outside. Is it packable snow? Do you know how to make a snowball? Can you see? Is it packable snow that it's like that kind that you can make a snowball or a snowman?
You know what? You know, Dan, you always try to make me build and play around with some stuff.
Let's do it, Gio.
Shots. I actually was earlier today. Earlier today, I was actually playing with the snow, and I was showing John and Kala the texture of the snow. Yeah. It's a little bit more. It's not as slushy as it was earlier today. So, but it's still a good enough to kind of play around.
Okay, now throw that at Dave.
I hear there will be.
Throw that at Dave Kimmel.
Today.
Oh, come on, Dave's working so hard.
You know what?
Dave's is going to throw it right back.
Yeah, there you go. Come on, Dave. This is for last time. Dave threw it to me. He got me last time. All right.
Gio, have fun out there. It's amazing, though, because there were crews. His last live shot.
Payback.
So funny. His last live shot, you saw all those people in the background shoveling, and it's already covered up in snow. It's crazy how fast it's coming down. And we saw a few weeks ago, keeping New York City clear and safe, it's no easy task.
And it's the first major test for the New York City Commissioner of the Office of Emergency Management, just a few days on the job. And okay, this is trial by fire, right? We're going to be joined by Commissioner Christina Farrell right after a quick break.
But first, let's get a quick check on your commuter forecast with meteorologist Mike Masco.
I'm getting real anxious right now. I want to get out in the snow.
Let's go.
It's like one of those things. Let's take the show on the road here.
Let's go outside.
Go on to the plaza.
It looks fun out there. Times Square, hanging out, talking to interesting people. Very interesting people. 29 to start your morning. 34 for the evening commute. I don't know if anybody's commuting today. We've got red lights. There's travel restrictions. There's bans on some of the major roadways and bridges. We'll check in with Alexa Farrell on that. We'll talk about maybe another storm in the offing coming up in your 7-day forecast here on the PIX11 Morning News.
8:13 right now. Let's take a look at the current conditions.
Yeah, we're going to get to Alexa Farrell in just a couple of minutes. But first, let's check in on the current forecast with Mike Masco and Stacey Ann Gooden.
Hi, guys. Happy snow show. For my first snow show with you guys.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
First
It's a big
show.
one.
Big snow show.
It's like your Super
What about
Bowl.
the last one?
Super Bowl.
Oh, you were off on Monday.
Yeah, I was here
Yeah.
too, I guess. All right, sorry. Happy snow
But
show.
we weren't talking about that being
Yeah.
historic, though, the last one. Were
I know.
we?
Can we stop with the H word here? I mean,
Yeah.
everything's
You
not
started
historic. It's like snow. It's historic. All right, here's what's going on, guys. And I'll explain why and why not. And Stacey Ann has corrected me, and she's right on the money. Some areas may get stuff that they haven't seen in decades. But look at the snow still coming down across our northern zones. The city right now, you are engaged with snow. Check out the Garden State Parkway. That is probably one mean ride down into Brick Township and then beyond. And the island, that's another area that's going to stay in snowfall. Montauk Highway, the LIE, all the way up towards the northern state for a good duration of your day. So a lot of this back edge stuff will be impacting parts of the island a little bit longer versus our northern suburbs. How pretty is this snow globe shot looking out towards Chrysler Building? And you could see visibility being knocked down because of some moderate snowfall. 29 degrees, very, very wet snowfall. And here's your winds right now. Some gusts getting closer to 41, 30 out in the island. So we are talking about visibilities down to around a quarter of a mile. So here's where we stand right now. It's moderate snow for the next couple of hours. This storm will start to limp off the coast eventually. Once it gets up around Cape Cod and the P-Town area, you're going to start to see some back edge and drying. So as you get into, say, the Hudson Valley, may see some sunshine as early as 3 o'clock. We'll probably hang into the clouds in the city and Long Island much longer. But really impressive when you look on the satellite because it's trying to develop an eye, and that's just indicative of an intense low pressure center, which is going to continue to push up towards the Canadian Maritimes. So we'll continue this theme of light to moderate snow for the rest of the morning and early afternoon. Again, engage with snow a little bit longer for Suffolk County. You'll probably pick up another 2 to 4 inches. That's in addition to the 12 to 16, and you'll end up somewhere close to 20 as we head into the end of the day and evening. All right, so already getting questions on the Twitter and Facebook and the Instagram. What about Wednesday? Wednesday is not a big storm, nowhere close to this storm, but it is a clipper system that may have a wintry mix across the area. Notice the track, by the way, right over the city, so that's bringing in a milder flow. So we're right now advertising some snow showers to the north, light accumulations Hudson Valley, and then a wintry mix for the Wednesday morning commute. 35 in town, cloudy. Totally spelled wrong, so we'll send it over to Stacey Ann. Stacey Ann, winds we were forecasting around 40 to 50, right, on average. Are we still there? Are we still there?
Yeah, you know, we're still there, and we got some wind gusts for you, Mike, coming up in just a second. But just to kind of dovetail off of that back edge of the storm, it was it looked like it was eroding a little bit, and now it started to fill in across western New Jersey, Warren, Hunterdon County. But I'm noticing Sullivan, Ulster County, a little bit of a lightening up, a little bit of a break, if you will. Now, what's going to happen here on out, I think between now and around the 10 o'clock hours, where we'll see the heaviest across eastern Long Island and in toward further west in toward the city, then and even into parts of New Jersey, and then it will steadily start to simmer down and clear out. So this is what I'm talking about, a little bit of a break, lightening up a bit. We're seeing some erosion there as far as snowfall is concerned. Now, wanted to show you some totals. 17 inches plain edge. We talked about this being a Long Island storm, and it is living up to that. Syosset 15.1. East Meadow almost a foot has been reported already, and the same deal. Bridgeport, or rather Bethpage, I should say. Yonkers over a foot has been reported. And in terms of, I want to backtrack a second. Peak wind gusts. I'm getting a little trigger happy. Excuse me. All right, we talked about those gusty winds. We said 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Check that out. We trumped that. Montauk Point, 84 mile an hour gusts reported. Stony Brook, over 70 mile an hour winds have been reported. That's like hurricane force winds, if you ask me. South Hold is kind of like a strong tropical storm. Napag, 62 miles per hour. And of course, Islip coming in at 54, Farmingdale as well. So we still have flooding concerns. Keep in mind, this coastal flood advisory until 6 p.m. today starts at 11 a.m. during times of high tides, especially. We talked about some of those times for high tides close to around the 12 o'clock hour. Bergen Point down and toward East Rockaway, Jamaica, Point Lookout, Bridgeport, 3 o'clock later on today. Stamford, Connecticut, we're looking at the 3 o'clock hour as well. So remember, where those bands set up, I'm noticing in terms of those totals, that's where we're seeing the higher amounts. I'm going to show you some more totals, especially from New Jersey, where we're getting well over a foot reported in some places as well. Right now, temperature-wise, we are in the upper 20s, low 30s, and as far as afternoon temperatures go, we're talking low to mid 30s. So we may see those temperatures nudge up a little bit. I know we're like below freezing. Overnight temperatures back down below freezing. It's going to be a rinse and repeat. And as Mike mentioned, we're tracking that clipper system right now. Light accumulations, I'm seeing about an inch or two. This particular system for your Wednesday, it's a clipper. Normally with clipper systems, they're a little bit on the lighter side unless it gets some influence from the Atlantic. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But for your Thursday, I'm more concerned about that even. An icy mix. And icy you don't want. Temperatures well above freezing, and then lows below freezing. Whatever melts during the day will, yes, refreeze overnight. We're going to send things back over to Alexa Farrell.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
All right, Belt Parkway over by JFK. Of course, you're traveling, you probably have a delay or cancellation if you have a flight today. But right now on the roads, we also have that travel ban in effect. So we're seeing just a few cars out there. Of course, compared to a regular day, this is nothing, right? But there are still significantly slick spots. It's a treacherous commute out there. Travel ban is in effect here in New York City until noon. Jersey also has the noon travel ban in effect. Nassau County, you are extended until 11 a.m. Suffolk County extended until noon. Let's take a look here at how things are shaping up here. This is West Street and Canal Street over in Hudson Square. So you can see the local roads here in New York City are just a bit clear, but they're still covered in a lot of snow. So definitely you can tell plows have gone through a lot of roads, a lot of area to cover. So they're working their hardest out there, and you staying off the road helps them do their job. So it's a good option to do that. Sunrise Highway, we can see a plow has gone through it. We're seeing a little bit of pavement now, so much better than earlier. But way out east in Manorville, things are definitely slick. Alternate side parking rules are suspended. If you are traveling today, take it slow. We'll be right back with more news, weather, and traffic after this.
All right, it's 8:23 right now, and a quick reminder of some important things to know this morning. Numerous travel bans are in effect today for non-essential traffic. A full snow day for nearly all schools today, as this blizzard is dumping up to 2 feet of snow for some parts of our area. We're also keeping a very close eye on a lot of power outages going on right now, the worst in New Jersey. JCP&L dealing with more than 74,000 outages. PSE&G reporting around 3,100 outages. Long Island also hit hard. PSEG says more than 14,000 customers across Nassau and Suffolk County have no electricity, and in Westchester and New York City, Con Ed has nearly 3,700 customers in the dark.
And just a quick update right now, because the travel ban, we were talking about New York City until noon. New Jersey State Police just put out an update saying that the New Jersey travel ban has now been extended. It was supposed to end at 7 a.m., but they have now extended the travel ban in New Jersey until noon as well. So we have Governor Sherrill coming on at 10:30. We'll talk to her about that, about the decision to extend, but travel ban now in New York and New Jersey until noon.
Yeah, better to be safe than sorry, and stay home if you can. Heavy snow, damaging winds hitting both Nassau and Suffolk counties on Long Island, as we mentioned. Yeah, our James Ford is continuing our coverage now. He's in Farmingville with more on the travel ban extension there as well as the snow continues to fall. And we spoke to the utility company there, James, earlier, who was saying they're really just having a hard time getting around right now because of the wind, and they can't get those utility crews to get those power outages back on because of the conditions.
Yes, and following up with that is what you see here. You could say it's good news, right? Snowplow. This is in the lot. Yeah, off he goes. Right on cue. I swear I did not set that up, but wow, that is a key part of what's going on. In fact, we'll show you over here, Tony Mazza behind the camera doing a yeoman's job. You can see there is that truck that is stuck. The idea is that the plow might be able to help it get out, and arguably more important, all these other trucks, those big utility trucks. That's what the PSEG spokesperson was talking about. These crews have been brought in to help get power up for the at least 14, I believe she said it's up to 16,000 customers now without power. They're here from, we've been looking at license plates, talking with some of these guys from Alabama, Indiana, Michigan, who've come in to help out. They can't when they're snowed in. So the idea is for this plow to help them get out. And we can say this, even though we have had some really bad winds here, they are starting to let up some, but still conditions are rough, as one person pointed out to us when he was trying to get out to his car and get his charger. Have a listen and look at his beard. That'll give you some idea of just how bad the snow and wind conditions have been. Have a listen and look.
I was out here for 5 minutes, man. It's crazy out here. When I went in, it was a winter wonderland. Now it's a winter apocalypse, man. You can't even walk through the parking lot. Like, I work across the street. I have to walk home usually. Like, through the grace of God, somebody blessed me with a room. So I'm just trying to run back in here and get warm.
And yeah, he talks about it, and now you're looking at, yeah, we're trying to get this snowplow to work. It looks like it's actually doing a decent job. One last note, Long Island, definitely your blizzard champ, as it were. The highest wind gusts recorded out here. Montauk Point, 84 miles an hour. Stony Brook, not far from here at all, 74 mile an hour wind gusts reported. And we still have these sustained winds. We're probably still talking in the 30 or so mile an hour range. And that gust was really strong as well. We'll stay on this, of course, up to the minute as always, as the gust picks up. Reporting live from Farmingville, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News. Back to you guys in the studio.
I mean, all the things happen at once, James. You had the plow and the winds, everything at the same time. Okay.
He needs sandbags on his feet, though, so he doesn't get blown away.
Oof. Okay, 8:28, everybody. And still ahead, New York continues to be under a state of emergency. We're going to be joined live by Governor Kathy Hochul to hear what is being done now to keep New Yorkers safe.
And when we come back, another look at your forecast on the roads right after this. Right now on the PIX11 Morning News, we continue to track the massive blizzard hitting the tri-state area as we deal with yet another round of snow.
Plus, the blizzard putting numerous parts of our area under states of emergency. We're going to be joined in just a few moments by Governor Kathy Hochul for the very latest on New York's efforts to weather the storm, as well as the Staten Island Borough President Vita Fossella, as that borough deals with a large amount of power outages at this hour.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
Yeah, thanks for joining us here on the PIX11 Morning News. You can see the snow is still coming down hard, and all of New York is under a state of emergency because of this blizzard.
So let's get right to it, everybody. Governor Kathy Hochul joining us now on the phone to discuss the massive efforts to keep the roads clear and people safe. So, Governor, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about really the efforts right now, specifically within the 5 boroughs. We have this travel ban until noon. And how are things going as you kind of monitor all the efforts here to keep the city safe?
Well, it's an extraordinary storm. You know, as people are witnessing when they wake up and seeing, or not seeing what they're accustomed to seeing, because the wind is just blowing and creating whiteout conditions, which are a normal fact of life where I come from in Buffalo, but far more rare downstate. And so people are getting used to that. But I want to say this, because we launched our warnings early, literally Saturday, I returned from Washington meetings early to I could be at an emergency command center and talk about how we need to prepare for this. But getting the word out to people, telling them to be prepared to adjust their schedules, stay off the roads so we can make sure the plows can get through, it has made a real difference. And I want to thank New Yorkers for heeding this advice. They listened, and probably the majority stayed in and watched Olympic gold hockey yesterday and maybe watching the reruns today. But that made a huge difference. I cannot tell you, when people comply with what we ask them to, it allows the professionals, and we have the most highly trained snow removal workforce in America. I can tell you that I know how to do this, and they are the best. So we're working in close coordination with our local governments, including the City of New York. I spoke to the mayor in preparation just a couple days ago, and we're there to support, but also even I have National Guard helping transport nurses to their jobs at SUNY Downstate. I mean, so we are there to really be hands-on and to help people get through this situation, which will start tapering off later in the day. But while it's going on, it is frightening for people, especially those who are facing power outages.
Yeah, and because the snow continues to come down at a pretty heavy clip right now, is there any possibility that that travel ban could be extended?
Well, that's a citywide travel ban, so that's up to the mayor, but he does this in coordination with us because we have state-of-the-art radar and weather forecasting models. So I've been managing this from our statewide command center in Albany, but I can show you, the sophistication we have in our weather forecasting is probably better than National Weather Service. We actually can look further out. We have these mesonet gauges, monitors, and cameras all over every corner of every few blocks in a state. So we're on top of it. We're working with the mayor to help him if he wants our advice on that. And I know on Long Island and other places they're focused on keeping this in place for a little while longer as well. So I will keep the state of emergency in effect longer because there's also major efforts for snow removal. Once the snow finally stops, we have to clear the streets, clear the sidewalks, and so it's not a one-day event or two-day event. It's going to continue for a number of days with the cleanup. Yeah,
if we can just, by the way, take a shot outside, guys, to show the conditions right there. Governor, I know you're tight on time here, so I just want to ask you about kind of sending resources down to the area from Westchester to Long Island, where some of the brunt of it is really happening, right? What are the resources besides the National Guard to kind of get that snow out of there and get the power back on for some of these folks, too?
Well, 6,000 utility crews. That's extraordinary, but people have to be aware when the power goes out, there's nothing we want to have happen more than they do is to just get that power line back on. But if the winds are 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, the linemen and women are not going up there to restore power if they have to go up on a power line. So they have to people have to understand, we'll do it as soon as it's safe to have that occur. And fortunately, many areas of Midtown, for example, the power lines are underground, so they're not vulnerable. But areas, older neighborhoods where the lines are still above ground, that is a danger. And also the live wires. I mean, the wires come down under the weight of the snow, and that's why this could happen later in the day. As the snow accumulates on the power lines, it creates that weight. And just a couple of inches of snow can create the effect of 700 pounds of power, of weight on those lines, and they collapse. And they fall on cars, and they fall in streets, and people just stay away from them, but that also would result in power outages. I have lived through a week-long experience in Buffalo during a blizzard with little kids, with no power, no heat, and it is frightening. That's why we wanted people to heed our warnings about getting everything you need in your house now in case that happens to you. So New Yorkers have been great through this. I want to commend all of them. They've been extraordinary.
Yes. And this seems to be like a heavier, thicker, wetter kind of snow than the last storm that we had, which is probably causing even worse problems for power outages, weighing heavy on those power lines.
That's exactly what it is. This is not the light, fluffy snow that's going to hit the street and dissipate. It is going to accumulate, but also what it does to the power lines, as I've seen, when I was in Buffalo living through multiple blizzards and managing multiple blizzards, this is the dangerous part. It's not happening in the early part of the storm, but this is what we can expect later in the day. So that's what we've deployed. It's the 6,000 utility crews ready to be deployed. We have 2,000 snow plows. I brought in individuals and even repair people from Buffalo to come to downstate. So I made this a whole of a state response to downstate because of the less amount of equipment and experience in dealing with something that is much more commonplace up in Watertown or Buffalo.
Governor, we appreciate your time. Did you have anything to do with the snow day today in New York City? It hasn't happened since pre-pandemic. I mean, that's a big deal.
I'm cheering for our kids. I love snow days in Buffalo. They were too far.
I know.
They made us go to, there would be hey, it's only 4 feet of snow. Get out there, kids. Tough it up. So I'm happy to give kids a snow day any day, and I commend the mayor on that.
All right. Governor, thank you for coming on and keeping us posted on all the conditions there. Thank you to the whole team that's keeping everybody safe. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
She's like, I'll give you snow.
What's that,
she's like, I remember my day, 4 feet of snow. I was like, this is nothing.
She's like, a foot? Are you kidding,
Right.
New York? What are you doing? That was fun. Actually, that was really funny. It's all perspective, right? I mean, but 15.1 still puts us around 19 in the history books. We thought this could get close to a top 10, but you'd have to hit 18.1 inches. So we'll see how this shakes out. It's very possible we get into the running for top 10 snowiest day in New York City history. We still have the blizzard warning. That's going to stay probably in place through its entirety, 6 o'clock tonight for Nassau and Suffolk County. We're already starting to trim that away where we've converted Sullivan and Pike County under winter weather advisories, quarter-mile visibility on the island, and that's going to stay in play through the rest of the morning. Still snowing down the Jersey Shore. Take that right up into Chappaqua, Pound Ridge, to Reading, to Wilton, Connecticut. You're seeing some good snows coming down. It's this band that has just been sitting here through the George Washington Bridge. I wonder if, Alexa, you have the George Washington Bridge camera. I would be interested to see. You got Lincoln over there. Lincoln looks crazy, too. Here's the storm still offshore. It has to get to this point before we can end the snow, but it is still ripping snow across the tri-state. We'll talk more about this coming up in just a little bit. It is Narnia behind you right now, Alex. You have entered Narnia.
Truly. Look at this. I mean, you can't see anything. Of course, this is the helix of the Lincoln Tunnel. You're probably used to this shot. Right now, the roads are completely covered. Snow is coming down pretty significantly at this point. We still have that travel ban in effect. So in New York City and New Jersey, you are in a travel ban until noon today. That means do not go on the roads. And you can see they're not in great shape. Just those essential workers who unfortunately do need to get out there. So keep the roads as clear as possible for them. Nassau County, your ban is extended to 11 a.m. Suffolk County until noon today. Subway check. If you are heading out, be sure you have good shoes on. You do want to bundle up and be prepared to step in a whole lot of puddles and snow on the sidewalks. Right now, your C, the Rockaway Shuttle, and the Staten Island Railroad are suspended. And then a whole lot of delays. Your 24, GL, BD, FM, J, N, Q, and W. That's where we're seeing delays right now, so a lot of the lines currently impacted. Of course, the subway's still up and running, especially for those essential workers. Your 3 and A is running express to local, and alternate side parking rules are suspended for now. Just allow the DOT, allow sanitation to get out there, clean up, and do what they need to do. So just stay home and enjoy this snow day. We'll be right back with more news, weather, and traffic after this.
In the now famous words of Mike Masco.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Let's get another look at that forecast with meteorologist Mike Masco. With Stacey Ann Gooden as well. We've got you totally covered on this forecast.
The plows were just making their way down 2nd Avenue there. We just saw them kind of pushing it off to the side. So at least they're keeping the streets clear in New York City.
Yeah. And we're going to need you to clean the camera off.
I know, right? A little windshield wiper. Come on.
Windshield wiper.
Isn't there one on that camera?
Isn't it inside too?
Maybe not.
I have a lot of questions on that camera. I think it's inside looking out. Yeah. All right, here's what's going on, guys. I'll trade you that camera to a really picturesque Chrysler building, and we have some pretty good snows falling in the city at the present moment. 29 degrees, so a very wet snowfall, unlike the last storm where this was like 10 degrees. Got a bit of a wind chill, still a breezy wind. It hasn't been so pronounced, the gusts in the city, but when we get into Stacey Ann's segment, she's going to talk about gusts that were incredible out east into Montauk and eastern end of Long Island. Still snowing in Ocean Township and Wall Township right now. I mean, it's just been snowing all morning long. We got the snow across the LIE and Montauk Highway. Here's the Port Jeff line in here. You got the Montauk line here on the LIRR. So we'll be watching these areas closely so we can get everything back up and running. But until we get the snow rates to simmer a little bit, which won't happen until the afternoon, you're still going to stack the snow across the island. Here's your gusts last hour. White Plains 44, 41 at LaGuardia. Not much flying happening this morning. And you have the low still just offshore, which is starting to funnel in some colder air and, yes, some snow bands. And the bands have actually expanded a little bit further towards the west. And what's interesting about that, we could be having what's called a Norland trough. And that's a lot of weather I'm throwing at you right now. It's essentially the stretching of the atmosphere, and that may actually enhance some bands across central and south Jersey. So the narrative of this storm may shift a little bit, and areas may actually be hitting 20 inches if that comes to fruition. But we have to watch the storm over the next couple of hours as it's still offshore, close for comfort, and it's still spiraling and a lot of moisture off the Atlantic. So that's going to be the deal through the day. Keeping the snow band in play through 2 o'clock, so everybody's still in snow. And then by 5 o'clock, it has slowed the progression of the snow. So maybe Nassau and Suffolk, you're not out of this until 8 o'clock tonight. So very interesting storm. I mean, we might limp out of this thing with isolated 2 feet, and that was a forecast we had here from Channel 11. What's this, you say? Another storm. That's Wednesday. There is the possibility of rain, snow across town. The track right now looks to go over the city, so that usually spells out a wintry mix. So, interesting storm, because I think we're still stacking snow, right, Stacey Ann? And could get 2 feet, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong again.
No, absolutely.
Just keep
As we've been
wrong.
talking about, we started off with that kind of wet, that dense snowfall that was perfect for making snowmen. But, you know, as temperatures do fall close to around sunrise, you know, we had temperatures dip below the freezing mark. It has allowed for that cold air to really take center stage and allow this to persist some more. We were seeing a little clearing at the back edge, western New Jersey, particularly Warren, Hunterdon County. It's since filled up. Why? We have that wraparound moisture. Now we're seeing the same deal happening across parts of Sullivan and Ulster County. We did talk about that a little bit earlier, but if you notice some steady bands still moving through the area. This is Warren, Hunterdon counties on in through Morris County. Still some steady banding happening at this time. And then if you're at Sullivan, Ulster County, even the northern tip of Orange County, we're seeing just a hint of a break, but I would not say we're out of the woods just yet. The heaviest between now and around the 10 o'clock hour, it does steadily start to wind down. Through 2 p.m., you can expect some snowfall, and as Mike mentioned, as we've been talking about all morning long, eastern Long Island will be the last to get it. Here are some more totals for you. Richfield, 15.2. Leonia, if you're in New Jersey. Carlstadt, 12.8. Milford, we're at 12 inches. Ordell, almost a foot of snow, and some areas did get impressive amounts, especially eastern Long Island, upwards of about 20 inches reported at Islip so far. Not so impressive as it seems at LaGuardia, but we're still not out of the woods. We're not done with the storm. Duncan Hills, if you're in Staten Island, can't forget about you. Over a foot of snow already. Grashmere, also in Staten Island, 12.7 inches. Spring Valley and Rockland County there, we had a healthy dose as well. Now, we talk about snowfall amounts, but let's talk about some of the wind gusts, because that's also been plaguing us, right? Kew Gardens, 64-mile-per-hour wind gusts. JFK, 62. We talked about eastern Long Island getting hurricane force style winds. upwards of about 70 plus, 80 plus. I think the highest so far has been 84. Breezy Point, 50 miles per hour suffering. Hudson Valley there in the 40s. So let's take a look. We're going to leave it here at our 7-day forecast. We are tracking that Clipper system for your Wednesday morning. So your morning commute, we'll have our eye on that for you. And then an icy mix for your Thursday. So this continues through the afternoon and some light snow showers possibly through the evening. Back to you guys.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
All right, everybody, 8:50 and Staten Island. Can't forget about them dealing with a 1-2 punch in the blizzard. There are power outages, flooding concerns there as well.
Yeah, Borough President Vito Fossella is joining us now to give us the latest on the conditions there. Good morning to you, sir. Thanks for taking the time to be with us this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough road for a lot of folks out there, right? I mean, the travel ban is in effect. Staten Island Railway also service suspended there. What's the latest on that?
Well, the snow is coming down pretty heavy in some pockets. You mentioned with the wind and gusts, there are places more than 2 feet, upwards of 3 with some snow drifts. And it's bad. The roads are in bad shape, especially the side streets. We have secondary and tertiary roads that are very, very difficult to drive. So we're hoping any resources from the city or state keep coming, because Staten Island is a very car-dependent community. We don't have a subway system. We don't have a commuter rail. So people to get to school and to work, we need to get the roads open quickly. So over the next couple of days, people can get their lives back together. Excuse me.
Yeah.
We are aware of a couple of power outages within the last 30 minutes. One near Victory Boulevard, Manor Road area, about 850 homes. And then in Arden Heights, about 830 homes, I should say. We've been told that power should be back on by about 10 o'clock this morning. And part of that reason is because these trees and wire lines are becoming heavy with the snow, and some of them are down. So let's hope that that's to a minimum. And the most important thing is people stay safe and they can stay inside. The roads are, as I say, in very rough shape. Buses have been stuck. The city buses have been running, the MTA buses have been running, but a lot of them getting stuck on the inclines. If they try to stop at a red light, for example, they can't move after that.
Right. I mean, by the way, thank you. You're the first tertiary road of the day. We always like to mention when tertiary is mentioned, so you get the award for first tertiary. But let me ask you, because Plow NYC, you can kind of track where things go, right? And I know that it can be very hilly on Staten Island as well, and then some of the roads are narrow because people park their cars on the streets, so obviously people are urged to put their cars in their driveways and so on and so forth. But have you seen the efforts compared to last snowstorm and this snowstorm? Some people say sometimes that Staten Island is the forgotten borough. Are you seeing the plows kind of deployed there in action?
Well, we're lucky. We have a lot of guys on Staten Island who live sanitation, live on Staten Island, so they're committed to do as much as they can. It's often the resources that are missing, and they have about 250 vehicles on the road right now, and they have some private hires coming in starting around 11 o'clock. So we're pushing as much as we can. If in other parts of the city the roads are clear, I hope that the city sends some more resources to Staten Island, because it's going to be tough. And what we did over the last couple of days is put word out not to park on the bus lanes on Highland Boulevard, because what happened in the last storm, cars were just snowed in for days. And instead of having 3 lanes for people to get to and from work and school, you effectively had 2, and then you created an even worse problem when it comes to traffic. So we got to just be heavy and continuous to get cars out of there and get the streets plowed so people can get their lives back to normal. Last time it took a while, and it was very frustrating to a lot of people, especially those who commuted from Staten Island to Manhattan to Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, it really is best to just stay home. Do you have some issues with trees down, you said?
Power lines have been down, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are trees down. I'm looking out the window right now. It is one of the worst storms I've seen in many years. Yeah. It's dense. The snow is coming down still very heavy. And just people, as always, safety first, and let's get as many resources to help them get their lives back together. And if you're an elderly person living at home, it's a challenge, right? To get out your front door sometimes. Yeah. So we're going to be monitoring that as much as we can. Okay, Borough President, Staten Island, Vito Fossella, appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a good day. You too. You too. It's 8:54, and we'll be right back.
All right, it is 8:57, and coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to continue to expand our team coverage.
Yeah, that's right. We got a team of reporters out there this morning. We're actually adding. We woke them up early. Nicole Johnson and Jim Vassell throwing them into the mix over on Long Island and New Jersey as well.
And we continue to get the very latest on the forecast with meteorologist Mike Masco and Stacey Ann Gooden. All that and much more when we come back. Right now on the PIX11 Morning News at 9.
It was a winter wonderland. Now it's a winter apocalypse, man.
The historic blizzard of 2026 continues to slam the tri-state.
Thousands of residents waking up without power. Travel bans remain in effect, some extended.
Our PIX11 crews are spread out across the region, ready to bring you live team coverage on the conditions in your area.
We've got everything you need to know as we continue to weather this storm. The PIX11 Morning News at 9 starts right now.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
Okay, everybody, and that picture tells the story this morning as the snow continues to fall and our coverage, excuse me, I'm all choked up over this, the blizzard of 2026. It is 9 a.m. on this Monday morning, February 23rd. Appreciate you all being here. I'm Dan Manarino.
And I'm Hazel Sanchez, and we are hours into this what we are believing is a historic blizzard. Mike is going to kill us for saying that, but with the heaviest snow expected to continue to fall at least for the next hour.
Yeah, New York City and several parts of the tri-state remaining under travel bans, and those will last until noon, and then they're going to reassess. Officials warning drivers to stay off the roads until then.
Yeah, and our PIX11 crews are standing by, ready to give you the best live team coverage on the conditions across our region.
Yeah, but first we're going to check in with meteorologist Mike Masco, who's been really tracking the blizzard's path all morning long. I keep asking you when it's going to end. understand, and you keep asking me where am I asking about.
And where, what, when? You got to be a little more specific with that. If you're up in the Hudson Valley, this will probably be long gone by lunchtime. The island where James Ford is, it's going to take a lot more time. Numbers-wise, this is 15.1 officially in Central Park. That would put it at the 19 mark in terms of snowiest days in New York City history. But I thought this is interesting. I mean, when you talk historic, I mean, these are your historic heavy hitters. The 2016, 27.5 inches, 20 inches back in the 2010 Valentine's Day storm. So we're getting close. In fact, some areas out in Long Island and Jersey Shore, western Monmouth County, is getting close to 20 inches. Blizzard warnings, that's going to stay in play until at least 6 o'clock, primarily over Long Island. All along the LIE, we have quarter-mile visibility, now down to 0 in New York City because we have a snow band that just shifted into the city at the present moment. So snowing, ripping snow from Islip to Brookhaven. Here's that band going from New York City through Middletown, Lincroft, down towards Manalapan. I mean, it has not stopped snowing in hours. So that's why I think places, and we said this actually for over 36 hours, that somebody in here is probably going to go 20 to 24 inches. Little surprise random band setting up from Phillipstown down towards Ramapo and into, say, the Rockland County, Bergen County border. That's been a snow band that's producing 1 to 2 inch snowfall rates per hour. So we're still in the core of this storm, the teeth of this storm, for another, say, 3 hours, and then it's going to start to limp off the coast. Still stacking snow, though, for the next several hours. 2 to 4 additional inches down to the Jersey Shore. This is the hotbed, by the way, that's probably going 2 feet of snow. And then we'll watch this area, southern Suffolk County, Mid-Island Point, maybe down towards Fire Island. You could probably pick up 20 to 24 inches of snow. So historic in some places, yes. We'll see how Central Park shakes out. But Alexa, right now, indications are, you're still with us, right, Alexa? We're doing traffic with you?
Yeah.
So it's just weird to have you here at 9 o'clock. Usually you're hightailing it out at 8:30. So good. Thanks for staying with us.
Of course, there's a lot going on the roads today, so you definitely need to know. Well, actually, there should be nothing going on the roads other than plows and essential workers, and that's a lot of what we are seeing. So this is a live look at the Lincoln Tunnel. I just wanted to show you because conditions are so hazardous out there. It's difficult to see. You have the snow coming down, wind gusts, and the roads are not really clear. So that's why we do have a travel ban in effect for New York City and New Jersey. That travel ban is in effect in both of those locations until noon today. Long Island, you also have a travel ban. Nassau County extended to 11 a.m. this morning, so a few hours left on that. Suffolk County until noon. And again, this is going to be reconsidered throughout the entire day as conditions do update. Subway, right now, the C, the Rockaway Shuttle, and the Staten Island Railroad are suspended. We have a lot of delays, a whole lot of delays. Your 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, GL, BD, FMJ, NQ, and W is where we currently have delays on the subways. If you are, what? The alphabet, the entire thing. If you are heading out right now, you want to make sure that you have good shoes on because you're going to be walking through some slush, some puddles on the sidewalks, and take it easy. I did slip this morning. I didn't fall, but I did take a nice little slip out there. We also have right now express to local on your 3 and A. So yeah, the entire alphabet, the 4, stops being skipped. Whole thing's impacted this morning, but again, it is up and running for those essential workers. Alternate side parking rules are suspended today. Storm cleanup, it's underway. All right, Dan and Hazel, back over to you.
All right, it's 9:06 right now. Let's head outside to where it's all happening.
That's right. So let's talk about this, right? States of emergency in effect across the area at this hour with roads closed and travel bans in effect.
Yeah, we begin our series of live reports with PIX11's Giovanni Diaz, who is live in Times Square. It's normally bustling with vehicle traffic, but now nothing because of this travel ban. How's it shaping up out there, Gio?
No, not at all. Let me tell you guys, not a lot of traffic in terms of vehicles, but see the number of people already out here. I've been talking with folks since we arrived earlier this morning. Most of the folks out here right now, they're tourists. They're enjoying. There are people from everywhere here. Spoke with people from Italy, Switzerland. Oh gosh, so many places. Germany, there's so many folks from literally everywhere. They're taking in the view, enjoying the iconic Times Square covered with snow. And as you can see, It's much thicker now. I have a feeling that it's even harder to see now than it was the last time you saw me, because I can sense that it gets stronger and the wind is just blowing with the snow flurries just hitting sideways. Still, a lot of people who are out here this morning, they're enjoying the vibe, the energy, and again, the iconic Times Square.
I don't think it's as bad as the last storm we had. Sometimes, you know, people want to make you panic, go buy out the whole store and stay in, but you can see right now, look, the Department of Sanitation so far did a great job. It's not too bad out here. The streets are clean. And what I'm seeing also is they're not making that mistake they made last time, right? Where they put the snow right up onto cars, which is a good thing.
You're cold temporarily, have your fun. Go outside, mess around, sled.
It's going to be summer and then you're going to be complaining about the hot weather, so just enjoy it.
That's the energy right there. Now, a few reminders for you this morning. Blizzard warning in effect until at least 6 p.m. today. Alternate side parking suspended. Sanitation workers are on 12 on, 12 off shifts with about 2,200 vehicles and 700 salt spreaders. Back out here live, you can see on your screen right now that, again, the conditions in terms of visibility are rough. Whiteout conditions. So if you don't have to go out, don't drive, just enjoy, take in the view. Trust has to bring you the latest images from all across the tri-state. Travel ban in effect until at least noon, and highway bridges and tunnels are closed. Dan, you want to talk to me?
Yeah, what was that lady with the umbrella to your left? With the lady in the pink with the white scarf. They were just taking pictures, the social media, other way. Over there. Are they there? Go chase them down. No?
Oh, right there?
Yeah, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Talking to them. What was she doing? Ask her. They were just taking a whole photo shoot. What's the point of the umbrella?
I have a feeling that she's underdressed. Let me go check on her. Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, come on.
Anything for an Instagram post.
Let's see. What are they doing? Good morning, ladies.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning. We are live with PIX11. How are you guys? Are you visiting?
Yes.
Where are you visiting from?
London.
London.
Oh.
How are you enjoying this weather?
Oh, it's great. It's amazing.
Don't you feel like maybe a little bit underdressed?
Yes, I need pictures. How is it going to get pictures?
Everything for the gram, I guess.
Exactly.
That's right.
How long are you guys staying in New York?
Until Thursday.
Until Thursday? Oh, I hope you enjoy. Did you expect this weather?
No.
Best part of your trip so far?
Well, glad they're having fun.
Oh, I love that. You guys enjoy. Thank you so much. See, that's the energy out here, you guys. Look at the, I can. When, you know, look at how cute that is.
Look at that gorgeous dog.
That's a beautiful dog. He's in his glory right now.
We're having so much. Gio, thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe you can borrow the gloves from the, are you wearing cloth gloves? It is a blizzard.
God, of course. I'm trying to cross.
Give the guy a break.
No, that's
my
not.
gosh. Gio, you don't want to fall on live television.
You guys.
Then you're going to go viral for the wrong reasons. Thanks,
No,
Gio.
I know I stopped.
We'll
Did you notice
later.
that? I stopped. I was trying to go to the other side and I stopped.
Got it.
All right, Gio, thanks. All right, from Gio to Jim Vassell, who is live in Piscataway, New Jersey, with more on the conditions there. Hey, Jim, how are things going out there? Does it look like you have the same kind of snow conditions we have in Times Square right now?
Yeah, good morning, Hazel. Maybe the same type of snow conditions, but I think a few fewer tourists, if that's my correct assessment of the area right now. I think so. If you're waking up with us just now in central New Jersey, you're probably looking out your window with a degree of disbelief on a couple of accounts. Number one, just about 24 hours ago, many parts of central New Jersey, the snow had melted in some spots, and we actually saw grass for the first time in what seems like weeks, only to be promptly blanketed by another round of snow. And to another degree, just the amount of snow that accumulated overnight. Perhaps you shoveled out your driveway, did a quick sweep around 10, 11 o'clock, and then woke up at 6, only to find that your work was to be completely undone. Speaking from personal experience, that was my situation this morning. But taking a look now, you're looking at Route 662. This is a county road in Piscataway, just off of I-287, where, as you guys had been mentioning all morning, there is a travel ban in place. We have traveled on local, county, and state roads, state highways so far today, and pretty much consistently across all of them is that there have been plows going through. We just saw a couple of county County plows come through this area. But one thing I do want to stress is you do not want to be out here right now. If you're in an emergency situation or an essential worker, the roads are somewhat manageable. They're somewhat passable. But if you absolutely don't need to be outside in your car, you don't want to be out here, guys. We're going to have much more throughout the day here in central New Jersey. The shore, we'll figure out where we're going next. For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. Let's send things over now to Julie Millay, who is live in Prospect Heights, Brooklyn. So, Julie, how are things looking your way?
Pretty snowy, if you couldn't tell. We've been watching the plows roll through one after the other all morning long. You can see over my shoulder here, we've got these dumpsters full of snow. But we have watched the few New Yorkers that we are seeing out and about, these essential workers, make their way into the subway stop, including my friend Kiara here, who I stopped because she's perfectly dressed. The one thing I need to bring for next snow coverage is these goggles.
These goggles saved my life coming around the corner. Like, there's no snow coming to my eyes, and I'm just running. I'm getting to work. We got to do what we got to do for New York City. And yeah.
I love that energy because you're a dental assistant. Yes. You don't have a choice to stay home.
No, I had the choice, but I'm like, you know what? It's not that bad. Let me just go outside and do what I can. You know, this is what I'm here for. So
it's not that bad, girl. The wind is blowing directly.
I'm from upstate New York, so this is nothing to me. It's actually beautiful, actually.
It is very beautiful. If you guys can see, we do have quite the picture-perfect backdrop behind us here with the snow falling. I do like to romanticize it when I can. We have to, right? It's a little bit magical out here this morning. But Kiara, thank you so much. I'll let you get to work.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good day.
And I'll send it back to you guys in the studio, Dan and Hazel.
Oh, that is New York spirit, Kiara.
There you go. Way to keep it real, Julie. Let's get over to our James Ford right now. He's in Farmingville, Long Island. And James, every time we come to you, the conditions are kind of, the wind starts blowing and everything else. So how are we doing out there right now?
Oh, it's still blowing. And look, in fact, you can probably see on the lens, we're even getting some condensation. That's what we're talking. Let's go ahead and do a quick shovel here. That's going to give us some idea. We'll get down to the blacktop. All right. And then we're going to talk. Long Island has been the blizzard champ. Mike keeps talking about someone's going to get 20 inches. Well, guess what? Islip Airport recorded 20 inches during the 6 o'clock hour. And as you see, the snow is still coming down. And Long Island getting, look at that. Yeah, the wind gusts. Long Island's the blizzard champ, 84 miles an hour off Montauk Point, and not so far from here in Stony Brook, 74 mile an hour gusts. Tony Mazza, the man behind the camera. Let's step out here super quick because you can really see, whoa, you can see I'm losing my hat because the gusts are that strong. And if you look that way, you can really see just how intense these wind gusts are. I'd say this gust right now is probably in the 50 mile an hour range. And the snow and the gusts all falling on these electrical trucks that are set to go out and try to restore some of the power. But that is really proving to be a daunting task with these conditions. And here, this truck is on. We tried to talk with the truck driver. He said he didn't want to be on camera, but he's leaving his truck on for now and said he's just going to try to dig out somehow. But that truck is stuck right here. And over there, another truck, the Power Pros, yeah, that truck's on as well. They are waiting to have conditions be decent enough to drive out and try to help get power back to folks. But you can really, really see right now just how this is not likely to change for a while. And certainly right at this time, it's just not happening. So the bottom line, blizzard conditions, really, really heavy winds. We've been reporting since yesterday afternoon. So we've been seeing these really strong sustained winds, really strong wind gusts, heavy snowfall, low visibility. That's what blizzards do. And the result, well, it's what you see here. The best thing to do, just what you are doing. Staying at home, watching PIX11, getting the updates from the comfort and safety of your home and staying off the roads. We can't get out of here, at least at this point, because the roadways are so bad. Tony Mazza again behind the camera. I think he's faking it, but he's crying, and I don't blame you. That's the latest from here in Farmingville, Long Island. I'm James Ford, PIX11.
Don't forget to show us what you shoveled out, James.
Oh, yeah.
James.
Oh, right. Thanks for that. I forgot about that. Here we go. Here we go. So, yeah, in just a couple of minutes, there you go.
Look at that.
That's what we end up getting. I appreciate that reminder. I forgot.
All good.
We love you. You and Tony Mazza.
And Tony does point out, all right, super quick. Tony said this. He wants me to show.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, yeah.
My boots are 13 inches tall. So just right here in a drift, we're probably talking just here in the drift about, I'd say, 18
James.
inches.
Thank you.
And he's pointing out the farther I go back, the deeper it is. I'm going to not go back there.
Don't go.
I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio.
James and Tony are winter warriors out there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, it's 9:18 right now. We want you to be a part of our PIX11 coverage of this blizzard. We want to see your pictures. Just scan the QR code you see right there on your screen to share them directly with us, or you can go to pix11.com/photos and download your photo there.
Yes. Okay, and stay with us, everybody, as we continue to bring you live team coverage of this historic blizzard.
And we're going to have another update on the power outages across our area, plus school closures right after the break.
What shot was that? Okay, that really tells a story. These blizzard conditions are causing lots of power outages across the region, and this is no joke. Okay, look at this. JCP&L, Jersey Central Power and Light, reporting more than 75,000 customers are without power right now. That's a big number. PSE&G New Jersey has more than 3,400 customers without power. PSE&G Long Island reporting more than 15,000 customers impacted. In Con Ed, around 3,100 customers without power in New York City and Westchester. The issue, especially with JCP&L, is when you have the storm that's still going on and the winds, they can't get out there to fix those power outages. So it's really a case-by-case basis. Please let us know what's going on in your area. And here's your look at your school closures. All public schools in New York City closed. It's the first traditional snow day in years. All Archdiocese of New York Catholic Parish and regional schools, those are closed. Public school districts across New Jersey also closed. Same goes for Westchester, Connecticut, and Long Island. A handful of schools, though, however, in the Tri-State area do have remote learning today. So for the full list of closures, you can head over to our website, PIX11.com.
All right, now let's get an update on the roads. New York City's acting sanitation commissioner joining us now.
Javier Lohan has a big morning ahead of him, so great to see you this morning. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule for us. How are plow operations right now? I know your internal system is called Blade Runner. Very serious name here, but Plow NYC, no joke. People want to know what's going on with the streets.
Yeah, and good morning. Thanks for having me, and good to see you both again. So last night, about 6 p.m., the storm started to intensify as forecasted, and you know, luckily for us, that was the same start of our night shift. So from the onset, we initiated full plowing and spreading operations, and we activated Plow NYC, as you mentioned. So that's nyc.gov/PlowNYC, where the public can track our progress. The conditions were really tough last night. We were out all night. Yeah. All across the boroughs. The winds were, you know, insane. I think I heard some thunder out there in Brooklyn. I was in Brooklyn, and it was some tough sledding. But you know, thankfully the travel ban helped because there weren't many cars on the road after about midnight, and that helped us travel to navigate through a lot of these streets a lot more efficiently. So that helped us. With the snows continuing on, the winds are real going pretty strong, and now we have our 6 a.m. shift in there now. Another 2,600 sanitation workers out there. So we're going to continue on until the snow stops. And you know, it's tough sledding, but they're doing a great job, I think.
Have you been able to hit all the roads more than once? Just once through so far?
Yeah, once through so far, because you know, some of the challenges are some of the narrow streets, hill blocks, things like that. There's some unique circumstances where, you know, we need some specialized equipment to get in there. So we're using some, you know, skid steers and front end loaders because our plow, it's just tough for them because, you know, once you get the snow on top of a narrow street, it becomes tough to navigate. So those are a little bit tedious and time consuming, but we're in there now in some of these areas, and we're going to continue on and try to make as many passes as possible.
Yeah. So for reality's sake, right, because a lot of folks, usually in the Bronx, specific areas of the Bronx and Staten Island, have some issues with getting plows there. What are your trouble spots this morning in reality, and for realistic terms, when do you anticipate all the roads being hit so people can maybe move around?
Yeah, so I mean, we have trouble spots. Every borough has their unique challenges. I think, you know, once the snow stops, we'll obviously be in better shape, because right now we're traversing all the routes, we're plowing all the streets, and these snow drifts from the winds make it seem like we haven't even been there. So yeah. I think that's part of the challenge. But you know, I think once the snow stops, we'll have a better, you know, you'll see a vast improvement in some of the road conditions. But we're going to continue to be out there. That's our priority right now: plowing and salting all the roadways, the protected bike lanes, and we're clearing out some pedestrian infrastructure as well this morning.
How was your volunteer turnout? I know you were looking for volunteer shovelers.
Yeah, no, it actually, we had a really good turnout. So the last storm we had in January, on average, we had about 500 shovelers, emergency shovelers, and this time around we had a little over 1,400, so almost triple the number. So that's going to help us clear some of those crosswalks, bus stop areas, and fire hydrants, things like that. So that's going to be something that we're going to prioritize as well.
Commissioner, it's a yeoman's task for all of you out there, and thanks to all the hardworking men and women of the sanitation department for coming in a storm, working these long shifts. So continued safety to the crew out there, and thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much.
And just real quickly, we have to be patient about the garbage pickup too, right, and recycling.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. So yeah, there will be some delays. If you have if you have a scheduled recycling this week, at least for Monday and Tuesday, we're asking everybody to hold it if possible, because we're going to prioritize, once we resume collections, we're going to prioritize the trash and the compost. And then we're going to hope to get back on schedule soon. But the recyclables will be ones we'll ask people to hold it if possible.
Good advice right there. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lohan. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
All right, 9:26, everybody. And our weather team has been keeping a close eye on this from the moment it began yesterday.
Yeah, meteorologist Stacey Gooden standing by with an update on the coastal impacts as well as snow totals across our area.
But first, we're going to begin with meteorologist Mike Masco and the conditions there. What's going on?
So I got a message from Christine Brown, friend of the show, loves us, saying, can you give us a little love in the Bronx? What's going on in the Bronx?
Yeah.
So we figure we'll give it. And she said her daughter, this is how crazy it is, guys, with the visibility. Her daughter was walking towards the 4 train, turned around and said, I'm giving up.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't see it. I just checked in with Alexa. This is the type of personal forecasting we could do. Checked in with Alexa, 4 trains skipping every stop. So maybe she missed her stop on that one. But still, visibility down in the Bronx. And there it is right there. Major Deegan's got some heavy snow on it. You got good snow bands ripping through the Bronx right now. That's going right into the city limits. And I'll tell you, it has been wild to see this snow band sitting over the Garden State Parkway, snaked all the way back towards Barnegat. It's been ripping snow last hour. And the island is still snowing. Right now, Nassau and Suffolk County, the southern state, is snow-covered. Ocean Parkway, as you get along the immediate shoreline, also snow-covered right now, fully engaged in snow in Smithtown, Brookhaven, up towards Sound Beach. Winds also have been problematic when you add in the fact that we have some very heavy snow coming down. It doesn't take much wind to create visibility concerns. 25 sustained, gusting to 30. Here's our storm. We're still watching, and again, key point for this storm, the center, by the way, is here. The key point for this storm to be here before the back edge starts to move in. You could see what's going on in the northwest fringe of it, but it's still snowing across High Point down towards Philadelphia. So we need this to start to shift towards the east before we get out of the snow. And we think that's going to happen as we get towards the lunchtime hour. Staten Island fully involved in the snow as we speak together. How about the structure of this thing? I mean, this is one of your classic nor'easters and blizzards churning up the coast. This will eventually be up towards Halifax, the equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane from a pressure perspective as it moves up towards the Canadian Maritimes. So the back edge is coming. You got to hang tight with me. Around 2, 3 o'clock, we'll start to see the snow break up. It'll be kind of waning in intensity from the city west, but the island's still going to stay in the snow as we get towards Monday evening, this evening, and that's why we have the blizzard alerts flying until 6 o'clock, especially Nassau and Suffolk County. Uh-oh, here comes another one. Good news on this is that this thing is going to stay to the north. I think there's more warm air involvement, so it's a wintry mix as we go into Monday morning. But you get into the Hudson Valley, could be maybe a slushy few inches. And, you know, haven't been following this because been busy on that end. But Stacey Ann, have you been following this one? Are you concerned at all Wednesday morning? Maybe we could be looking at something else?
You know, we always got to keep our eye because things will change moment by moment. But right now, that particular system doesn't look nearly as massive. We're talking about maybe an inch or two we get from that, barring any changes, because with Clipper systems you usually get the lighter snowfall. But if it does interact a little bit more with that Atlantic, bringing in some moisture, we're talking about a whole different scenario. But we'll keep an eye on that right now. Speaking of eye, check this out. It almost looks like it's forming an eye, kind of like a tropical cyclone. It isn't, obviously, but when we compare it to those winds that we've been noticing pick up upwards of about 70, 80 plus miles per hour, forget about it. It does give that feel as far as the intensity. Speaking of intensity, we talked about this being a bomb cyclone, really riding close to that 40-70 benchmark, allowing for that rapid intensification with a millibar drop 24 millibars within that 24-hour period. It looks like it did materialize. Right now, snow totals we talked about, 20 inches ice slip. Santa Maria is almost there. So Suffolk County, I say you're picking up some of the highs, but I'm also looking at some steady bands, heavier bands moving across parts of New Jersey. Plain Edge, 17, Syosset, 15. We can't forget about you guys. 11.8 if you're in East Meadow. And Montauk Point, take a look at some of the wind gusts. 84 miles per hour. That's what came in this morning. 74 at Stony Brook. So some of the highs, as we mentioned, areas like Nappag, for instance, getting upwards of about 62 miles per hour. Kew Garden, 64. Let's leave it right here. We still could be talking about some more power outages. For now, we'll send things back over to Dan and Hazel.
Okay, thank you so much, Stacey, and appreciate that. I like seeing 40s later on in the week, by the way, and you as well, but also 40s.
Of course.
Thanks. All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to bring you more live team coverage on the blizzard conditions right after this break. Welcome back. Many residents are waking up without power as this blizzard continues to make its way across the region.
Yeah, so here's another look, everybody, at the numbers. Okay, JCP&L is reporting this is a big one. More than 75,000 customers without power right now. PSE&G New Jersey has more than 3,400 customers without power. PSE&G Long Island reporting more than 15,000 customers impacted. And Con Edison says about 3,100 customers are without power in New York City and Westchester.
All right, we want to see your pictures of the blizzard, so just scan that QR code you see right there on your screen to share them directly with us, or you can go to PIX11.com/photos.
All right, stay with us, everybody. We're going to have our team coverage headed your way, plus an update on school closures as well, right after a quick break. You're watching our coverage of the blizzard of 2026.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
All right, that's the story all morning long. And thanks so much for staying with us here on the PIX11 Morning News as we continue to cover the blizzard of 2026. I'm Hazel Sanchez.
And I'm Dan Manarino, and here's what we have for you this half hour, everybody. Of course, the big story is the historic blizzard that continues to slam the region.
Yeah, many residents are waking up without power. Kids getting the ultimate snow day. We've got everything you need to know this morning.
Okay, but everybody still wants to know the tracking and timing of it all. Some of the kids want to get outside and play. Some people want to shovel.
Now. Go.
Yeah.
Don't wait. Get them out of the, it's at that point where they're so anxious.
Yeah.
But
just go.
The travel ban is still in effect.
Well, I didn't say drive. I said go to Suicide Hill or Cemetery Hill. I actually
want to make sure.
Let me ask you something. Well, it was called Suicide Hill when I was a kid. Did you guys have a hill that you went to?
Yes.
What was your hill?
It was called Poop Hill.
Oh, wow.
I'm not kidding. It was called Poop Hill.
I did not expect that to come out of you.
Hempel Hill.
Who?
Hempel Hill.
Where was that?
Okay.
It was behind my elementary school, and it was on Hempel Drive, so Hempel Hill.
Yeah. I had a hill. I just don't know what it's called. We didn't have a name.
Everybody had a name.
We
for
didn't
a
have
hill.
it. It was Daredevil
The
Hill.
childhood of Dan.
Hey, did you guys take your dogs out for a walk yesterday?
My dog hasn't gone out since the last snowstorm. There's
my boy.
Oh, look at
Bubba.
Did Bubba like the snow?
Where's Bella?
He does like he likes the snow until it starts blowing. Then he's not happy about it at all.
Like
dog's gotta go.
Guy. My cute boy.
Alexa, your dog can't go out. Your dog's like 3 inches tall.
Yeah,
So-
she walked outside, looked, and turned right back around and walked
No
inside.
thanks. Nice try, Mom.
Did her
Like,
business
absolutely
and
not.
got back
She
in.
didn't even do her business. She said, nope.
Oh my God.
You know, I tried to put the
in.
boots on the dog,
No, that
because
can't
the
do it.
whole, it was
They
a
won't do it.
disaster. I'm like, just go in the house. I can't fight the dog. I'm losing that battle. All right, we got the windshield wipers flying right now, looking out towards the Chrysler building. Wild to see that visibility. It's now 0 visibility in the city. So where are we? As of 7 o'clock, we're waiting for the new update, 15.1. That would put us the 19th snowiest storm in New York City history. Is this going to be the top 10 or top 5? I don't know. I don't think we go there, but maybe we're in the running for top 10. And I think when you get to top 10, that's a real deal snowstorm. Still a very formidable snowstorm, but let's hit some records while we're at it. Some areas, by the way, are going to get 20 inches. We still have the blizzard warnings across the tri-state area, so much of really the entire Channel 11 viewing area from Ulster County down to Monmouth and Ocean County. And that's because the combination of wind for the next 3 hours and your visibility are all taking a hit. It's 0 in New York City, quarter miles up around Danbury and Wilton, and then you're half and quarter as you get out towards Long Island. Powerhouse band on the Sunrise Highway. It is still stacking snow in Islip. We get down towards the Garden State Parkway, Middletown Township, Route 35. As you get towards Atlantic Highlands, you're totally in the snow. 440 Staten Island's getting the snow, and then you go up the thruway, snowing as you get towards Albany. So far-reaching storm with the kind of components, the pieces of these heavier bands of snow sitting across the Connecticut River Valley. Look at all the lightning going on. A lot of lightning offshore. We didn't see much thunder snow. I know we had sanitation, I think, commissioner say that he heard some rumbles. Very possible, because overnight we did have a thunderbolt. So it's very possible that we had a little thunder snow in New York City. Another couple of inches to go with this storm as you get out towards Monmouth and Ocean counties. We'll say 1 to 3, maybe 2 to 4. Probably another solid inch as you get off towards the island. This is going to be an area from Torrington back through Stamford, mostly towards the west of Hartford. You could pick up another couple of inches. Maybe another storm on Wednesday, not as impactful. We'll talk about that and a nice thaw on the 7-day forecast. Stacey Ann will be with me. That's coming up in 10 minutes. All right, Alexa, how are we doing on the, well, I don't have to ask that question. Alexa?
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
I think Mike was going to ask me how we're doing on the roads, and yeah, you guessed it, not great. As the snow continues to come down, the plows are going through, but having a hard time keeping up. So here you can kind of see some of that pavement, traffic moving at a very slow pace, as it should be. And if you do not have to go out, please do not. There is a travel ban in effect right now in both New York City and New Jersey. New York City, you have a travel ban until noon today. New Jersey until noon as well. And they'll reassess the situation, see how traffic conditions and the roadways are shaping up. Nassau County, you have your traffic ban until 11, and Suffolk until noon. So just be prepared that you're not supposed to go out. And if you're an essential worker, you need to take it slow. Your CS and Staten Island Railroad currently suspended. Then your 1, 2, 5, 6, 7 GL, BD, FMJ, N, Q, and W. Almost nearly every single subway is delayed at this point, some significantly, severely delayed. We also have right now Express to Local running on your 3 and A. And last but not least, your 4 does have stops being skipped up there, up in the Bronx. So hello to our friends up over there. Long Island Railroad service is fully suspended. Moving along here to the Metro North, a bunch of changes. You have hourly schedule on your Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven line. Weekend schedule on Passaic, New Canaan, Danbury, and Waterbury. And then west of Hudson service on Port Jervis and Pascack Valley, you're currently suspended. Path Train, you have some delays and suspensions over there as well. NJ Transit currently suspended. MTA bus service, just expect some delays over there. Alternate side parking rules are suspended. Dan and Hazel, back to you.
All right, Alexa, thank you. 9:42 right now. One of the areas really getting pounded by this blizzard is Farmingville, Long Island.
Yes, and that's where we find our James Ford to kick off this half hour's coverage. And James, how are things looking out there? Because I know every time you kind of shovel and you show that the snow covers it real quick.
Yeah, that's true. And we were going to spare you shoveling this time. But what we can, although we can, but I think what we're really going to need to do is talk about these wind gusts, right? Because they continue. We've been, well, they are really continuing. Holy cow. In fact, near here, we had a recording in Stony Brook of 74 miles an hour for gusts. And Tony Mazza behind the camera as always. We'll look over this way. In fact, the farther over you look, yeah, let's head, there you go. You can really see the effect of these gusts. In addition to that, we just had sustained winds, well over 30 miles an hour. And we've had those kinds of conditions, I'd say, since about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. These are classic blizzard conditions, but man, they are punishing if you're out here. We, of course, come out, then get back in the warmth, and then come out again. Where all this is happening, all these electrical trucks here from out of state to help restore power, they are waiting for conditions to be such that they can go out. Despite the gusts that you're seeing and these high sustained winds, conditions are improving slowly but surely. And this is a testament to how they're not improving enough. This truck is still running, aspirationally feeling that they can eventually get out. That will happen, but the question is how soon, and that may be quite some time. We'll look over this way as well. This lot has actually been plowed out. So this is better than it had been, and it's still bad. It does look like before the day is over, we'll actually be able to get out of here. We certainly hope. But the conditions generally tough. There's no two ways about it. We're talking at least 20 inches of snow, which was recorded at Islip Airport 3 hours ago. So we're probably getting in the 2-foot deep range, and the winds and the low visibility still. We'll stay up to the minute for you. For right now, reporting live from Farmingville, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News.
Okay, James, thank you very much for keeping us posted out there. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We're going to have more live coverage of the historic blizzard coming your way after a quick break.
All right, some parts of New Jersey have been hit with 16 to 19 inches of snow, and it's not over. Folks.
Yeah, so joining us right now with the condition in Ocean County, where they're getting hit really hard, is Kevin Fennessy. He's the Chief Warrant Officer from the Office of Emergency Management. So, Kevin, good to see you.
Great to see you. Good morning.
Good morning to you. So we're seeing a whole lot of snowfall in Ocean County, right? So what are the conditions right now? What are the operations like to get people plowed out and back on the roads?
So the county road department, along with some partners of theirs throughout the county, have been out since the storm started, plowing streets. It's pretty tough right now, though. We're well past that 12-inch mark for snow that's here, and we're seeing a pretty big rise in calls like disabled vehicles and motor vehicle accidents.
Yeah, have your salt and sand crews, your plow crews, have they been able to keep up? Are you finding people are staying off the road so they can get their work done?
Throughout the night, they were keeping up well, and they're still keeping up, but the roads were empty. The state travel restriction did get extended till noon today, but we're finding that there's a lot of people on the roads right now.
Yeah, so what happens if you see somebody on the road and there's a travel ban? I mean, do they get ticketed? What happens to those folks who are driving and shouldn't be?
It's a suggestion from the state, basically, try to stay off the roads to help it, but there's no enforcement going on throughout Ocean County right now.
What about your emergency services right now? Are you seeing an increase in weather-related calls right now?
We are. So at this time, I believe the last stats I pulled, we had 65 calls regarding trees down throughout the county, 57 disabled vehicles, and 64 motor vehicle accidents. So emergency services aren't having any issues responding to those calls at this point. Thankfully, because of the county road department, most of our roads are all good, so we're not having any disruption, police, fire, EMS being able to respond to calls.
Yeah, I mean, are you seeing any issues storm surge-wise in terms of coastal flooding?
We did. We had some coastal flooding down the lower end of the county in West Creek, and we had some more on Long Beach Island, but it's more minor tidal flooding that usually the same areas are flooding.
Yeah, so give us the update on a power situation right now in Ocean County.
Last I looked, we had about 40,000 people that are out of power right now. JCP&L has both tree crews and line crews that are in from outside of New Jersey helping out. The wind, though, once the wind dies down a little more, they'll be able to increase their productivity a little more. But right now, I believe once they hit around 35 miles an hour, they won't go up in the air anymore.
All right, Chief Fennessy, I appreciate your time this morning. Keep us posted there, and keep safe to all the crews that are out there, keeping everyone else safe as well.
Great, thank you.
All right, and our weather team has been working hard tracking this blizzard's path.
Yeah, meteorologist Stacey Ann Gooden's going to have more on the coastal impacts that we were just talking about with the chief there. But first, let's check in with meteorologist Mike Masco on when the snow will start to wind down.
We're getting there. And back to Ocean County, the Toms River, there was a little flooding out in the Toms River in the Back Bay areas. But most of the flooding I saw was way down to the south. So good news is with this storm, coastal flooding wasn't a big deal. Wow, the visibility is still taking a hit in the city. 29 degrees right now, heavy snow. We got a northwesterly wind at 7, so we are into the 20s. It's still a very dense snowfall, and that's been the theme. I got a lot of reports in Howell Township of upwards of 20 inches. So was the case in Brick, and there's Toms River down there. Again, all your flooding is happening around Lavalette, Point Pleasant in this area. And as the storm kind of pulls away, you're going to still see some Barrier Island flooding as the system goes off to the east of us. But again, we're not talking about a major flood situation. Look at the band of snow. Rockland County into the city, Union City, back down to Edison. We're still snowing to beat the band. You get north of that, another impressive little impulse of snow coming out of Waterbury. That's going to take you down towards the Taconic and then 684 towards the George Washington Bridge. So we are still involved with the snow. There's your back edge, though, northwestern New Jersey back into the Hudson Valley. So that's the last hurrah. That's the caboose of the storm. We'll slowly push this thing off towards the east, and eventually we'll get back into some better weather conditions. Still taking a hit with visibility. 25 gusting to 40 has been the winds. And you can see on the satellite picture, there's the storm winking at us right now. We got a little bit of an eye feature. Stacey Ann will show you that coming up in a little bit, but certainly very impressive storm. So back to the original question, Dan. It took me almost a minute to explain. Here's the back edge of that. I'm long-winded. My apologies. We're looking at the back edge coming through around, say, 1 o'clock. I think it's going to be still snowing up around Rockland, mostly eastern sections of Orange County, and then watch how we kind of shove everything off towards the eastern shore of Suffolk County, and then I think even southern Connecticut could be involved. I think this is moving it a little too fast, but you get the theme. After 1 o'clock, everything is going to push off towards the east, and then eventually we're going to get into a cold night. Refreezing certainly on the table. This is going to not only exacerbate the situation with snow on the ground, but any kind of treatment will start to refreeze. And then we move the timeline into Wednesday. Had already a couple of questions on X, and they're saying, well, is this another storm? There could be some snow showers out there, but look at your ground temperatures. You're 32, 34 degrees, not expecting accumulations there, but to the north, there could be a slushy few inches. And honestly, Stacey Ann, haven't really looked at the Wednesday storm. Are you concerned at all on how that's playing out?
I'm always concerned if there's any little bit of snow. Remember, what we get today, and then you tack on some more snow on top of that, doesn't really help the situation. We are grateful to get temperatures that'll kind of melt things along during the daytime, but unfortunately will refreeze overnight. But as Mike has been talking about, we are starting to see that back edge come through. Right now, up until I say about noon, the heaviest, I think the heaviest will start to wind down at around the 10 o'clock hour, which is just approaching, right? Western New Jersey. And then it'll shift further east. So the further east you go, the longer it's going to take. Those steady bands are already starting to move through the area. As far as the steadiest or the heaviest is right around here, northeastern New Jersey, and that's going to continue to pivot further eastward. We've been talking about power outages, those strong wind gusts up to about 84 miles per hour. That's the highest I've seen so far, rivaling some of those hurricane force winds. And also, I think the second in line, about 74. Either way, those strong gusty winds will continue on up until about the noon hour. That's where I'm seeing the heaviest right now, or the highest amounts of wind gusts. Here, as you can see highlighted in yellow, that is your chance for power outages, and this is at around the 1:30 half hour this afternoon. So we're not out of the woods just yet with the power outage possibilities. And just to dovetail a little bit off of Mike, now between now and around noon, we'll start to see that edge come through further east. In the city, the Bronx, the 5 boroughs, we are expected to still get some snow moving through the area. Eastern Long Islanders, I'm sorry, you are going to be the last to see that clearing. Right up until I say around the 2 o'clock hour. We could even see some light flurries up until around 4, even up until 7 o'clock for the eastern edge of Long Island. So that's something that we're going to be tracking. So keep that in mind, because we are still expected to get a little bit of something later on this afternoon, but the worst will be over by then. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. And again, Wednesday, we're tracking that Clipper system, an icy mix for your Thursday. But you know what? Let's just get through this one, and then we focus our attention on the next. We'll send it back over to you guys.
Okay, Stacey, and thank you very much for laying all that out for us. Appreciate it. And stay with us, everybody. We're going to have another update on the big power outages that are happening across our area when we come back. And welcome back, everybody. What a shot that is, right? Many people across the tri-state area with no power this morning as this blizzard continues to hit us hard.
So here's the breakdown. Jersey Central Power and Light is reporting more than 75,000 customers without power right now. And PSE&G New Jersey has more than 3,400 customers in the dark. PSEG Long Island is reporting more than 15,000 customers impacted. And Con Ed says about 2,900 customers are without power in New York City and Westchester.
All right, so don't go anywhere as we continue to bring you live wall-to-wall team coverage, everybody.
We've got everything you need to know to weather this storm. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more on this blizzard right after the break.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right now we're hoping to finally get some relief from this blizzard as the storm starts to move out, but it is quite packed, quite a wallop.
We have our crews across the tri-state area keeping you up to date and informed, okay? Some places have already reported 17 inches of snow on the ground. Wow, we're going to check those conditions live and track the dangerous systems every move from our weather team as well in the Weather Center.
Plus, we'll have a live interview with New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill in our second half hour. The Garden State dealing with tens of thousands of power outages right now.
All right, everybody, good morning to you in the 10 o'clock hour on this very busy Monday morning as we bring you extended coverage of the blizzard of 2026. I'm Dan Manarino.
And I'm Hazel Sanchez, and we have crews spread out from the Jersey Shore across the 5 boroughs and on Long Island. We're going to check with them in just a moment. And Alexa Farah is going to have a check on the roads.
But first, meteorologist Mike Masco with the very latest forecast and the tracking of it all. Now, what do you expect, Mike, when you see these numbers? What's going on?
Well, I want to tell you first.
Yeah.
Now, we have to do usually a postmortem to say, is this officially a blizzard?
Okay.
Not only was it a blizzard, it was a blizzard in Teterboro, Newark, Islip, West Hampton had a blizzard for 5 hours. So this was a legitimate bona fide blizzard. And usually they do that assessment after storms from a historical context perspective. This is legitimate. That's why we're titling it the Blizzard of 2026. In terms of snowfall, I'm waiting for the updates for Central Park, but right now, 19th snowiest storm in New York City history at 15.1 at Central Park. Do we make a run for the top 5? We'll see how this shakes out, but some places right now are limping out of this storm with over 20 inches. We'll talk more about that in Maine weather. Blizzard warning still in play because of the visibility is taking a hit. We're a quarter mile. We're still 0 in Central Park, and we're actually looking at Giovanni Diaz's camera. He's in Times Square, which is like like a winter wonderland. White Plains up in the Rybrook area, winter wonderland, especially if you're close to Long Island Sound and your half-quarter mile visibility as you get around the Sunrise Highway. It will not stop snowing in Monmouth County right now. It will not stop snowing in Toms River. And these are areas that will get out of this storm 20 inches of snow. It's interesting to find still snow getting up around Chappaqua into Westchester County down towards, say, the Rye area, and then Bridgeport still totally inside the snow. So our system is now starting to move to the north. Where do we go from here? It's another inch to 3 inches down the Jersey Shore because this band will not quit. I mean, it's just crazy. Colts Neck, maybe 24 inches. And then you get up into the Hudson Valley, another little band in here that could pick up around 1 to 3 inches of snow. Bonafide blizzard is the theme of this weather hit. We'll talk more about maybe another storm on Wednesday. That's coming up in just a little bit. You know the storm's bad when Alexa Farrell's still here. And by the way, your overtime's been denied.
Oh, jeez. She's like, all right, see ya. Bye. No, you know it's bad if Mike's calling it a blizzard. That's, you know, he's always very even keel about that, right? Cautious, yes. So definitely blizzard conditions that we're seeing here on the Alexander Hamilton Bridge. So Major Deegan looks just a bit better. You can see some of that pavement. Looks like maybe a few cars down there. Cross Bronx Expressway still pretty white. So we were just seeing a bunch of cars. That travel ban is still in effect for New York City. Over here, that includes you on the Alexander Hamilton Bridge. And just giving people the opportunity to clear out the roads. Our crews, DSNY, the DOT, all of the people that need to be out there, and especially those essential workers too. Give them the opportunity to be safe on the roads, or as safe as possible. Right now, that travel ban is in effect until noon today for New Jersey and New York City. Also, Long Island, Nassau County, you have that until 11. Suffolk County, you are extended to noon as well. And we'll keep an eye. They're going to reassess and update as the day goes on. Well, we were going to take a look here at West Street. Let's see if we can get it. Nope, not happening. All right, maybe this one will work. Yep, subway, your C, S, and Staten Island Railroad currently suspended. We have a whole bunch of delays as well. Nearly every line seeing some sort of impact, so if you're taking the subway, just be prepared to go slow and be a bit delayed. Express to local on your 3 and A. And then over here, your 4 has stops currently being skipped. Dan and Hazel will send it back to you now.
All right, Alexa, thank you. I'm glad you're still sticking around to help everybody navigate some of this. Heavy snow and damaging winds, though, lashing out on both Nassau and Suffolk counties on Long Island. They're getting hit hard.
Yeah, a travel ban is still in effect for at least 2 more hours. Our James Ford is live in Farmingville with more on this. James, you've been reporting for us all around the clock, literally, and you're still stuck where you are because of this travel ban.
Yeah, that is very correct. And the travel ban makes perfect sense, right? We're here at the Hampton Inn in Farmingville. And yeah, you can see we're still getting these wind gusts. But we continue to see a few things change. Tony Mazza doing a yeoman's job behind the camera. Let's take a look over here, because here's what we're starting to see. Yeah, some of these crews that have come in from out of state to try and help restore power to the more than 15,000 homes that are without them here on Long Island, well, they're starting to dig out. They're starting to get ready to deploy, so there's a good sign. But boy, oh boy, you can see the conditions that they're working under. We still have these really high wind gusts. Long Island, especially here on the East End, really setting records for this storm, at least, with very high wind gusts, 84 miles an hour in Montauk, 74 miles an hour in Stony Brook, which is not far from here. And Mike keeps talking about snow totals. We've got new snow totals in Quogue, 23.5 inches recorded. And here in Suffolk County, a half dozen other communities with 20 inches of snow or more. And as you see, that snow continues to fall. And the result of that is what you see right here. This truck, yeah, it's stuck. It is stuck in that drift. It's still on. Hope the driver had indicated he's hoping to get out, but we'll see just how and when that can happen. Overall, these are the conditions we're talking about. They're still going to keep going. Stacey Ann and Mike continue to talk about how here on the east end of Long Island, we've got these conditions. that just won't quit for quite some time. But we will stay on these conditions throughout the morning and probably into the afternoon at the rate we're going. Reporting live from Farmingville, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that the power crew guys are there. It's just they can't get out. And that truck has been stuck since like before sunrise or before daylight. So that's incredible to see. Thank you very much, James, for your reporting out there. That poor truck. I mean, that's the story. If you try to hit the roads, that's what's going to happen, right? Because some of these streets are not cleared. Let's get a look at the conditions outside across the Hudson River.
Yeah, let's check in with PIX11's Jim Vassell. We'll take a look at his road cam right now. He is headed toward Long Branch, New Jersey. We're taking a live look from his car right now. This is on I-287 going eastbound. You see visibility is still poor and cars are really taking it slow. The travel ban still in effect right now until noon, yet cars are still on the road. Yeah,
it looks pretty busy right there on the side that he's traveling. On the other side of the highway, it looks like people aren't really traveling much, right? But clearly there is an issue. The travel ban is in effect until noon. We have Governor Mikey Sherrill, by the way, coming on at 10:30, so about 20 minutes from now, to get a full update on what's happening in the state of New Jersey, including the travel ban and when that's expected to be lifted, when NJ Transit might come back online, so on and so forth. But if you are out there, that was not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, some of the offices of emergency management were talking about how people weren't listening and then we're ending up on the side of the road in accidents. So really take it easy and stay home if you can.
Yeah, travel bans are one thing. And then we spoke to Governor Hochul a few hours ago where she was talking about the state of emergency in New York that remains in effect. And she said she has the power to extend that for quite some time, right, with roads closed and a travel ban in effect as well.
And that includes right here in the city. And PIX11's Giovanna Diaz continues our live team coverage from Times Square. And you are literally covered. You look like a snowman out there, Gio.
Hey, you guys, good morning. Yeah, it's much stronger now than it was when you first saw me about an hour ago. We've been talking about flight cancellations and delays and all of that fun stuff. I'm actually here with a gentleman and his son. They are visiting from
the UK. We're from Wales.
Tell me about your experience. You said you were supposed to leave the city, but
yeah, we were meant to fly out last night, and unfortunately the flight got cancelled. There's worse places to be stuck in the world, isn't there? And we woke up this morning, gone knee-deep in snow. It's his birthday tomorrow. He's 12 tomorrow, and he's just built the world's biggest snowman. He's having a ball, mate.
Is this your first time in the city?
It's his first time in the city. I've been before, but never like this.
Are you going to bring this one back to the UK?
Yeah, that's going in the suitcase, mate.
For sure. All right, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us.
No worries.
Thank you so much. You guys, I'll send it back to you. I know we have a lot to get through this morning, so I'm just going to toss it back to you, Dan and Hazel.
I love them. Okay, that was a big snow boulder he had there. All right, good stuff. All right, so we have special extended live team coverage of the blizzard, everybody, throughout the morning. Be sure to stay with PIX11 both on air, streaming on PIX11 Plus, online at PIX11.com as well.
And coming up, this storm has led to major power outages. We're checking the latest numbers coming up.
We're also going to hear from emergency management on whether New York City's travel ban could be extended. That live interview coming your way.
And this blizzard did major damage across New York State. Ahead, why Governor Kathy Hochul says right now it is the most dangerous time. We'll be right back. Yeah, road cam showing how messy those roads are right now. Flooding, though, and down power lines are major concerns for emergency operations.
Ira Tannenbaum is the Assistant Commissioner for External Affairs and Strategic Partnerships for New York City Office of Emergency Management, and he joins us now. So, Ira, good morning to you. I know you're really busy this morning, but thank you for making the time. Let's talk about this, and specifically how kind of the clearing operations are going out there for some of these streets that are out there.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. The clearing operations have been going as well as can be expected with so much snow coming down. Our partners at Sanitation have done an amazing job getting to more than 99% of the streets at least once over the course of the evening. But if the snow keeps coming, we're going to see some more through the course of the day. And it's been quite a lot of snow, so we're getting there.
What would you say is the hardest hit area right now?
So I don't have the numbers in front of me. I know that our friends in Staten Island got a significant amount of snow, and up in the Bronx as well. So across the city, once you hit a certain amount of snow, it's a lot across the board.
You know, Ira, the travel ban is supposed to expire at noon, but obviously with areas of the Bronx and Staten Island that are having real trouble getting that snow clear, do you anticipate, or is there conversation ongoing about that ban being extended?
We're always talking about the situation as it evolves, but it looks like the ban will expire at 12. I think the roads are really doing as well as possible. But a reminder, just because the ban expires doesn't mean everyone should rush out onto the road. Really, they're still slippery, so use caution. Take the opportunity to enjoy the snow and shovel out where you need to be. But try to stay off the roads even when the ban expires.
Yeah, at this point, though, what would you say is your main priority there from the command center?
Our main priority is supporting sanitation. Our partners in sanitation is getting out there, helping them clear, making sure that the roads are still clear for them to be able to move their vehicles, getting the crosswalks and the different areas of the city that need to be shoveled out, getting those cleared. We have an amazing group of snow laborers and partners who are out there shoveling. Community organizations are doing the shoveling, checking out, clearing the hydrants in front of their buildings. So really making sure we have access and making sure that people can get around as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you mentioned the Bronx and Staten Island. So does that mean you deploy more resources, or will be shifting resources to those areas?
Well, we work with sanitation, right? They're the ones who are going to deploy the resources as best as possible, but we're constantly monitoring, make sure we understand if there are any situations that come up that we can respond. We're working with Con Edison and PSEG and our utility partners, as well as the transportation folks, to make sure that they have the resources they need and can get where they need to go. So we'll get them there as quickly as possible. All
right. Thank you so much for that update. We appreciate your time this morning, and best of luck throughout the rest of this storm.
Thank you.
All right, it's 10:17 right now. With these blizzard conditions, we are now seeing a lot of power outages all across our region. We've been reporting.
Yeah, let's break it down. Okay, the worst right now is New Jersey. JCP&L reporting more than 73,000 customers without power. That's a big number, and it seems to be growing. PSE&G New Jersey has more than 3,400 customers in the dark. PSE&G Long Island reporting more than 15,000 customers impacted. And Con Ed says about 3,000 customers are without power in New York City and Westchester. Now, they did have a lot of crews, 6,000 crews out there to kind of help restore the power, but because of the conditions and some of these roads, the crews can't get where they need to go. So they're asking people to just be patient as they work to get that power back up and running.
Yeah. So here's something else that we have to remind you that you need to be careful of during the storm. New York Attorney General Letitia James, she's issued a consumer alert to be on the lookout for price gouging during this blizzard.
Yeah, James says that the state has laws against businesses hiking up prices on goods and services, right, during emergencies like the winter storm. She's asking residents, if you see it, to file a complaint with her office if any business is increasing their prices.
Now, residents can also call 1-800-771-7755. Violators can be fined up to $25,000.
Come on, don't be price gouging.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a storm.
It's fascinating, though, how much people went out like crazy lines around the block to get groceries.
I was at Trader Joe's. It was a madhouse on Friday afternoon. Anticipation of the storm. People, felt like they were going to be buried for a week. So there you go.
Hopefully that's not the case.
Snow shovels are not $80, Mike. No, if you see a snow shovel for $80, you got to better call it Tish James.
All right. A little earlier, Governor Kathy Hochul joined us here on the PIX11 Morning News by phone to update us how New York State is dealing with this blizzard.
Yeah, she says when it comes to the storm, the worst is pretty much here now, but New York is ready.
this is the dangerous part. It's not happening in the early part of it, the storm, but this is what we could expect later in the day. So that's what we've deployed. It's the 6,000 utility crews ready to be deployed. We have 2,000 snow plows. I brought in individuals and even repair people from Buffalo to come to downstate. So I made this a whole of a state response to downstate because of the less amount of equipment and experience in dealing with something that is much more commonplace up in Watertown or Buffalo.
So the governor says in Albany they have technology that allows them to monitor the weather on every few blocks in the entire state. That's impressive.
Yeah. They're also able, I was just doing some reading about, they're able to geotag bus stops because that was the big problem last time. They're able to geotag the bus stops and figure out where they need to go to shovel those out so people have a place to stand because the buses are running. But the problem is, people have nowhere to stand. They don't want them to stand in the street. And if you're sitting on the sidewalk, you can't get over the mound by the bus stop. So they geotag them to figure out what's shoveled and what's not.
But does it let you know, hey, don't go to that bus stop because it's a war zone?
Well, now you're asking questions I don't know the answer to.
Well, don't start conversations you can't finish. What did we learn? Well, I learned yesterday that the hot tubs that they melt the snow with are not really hot tubs.
Well, no, they're not.
They're 38 degrees.
Yeah, Mike.
James Ford knows everything about everything.
James Ford is a wealth of knowledge.
How did that happen?
Yes, he is.
How does a guy, and then it's me.
It's a cold plunge pool, actually, right?
You want to talk something really interesting about the storm? It is kind of a cold place, right? 38 degrees, are you kidding? So this storm has entered a phase of what's completely now fully phased. And the equivalents right here in the center, we just got a report near a buoy, 972 millibars. So when you put that as an equivalent to, like, say, a category hurricane, this would be the equivalent of a category 2 hurricane from a pressure reading perspective. So really fascinating what this storm is turning into, a total beast in the east. And then the buoys are now showing over almost 24-foot waves just to the north of it. So wild to see that storm as it's going to churn about up towards the Canadian Maritimes. It's still snowing in Midtown right now. Really pretty stuff. 29 degrees. We still have the winds now northwesterly at 6, so there's a wind chill factor into this at 23. It will not stop snowing on 195 as you get down towards Manchester right now. Howell Township, you get up into the Old Bridge area. Newark Airport, you're back into zero visibility because of the snow ban up towards Nutley. Patterson also involved. And then you get up towards Phillipstown. This band has just been sitting. And what's happening right now, the band is waiting for this low, which I just showed you, to kind of nudge its way off towards the east. Once that happens, we'll get back into the clearing line. You're done snowing right now in Warren and Sussex County. Pike County, you can also add yourself to the mix on that. Maybe a couple of flurries, but the back edge is coming. And it's going to, again, it's working out exactly how we forecasted. We said by 12 o'clock, we'd see the back edge swinging through the area. The winds are not dying down, still gusting to 50 as you get out into the island. So the visibilities are still a bit of a problem. So there's your low. Here's the last kind of the caboose of the storm that's going to be through here at 1 o'clock. I think there's going to be a lot of flurry noise as you get towards the north. Probably still snowing in Southampton, Sag Harbor, as you get into the Montauk area, and maybe another little band that sits over, say, Lavalette, back down towards Point Pleasant Beach, up around Atlantic Highlands, Long Branch as well. We had Jim Vassell, I think, running towards Long Branch. And hopefully, Jim, if you're listening, get some video of the ocean, because when you have a Cat 2 equivalence in terms of a pressure reading, that type of wind and pressure energy, which is completely completely pushing down in the Atlantic, is propagating waves in all sorts of directions. So we could be talking about 10-foot plus breakers coming ashore. Then it gets cold tonight. And Stacey Ann, I guess, we go to 20-something degrees. Anything that melted is going to go right over to ice tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what? To speak to your point, what you said, 972 millibars, right? Is that what you reported?
Oh, that's pretty. It's the Weather Service in Mount Holly right there.
Yeah, and speaking of the National Weather Service, I just got some word in that it went as low as 966 millibars. That was of 7 a.m. That happened 7 a.m. this morning, and this happened when you compare yesterday over the last 24 hours, I should say, starting at 1,007, it dropped 41. So it's speaks to the bombogenesis that we've been talking about. So nice update on that. Thanks so much, Mike. Now, when you look at those steady heavy bands moving through the area. We're now still seeing it. Eastern end of Long Island, you will be the last to see the snowflakes. And then further west across northeastern New Jersey, stretching further ways down in toward parts of Monmouth, even Middlesex County, we are seeing those heavy bands. We're talking 1 to 2 inches still per hour. That's possibly falling right now as we speak. And just to give you some updates, we're still updating totals as we speak. North Wantagh, 17.1 inches. Tell me about it. I know. And then if you're in Mystic, 18.5. So far, the highest we've seen was at Islip at 20 inches. James Ford is out there reporting that as well. And we are going to continue to bring you the latest as far as snowfall amounts. Glen Ridge, 16 inches have fallen so far. And that was just last couple of hours. That was like maybe during the 6 o'clock hour. So it's already almost 10 or past 10. You can add to that. Power outages. This is where we're going to see some of the higher gusts coming through for this afternoon, 2 p.m. I see it winding down, though, or getting a little bit less intense after about 12 o'clock. And as Mike mentioned, we got those winds gusting. This is at around the 12 o'clock hour, so that's where we'll still see a lot of those winds really picking up and the potential for wind damage thereafter. There's a look at your 7-day forecast. Yes, blizzard-like conditions continues through, even when the snow is done falling. Remember, there may be some blowing snow to have to contend with. Alexa Farrell now with traffic.
All right, Stacey Ann, thank you so much. We talked about it a bit earlier, the George Washington Bridge shot. Mike was asking for it, but we couldn't see. It was just kind of a whiteout earlier. Now we can take a look at least the road. You can't see the bridge, but that gives you an idea of just how bad conditions are out there. So you have that decreased visibility. With the snow still coming down, it is whiteout conditions, and the road's not clear. There seems to be a plow over there, but you can't see any pavement in this shot. You just kind of have a few cars floating on through, but just the minimal amount of cars that we are seeing over there is good, because you don't want to be out there. Let the crews go and clean up, and if you're an essential worker, let them be out on the roads. New York City have a travel ban until noon today. New Jersey also under a travel ban until noon. Nassau County, you have that travel ban till 11, and Suffolk County is till noon as well. Taking a look here. Oh, this camera shot's still not working. It was just working a moment ago for me. Let's see if the next one will work. Okay, well, Sunrise Highway over in Manorville was completely covered in snow. It was really a significant show over there, but I'll just have to take my word for it. Service is fully suspended on the LIRR. Right now, Metro North has hourly schedule on your Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven lines. Weekend schedule on Passaic, New Canaan, Danbury, and Waterbury. And west of Hudson, service on Port Jervis and Pascack Valley is suspended. On your PATH train, few suspensions going on, as well as some 20-minute schedules, so changes over there as well. NJ Transit is fully suspended. And last but not least, MTA bus service is just a bit slow. Some of the buses are out of service, so if you are waiting out for the bus, be sure to bundle up, because you may be out there a bit longer than normal. Ferries, most ferries are suspended at this point. Staten Island ferry is still running on time, or maybe a bit delayed, but alternate side parking rules are suspended as well. Dan and Hazel, oh yeah, all that. Sending it back to you now.
After hearing all that, you really got to feel for the folks that need to get out today. The frustration they must be going through. We're feeling your pain. And
you saw the roads. They're
think about it.
Not roads, they're just snow.
The fact that some of this stuff is up and running is because the trained people, the folks who work there, they got to get going. People at hospitals, nurses, doctors, emergency personnel, NYPD, FDNY, they all got to get to work.
And the roads are closed. Some of the trains are not running. It's just, I know, very frustrating. All beyond our control at this point, though, as this blizzard continues. But Alexa, thank you. Still ahead, we're going to head back over that GWB, that lovely mess you just saw. We're going to head out to New Jersey.
Yeah, we heard from New York Governor Kathy Hochul, and now we're hearing the latest from New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill when we come back.
And then we're going to get out on the ground in Mahwah as we bring our Jay Dow into the fold this morning. That's all coming up after the break.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
Yeah, as you can see, the snow continues to pile up all across our area. It's been falling as fast as crews can clear it. We have live team coverage across the tri-state area this morning. Good morning to you, and thank you so much for sticking with us here on the PIX11 Morning News as a blizzard moves through our area. I'm Hazel Sanchez.
Yeah, I'm Dan Manarino, and you can see just from that camera how the snow is still falling and it's still kind of encapsulated on that lens right there. The road's no doubt dangerous, and there are major cancellations and delays on public transit. So Alexa Farrell monitoring the situation for us on the roads and rails for us this hour.
Yeah, but first let's check in with meteorologist Mike Masco with the very latest on the storm. What you need to know. Where are we right now, Mike?
So we verified the blizzard. Usually we have to wait with these storms. Usually they'll tell us about a week later. And this actually verified not only at like 1 or 2 airports. We had airports from Westchester to Teterboro to LaGuardia to Islip Airport all verified the same duration of wind speed, visibility. So this was a bona fide blizzard. We can actually put this in the history books as the blizzard of 2026. Still have blizzard warnings, and that's for the entire Channel 11 viewing area from Ulster County down towards Ocean County. Take that east. I actually thought at this point we'd start to chisel this away over northwest New Jersey, but we're still involved in these visibilities that are taking a hit. It's starting to come up in Orange County at 6, but a goose egg. You can't see anything in the city. We had Christine in the Bronx say her daughter was trying to get to the 7 train or whatever it was, or the 4 train, and just gave up because it's just so bad out there. And then you get out to the island, you get about half mile visibility with varying in intensity of snow. We still have this pretty good supercharged band around West Hampton Beach, out towards the Montauk area, and then you take that southeast into the places like Old Bridge and Millstone. Middlesex County involved in this supercharged band, and it's still ripping snow all the way up into Bergen County, Hillsdale to Patterson. You jump into Rockland County. We're rocking and rolling with this band right now up towards Chappaqua and 684. So we'll watch these little pockets of mischief with this storm as it's still pushing off towards the east. Showed you this earlier, and it's interesting, the areas that we still have snow going on, we could probably tack on another 1.5 inches in Colts Neck, which is already at 22 inches. Is it possible somebody in central Monmouth County, Freehold in particular, could get to 2 feet? Over 2 feet? Yeah, it's certainly possible. And then that other band up around Fairfield County we'll be watching pretty closely. A couple of things in this forecast that will evolve moving forward is Wednesday. There is something of concern in some parts of the area wintry-wise, and a thawing shall commence on the 7-day forecast. Do a little more snow tracking coming up a little bit. We'll send it back to you.
Mike, thank you. And so we've been telling you how the highest number of power outages have been in New Jersey.
Yeah, now joining us now on the phone to talk about that is New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. So good morning to you, Governor. Thanks for taking the time on this very busy Monday morning.
Well, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, so how are conditions right now? I mean, obviously you have extended the travel ban. How are things shaping up right now, and do you think you might have to extend it even more?
Well, as you just said, we extended the travel ban until noon today. That was after I met early morning with our emergency managers to hear that streets were still incredibly dangerous, still having whiteout conditions with the snow still coming down, plus that wind leading to those whiteout conditions. We also were having trees and branches come down as expected with this heavy, wet snow and high winds. So we've got the tree people out on the streets, taking down those trees, removing those branches, making the streets safe. We've still got plows going through. We're digging out as the snow is still falling. Snow is still falling across our state. Freehold reached 2 feet first. Perth Amboy is close behind, but the snow's still coming down. They may get another inch or two, and still having those heavy, high winds. So that's why I said, look, people got to stay off the street till at least noon. We're going to have another meeting, and we'll assess how the roads are and what the guidance is going forward.
Okay, yeah, Governor, we're actually looking at live images of I-287 right now where you saw a car that was spun out. Emergency crews were on the scene there. So obviously the roads are dangerous to drive in. The question about New Jersey Transit, we were talking to Chris Calori last night about how things are going to shape up in terms of getting everything back online and up and running. What is a timeline, realistically speaking, for that to happen so people can stay off the roads? Is it tomorrow?
Well, Chris is our part of our emergency team, as you can imagine, with New Jersey Transit and the Turnpike Authority. So I'll be meeting with him in just a few minutes, really, to hear exactly about what their assessment is. The last we spoke, some of the power was still down on the line, so that was the first area of business, getting the power back up. And then it's really digging out and getting crews to work because, as you know, we've got the state roads. That's what I'm totally focused on, are our state roads. We've got the Turnpike. That is a necessity. That is our artery through the state and how we get emergency vehicles around. But that is, that is not the only road in New Jersey. We've got all these back roads, some of which are under about 2 feet of snow.
Wow.
So the concerns there are getting people to work.
Yeah, and what about these power outages? You have massive power outages all across the state right now. What kind of assistance will you be getting on top of what we already have in the state to get the power back up and running for so many households out there?
Well, unfortunately, we were worried. I was worried this would be a problem, given the fact that we knew this was going to be heavy snow and a lot of it, combined with really heavy winds. So those two things, generally in the Garden State, we're now called the Garden State for nothing. We have a lot of trees. And so those two things were going to lead to a lot of trees coming down. And that is what we've seen, which is why even before the storm started, our utility companies had called in a bunch of utility workers. We had over 5,000 utility workers pre-deployed across the state. It's why they've been able to get over 130,000 people restored back to power. We still have a significant number of people without power. They are working on that now. And I'll say most of that is in the JCP&L area because that's where the significant storm, the most significant aspects of the storm and wind have been. But PSE&G has released their workers to help out, as well as that mutual aid, people coming in from Ohio and the like, to take care of this.
Yeah, Governor, I know you're up against the clock here, and I appreciate your time here. But state of emergency obviously going to remain in effect. You said the travel ban will be assessed closer to the noon hour. But you're anticipating that school should be closed tomorrow, government offices closed tomorrow. Or are you anticipating things kind of coming back online?
I'm going to have this meeting. As I mentioned, we have throughout the day we have continued meetings with emergency managers. As soon as I get off this, I got one more hit, and then I'm going to get on with the emergency managers. But I have to say, looking outside now, with a foot or two of snow in most parts of the state, I anticipate we'll see significant closures tomorrow as well.
Okay, well, keep us posted. Thanks again for taking the time out of your busy schedule to update us on conditions in New Jersey.
Thanks so much. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
All right, it's 10:39 right now, and we know New Jersey has been dealing with high snow totals, as we just saw.
Yeah, so let's get to Jay Dow. He is live for us in Mahwah, New Jersey, where there is a heck of a lot of snow that has accumulated. Jay, you just heard from the governor there, kind of reassessing this travel ban at the noon hour and the state of emergency and how things can take a real long time before they get back to normal. How's it in Mahwah?
It's bad, Dan.
Yeah.
It's bad. And it took me about 20 minutes to get to this location. As you can see, we're right on Route 17, and I'm going to ask Colin to pan over. We've got 275 miles of county roads here in Bergen, and the county department has 110 employees that are constantly out here trying to stay ahead of this storm, not doing no one is doing a great job at that right now because the snow is coming down at such a clip. I was up at 6:30 this morning plowing everything. I spent 90 minutes out there. By the time I finished, it looked like I hadn't been out there at all. So yeah, the travel ban that is statewide that we just heard from the governor. I just spoke with the county executive's office, and they are hoping that ban would extend beyond because they need everyone off the road so that they can try to keep it clear. It's not just about the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 inches of snow that you'll find in an open area. It's the snow drifts that you have to worry about as well. The snow drifts are, the snow that's packed up against some steps or a garage or your car. Sometimes it can be 2 to 3 feet. Be careful when you finally do get out there to start shoveling because this stuff is heavier than it looks. Dan, Hazel?
Yeah, how are the roads, though, when you were on them on your way over to your location right now?
Yeah, they were bad. They were bad. I mean, I have a little EV car, as you guys know, right? I left that at home.
I would hope so.
Because I would have been like flipped over on my back with the legs in the air. You know what I mean?
No, we don't want that.
Stuck somewhere.
So what you're saying is you took your four-wheel drive vehicle to work.
I brought the truck out. Absolutely, Dan.
Okay.
Absolutely. And even then, you know, had to drive 15, 20 miles an hour. You had to take it slow because regardless of whether or not you have four-wheel drive, stopping distances are still something that you have to keep in mind regardless of what kind of vehicle that you're in.
Okay.
So, you know, slowing it down 50 feet before a stop sign or a traffic light is what you have to do. Doesn't matter if you have four-wheel drive or eight-wheel drive, you still have to stop.
Right. But so did you get to my house with the snowblower or no? No? Okay, got it.
Yeah, I did.
Right, okay.
And you had Liv out there, and I was wondering, what kind of dad are you? So
are you aware of child labor laws, Dan?
Oh, man.
Come on. All right, Jay.
Right. Like, what are we doing?
All right,
what are we doing right
Jay.
now?
All right, Jay, we'll check back with you in a little bit. All right, take a look at this video right now. A transformer sparking. This is Dyker Heights, Brooklyn. Officials say they got a call a little bit before 1:30 this morning about that sparking on 13th Avenue between 70th Street and Bay Ridge Avenue. Con Ed was called. Crews were able to quickly get the situation under control. Fortunately, though, no reports of any injuries.
Wow, yeah, that is something to look at there. We have a special extended live team coverage of this blizzard. We're not going anywhere, okay? So be sure to stay with us right here on air, streaming on PIX11 Plus and online at PIX11.com. And this is important because we want to hear from you as well, everybody. You've been sharing a lot of your pictures of this blizzard.
Yeah, we're going to have some of the best pics coming up. Don't go away. All right, welcome back. We are working to learn what caused this. A plow truck filled with salt to crash during the blizzard. It happened on busy Sunrise Highway in Bayshore, Long Island, late yesterday evening. Police say they rescued the driver from that truck. Thankfully, he was not hurt. Parts of Sunrise Highway were closed as hazmat teams cleaned up that diesel fuel from the road. What a mess.
Wow, that is something.
Yeah, but thankfully he wasn't hurt.
Yeah.
All right, and you know, our reporters, they've been getting amazing pictures. So many of you have sent in. And Calorama's joining us now to show some of the best ones that you picked up there.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Well, we keep airing all morning. You know, scan the QR code on your screen or just go to PIX11.com photos and you can share your photos from your backyard. We want your eyes and ears on this storm. Right. And our viewers are the best because, honestly, people are enjoying the storm. I want to show you some of these pictures. Let me start with Angela Batista. Sent her snowman from Ozone Park. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Nice.
How good?
That's a good one.
Isn't this impressive for this early in the storm?
Okay, Angela.
Right? And that's some good snow quality to get those, the parts of the snowman body to stick like that. I'm impressed, Angela. Good job. We're impressed. Keep them coming. So that's out of Ozone Park. Next up, LaToya Brooks sent us some photos of the kids playing in the snow. Look at these kiddos.
So fun.
This is last night in Staten Island, so they got out there early. You know I love the Snow Angels.
Yes. You know I love them too.
They got out there early, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that today as the snow calms down. Next, we want to show you a beautiful scene from the West Village. This is what it's all about in the city. Do you see those people far in the picture walking in the middle of the street?
That is something.
That is what it's all about. You got the tree-lined streets. It's not disrupted. There's no yellow or brown snow.
It's the fresh one, yeah. Fresh
Yelena Falk, we so appreciate you. We hope you're enjoying your walk. I've seen so many pictures like this. It's just pretty and fresh and not dirty yet.
I know.
All right, our next is a video, and it comes from Peter Plesia. I hope I'm saying your last name right. The pups playing in the snow. I mean, these dogs are so happy. This is at a park slope, and there's just so much powder and fluff that they're just like bouncing all around. I've seen so many dog photos. It was hard to pick just one, honestly.
cute.
And so we have one more. This is from the Bronx. I want to show you this really quick. I think we have it for you. No? Guys, we doing it? Well, the last dog I picked was from Alaska.
Oh, nice.
And so
The
you
dog
can just
was
tell.
from Alaska?
Yes, and here in the Bronx now.
That's
just
amazing.
chilling.
So he's like in his glory.
But can I just do my own PSA? I know those were all happy pictures, but can you please pick up after your dog?
Yes.
Oh, no
I can't take it.
Yes,
No
I know.
kidding.
I know.
We
Last
have a
storm,
warm week on tap after the storm, so of course after it all melts,
Yeah.
there.
you're
right
stepping
after
in
the-
it.
Yeah,
you are
right after
stepping in
this
it.
last storm, when you realize like all that had not been picked up.
Yes.
Oh, it's just
yes.
awful.
Yes, let's keep the beauty of the storm going. And here's what
Please
we
do.
want you to do.
Yeah.
Scan the QR code or just go to PIX11.com/photos also works. And then you can upload your photo. You just say your name, where you're from, give a shout out, and we'll say it right here on the air.
I like it. I love it.
Be a part of our coverage.
Yes.
Come on.
Keep that. I'm still impressed by that snowman.
I
That was a
know,
good snowman.
right?
I'm struggling to make snowmen. All right, thank you, Cal.
Do you want to come sledding with me and my kids later?
I would love to send Olivia sledding with you guys. All right, we are on a weather alert right now with everything you need to know, okay?
Yeah, this blizzard creating nasty conditions for the tri-state area right now.
Alexa Farrell will have updates on the roads. The travel ban is in effect both here in New York City and in New Jersey and on Long Island, but meteorologist Mike Masco taking a look at your forecast.
All right, so Bob over in Staten Island sent this to me. He walks out of the house. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Dan, pay attention. Look how much snow in Staten Island.
Wow.
I mean, I'm looking at this going, is this Sweden? You know, Norway? I mean, that is a lot of snow. I think we verified over 2 feet of snow. I would say, right? I mean, there's the car top, and then it's all snow. Wow. I mean, what a storm. As you look out towards the George Washington Bridge, we're right back to zero visibility. It's 29 in Manhattan. Northwesterly wind at 6, gusting to 33. So we're still in that blizzard criteria. How about the storm itself? It's a 972 millibar low just sitting off of Buzzards Bay. We have wave heights that are hitting now 24 feet to the north. So, and Stacey Ann actually corrected me. 960 was the newest measurement. So that's going to put you from an equivalence to a hurricane, because that's easier to probably regurgitate, this would be probably a Cat 2 type of storm off the coast. And of course, you saw the consequences of that. And Staten Island, 440 is probably a nightmare as you run into Staten Island, cross over the bridge and get towards Bayonne. Still pouring snow up around Hillsdale, Paramus, Mahwah. Route 17 is a very tough drive, and then you get out to the island. Starting to see it fade a little bit, and what's happening is this big band sitting over eastern Suffolk County is kind of ripping the snow away from Bridgeport down towards Port Jeff. So it's varying in intensities depending on where you are. 22 gusting over 30 now, right now. White Plains is gusting to 50, so we're still inside this blizzard-like conditions, and that will remain the case at least until lunchtime when we'll start to get the back edge of this storm starting to move through. In fact, just some residual showers, snow showers at that across Suffolk County. And then here comes the cooler air, colder air for tonight with a refreezing expected to happen. Now, Wednesday morning, there's another little ripple, an impulse of energy that comes through here. That's why we are forecasting some snow showers across the area. There could be a slushy accumulation north of the city, but let's deal with one storm at a time. All right, we'll put a pin in this one. We'll send it back to Dan Manarino, Hazel Sanchez. All the above.
You okay?
All the above.
Okay.
All the above.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. All right. Coming up, our live team coverage of the blizzard continues.
And this just wasn't a snowstorm, right? There were also wind gusts, like Mike was talking about, over 50 miles an hour in places where we found some of those downed trees. We're going to get back out and take a look at some of the area that was impacted when we come back. Looking live at 42nd and 2nd. I got to say, this building management, by the way, they keep our sidewalks real clear. So they do a great job over here on 42nd and 2nd. Take a look at this, okay, what the storm did over on Staten Island. The homeowner on the South Shore estimated 4 inches of snow had already fallen by this time the video was shot last night. And then obviously they got a heck of a lot more after that.
The blizzard hitting close to home for us here at PIX11. Take a look at this. This tree came down right outside the PIX11 studios late last night. This is on 42nd and 2nd Street near 2nd Avenue. The area is now roped off with caution tape. Fortunately, the tree did not hit any cars, and there are apparently no injuries. So thank goodness for that.
Yeah, I saw it this morning when I was coming in.
But wow, that's insane.
Yeah.
A big tree also came down in a blizzard on Park Avenue. Look at that one. Wow, that's huge too. This is a citizen video of that scene. This is on the Upper East Side. Again, No reports of any injuries, thankfully. I mean, we've been very lucky.
And the trees down, that could really mean power outages. So let's talk about them, right? We're seeing a lot of them across our region.
You know, the worst right now is in New Jersey. Jersey Central Power and Light now reporting more than 63,000 customers. Yes, 63,000 customers without electricity. PSE&G New Jersey has about 3,500 customers without power. PSEG Long Island is now reporting more than 17,000 customers impacted. And Con Ed says nearly 3,000 customers are without power here in the city and in Westchester. So with these blizzard conditions slamming the tri-state area, AAA has some guidance for residents all across our region.
So here we go. First, obviously stay home and off the roads if you can. For those who have to go outside, be sure to charge those cell phones, portable chargers, because we are seeing, like we just reported, a lot of power outages.
Also, clear your car's tailpipe. You don't want deadly fumes to back up into your car. Remove snow and ice from your vehicle before you hit the road, too. And lastly, slow down. Keep a safe distance between you and the car ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, Jay was talking about that, right? The stopping distance between cars if you have to go out. All right, everybody, you are watching special storm coverage right here on PIX11 of the Blizzard of 2026. We're going to be right back with more team coverage after a quick break.
And New York Living will return tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll be right back. Right now on the PIX11 Morning News, the flakes still falling. A massive blizzard slams the tri-state area overnight and now into the late morning hours. When will it end? Our team of meteorologists are tracking the very latest.
Travel restrictions remain in effect due to dangerous conditions on the road. We're live from Long Island to New Jersey with a look at the damage done and cleanup efforts now underway.
And mass transit snarled by the severe weather. Cancellations and delays across the board. We're live this hour with the president of New Jersey Transit as his agency completely suspended service until conditions clear. The PIX11 Morning News at 11 starts right now.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
Okay, everybody, you're watching a special edition of the PIX11 Morning News here in the 11 o'clock hour as we continue to cover this blizzard of 2026 on this Monday, February 23rd. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're all home safe and sound. I'm Dan Manarino.
And I'm Hazel Sanchez. Stay home if you can.
Yeah.
We're going to keep you updated on what's happening outside. We are just an hour away right now from the travel ban being lifted here in the 5 boroughs, and that's at noon today. A similar travel ban on Long Island in Nassau County just expired. Now, restrictions remain in effect for Suffolk County and parts of New Jersey. Officials urging everyone stay home.
No need to go out, right? Schools are closed. A full classic snow day for New York City students. No remote learning. More than 39 million people across the Northeast are under that blizzard warning. And it's not just snow, okay? Coastal flooding, widespread power outages, and thousands of canceled flights to talk about.
Yeah, we have team coverage for you this morning from Long Island to New Jersey with a team of live reporters standing by. We are also live this hour and throughout the day with city and state officials on road closures, transit suspensions, and what the travel ban will mean for you. But first, let's get to meteorologist Mike Masco with the very latest on the blizzard.
I think that was Jim Vassell in the car, right?
Yeah, Jim Vassel's right. He was driving along 287 earlier. I'm not sure where he was.
He's going to Long Branch.
But there was a car that was spun out on that highway. I don't know if you saw the emergency crews there earlier, Mike, just to kind of show you the conditions.
Right, but you know what's interesting? Well, we're at that point, late February into March, that the sun angle becomes an issue. I'm sick of looking at myself, too. I got news. The sun angle becomes a thing with the roadways, so that means that we got a little more solar penetration happening to the roads. That's why it's actually looking a little bit better versus the last storm where it was an Arctic tundra right after the snowfall. Nonetheless, it doesn't change the narrative on the blizzard warning. We still have the blizzard warning across the entire Channel 11 viewing area, and that's because the winds have not let up. We're on the backside of this big beast in the east that continues to spiral up to the north, and until it gets further north, I don't think the winds and visibility get better. I mean, it's getting a little better, but we're still quarter mile, 0 in White Plains, quarter mile as you get up into Fairfield County, Connecticut, and still snowing on the southern state towards the Montauk Highway. Brookhaven's involved. Jim Vassell would be going this way. He's probably getting on the Garden State Parkway. We'll take a look and see what that looks like. And here's Long Branch right in here. That's all the way down towards Toms River. I will say that band that was sitting over central New Jersey, it's kind of starting to break up a little bit as there's some dry air trying to punch into the storm. Hillsdale, you're saying right now, I don't know what you're talking about. Bergen County is still getting rocked, and you are getting rocked with the snow. You could take that up into Rockland County itself, Shelter Island, fully involved in the snow. Look at the thunder snow the last 12 to 24 hours. Even had some lightning strikes in Brooklyn from this storm. It was interesting because if we had all this lightning, which is denoted by the storm energy, if that was shifted even further west, we might have had, the 5th, 8, 6, 7, top 10 biggest snowfalls in New York City. But I think we just missed it. Still a big storm, but historically speaking, interesting nonetheless. Where are we going from here? It's another inch or so. And I think this band, Colts Neck, how much more snow do you want to get at this point? It's 24 inches you hit in Freehold. So we could pick up another inch or two. Some enhancement over Suffolk County. Watch this area up around Dutchess County into, say, the Litchfield Hills. That may be an inch. We may see the brightening of the sky late this afternoon, especially west of town. We'll stay into the 30s, and then a cold night tonight. Refreezing a concern. And, by the way, Wednesday could get interesting, especially north and west of town. Full look at the weather coming up.
Mike, thank you very much. So obviously listening to Mike there, it could get worse in some areas before it gets better when we're talking about what's happening on Long Island and Nassau and Suffolk counties. They have some of the highest snow totals in the tri-state area.
Yeah, James Ford is live in Farmingville with a live look at how it is looking there. James, you've been there all morning long. Has it improved at all since you've been there?
Yeah. The good news is it has improved. We are still getting snow, as you can see, but we are getting less snow, and we're still getting sustained winds, as you can see, but they're not as strong, and we're still getting wind gusts. Right now, we're out of a gust, so that's good news. But then you got what we have in the foreground. You may recall this truck here had been stuck in the snow since about 5:30. Well, guess what? We gave the driver a hand and a shovel. That's been moved. But in front of it, these massive utility trucks that are here to help restore power can't get out. In fact, you can see they're digging out that truck, trying to dig it out right now. That's that truck. And then there are multiple ones behind it. yeah, this travel ban is serious. If those guys can't get out and move, you know what? In your SUV or sedan at home, you can't either. So all the more reason to stay at home today as long as you can, because you love this weather. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
This is beautiful.
Well, yeah, you should have been here 4 hours ago.
Buffalo, New York, working at the stadium.
Hold on.
No.
Okay. She's saying she's from Buffalo, though, where they're used to these kinds of conditions. But guess what? In some ways we are as well, right? But this has been really a big one out here on Long Island. Let's talk some snow totals while we take a look at more digging out. In Quogue, 23.5 inches recorded, and that was in the 6 o'clock hour. So we're probably talking close to 25, definitely over 2 feet there. We have 6 different towns here in Suffolk County that got more than 20 inches, and East Meadow in Nassau County got more than 20 inches, and all those snow totals were recorded hours ago, and we're still getting snow. And I mentioned that the gusts had stopped. Well, guess what? They're back. Here we are. In fact, you can really see over there Tony Mazza behind the camera. Yeah, just showing how the gusts are affecting things, how the nonstop snow for more than 24 hours has been affecting things. We're going to just stay on it throughout the day and keep you updated up to the minute as always. But at least there's some digging out. Reporting live from Farmingville, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News. And now let's toss to Gio, who's in a much different location in the city. Gio?
Hey James, let me tell you, I always say that I feel like I always get the most fun assignments. Someone messaged me on Instagram saying, hey Jill, are you going to go sledding this time around? I was like, no, I'm not doing that because that's repetition. We don't repeat stuff. Maribel is here and Fabiana is over there. I told them, you guys want to fight with me? That's the vibe here in Times Square, you guys, because it's so much more fun than I feel like I'm not gonna win this fight here, you know, but that's the energy. I guess I just lost my snowball fight.
Oh my gosh.
She okay?
Just fell.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my gosh.
Wow, they're tough. They are tough.
She's focused. She's focused.
She got you.
She was passing by, and then
hilarious.
she was like, "What are you doing there?" I was like, "Do you want to?"
She's relentless.
Do you want to fight with me? She was like, "Sure, let's go, let's go." So I feel like I'm having way too much fun here.
My birthday celebration.
It's your birthday today? Oh my God! Happy birthday! Oh
Happy
my God!
birthday.
I love it.
Just guess.
My birthday was just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, his was the 15th.
I don't know, how old are you? Tell me.
60.
She's 60. She
Wow,
just turned 60.
she looks great.
And I just turned 25.
Yeah.
So I guess
But
you're
in my heart, I'm 25.
so am I.
This is for you.
And she's tough. I like she is
That's
tough.
the energy here out in Times Square. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, and I need to fight
Go ahead,
back
go do
here a
your
little
thing.
bit. So I'm gonna just send things over to who.
Justin.
I'm gonna toss to. I believe it's Justin. Is that Justin that I should toss to?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'm sending things over to Justin in New Jersey.
Justin's safer in New Jersey.
Hey there, we are now here in Seabright, New Jersey, more of the downtown area. As you can see here, some good news. The streets are being plowed. Lots of blacktop considering what we've seen most of the morning here off Ocean Avenue. So they're making progress here, but as quickly as they are plowed, the snow comes right back. Looking right down Center Street there, a neighborhood street, the plows are hitting that area too. But as we look all around here in Seabright, you can see just why that state of emergency is still in place. We have been lashed with wind and snow throughout the morning here, and also that state of emergency also extends with that travel ban too, also in place now until at least noon, now just minutes away A driver came by a short time ago, and he is telling us that he is at home right now with a 6-month-old baby with no power, and he is hearing the lights may come back on for them maybe around 7 tonight if he's lucky. Still a long way to head for him. That's why the governor is urging everyone to not trust these conditions, saying to stay indoors, stay home if you can while the work continues out here on the roads and streets at this hour. We can tell you, too, of course, schools across New Jersey closed for today, making it easier for crews to get out there and do the job that they have to do. Here in Monmouth County, already they have slotted about 10,000 tons of rock salt just in case for their roads out here. And we know as well that crews have been working around the clock to keep these roads clear. But as we look at this storm, it has been ferocious throughout the morning. It's not done yet. And so that means the work continues for these crews who have been working now around the clock. We are live here in Seabright, New Jersey. Justin Finch, PIX11 News. Back to you.
Hopefully they won't have to deal with coastal flooding.
Yeah.
Like serious coastal flooding later. Justin, thank you. All right, it's 11:12 right now. Let's take a live look outside.
Yeah, staying in New Jersey right now. These are the conditions in Mahwah, New Jersey, along Route 17. You can see they did a great job on the highway there on Route 17, getting it down to blacktop, but the snow is still falling in that area. We're going to check in with our Jay Dow in just a bit.
But first, let's check in with the man of the hour, meteorologist Mike Masco.
You sick of me yet?
No, never.
We love ya.
Somebody actually sent me an X post. They're like, is the loudmouth still on?
Oh, stop it.
I think they're over it at this point. I'm not over it. Look at Staten Island. Wow. How long do you think it's going to take to dig out of that in Staten Island? Thanks, Bob. Look at the mailbox. You think the mailman's coming today? I don't think so. This is one of those days. We are stuck in the snow. All the road is, you know, it's interesting. You look at this camera, and the roadways look good, and I'll be honest, what's happening right now is the sun is doing its thing at 11 o'clock in the morning. So we do have a stronger sun angle at the end of February that tends to help the major roadways. The problem is we are expecting a refreezing tonight. 30 in town. We have winds out of the northwest at 7, gusting at 32. Look at this storm right now. It's a this is updated, 960 millibar low, winking at us right now south of Buzzards Bay. And we have to get this thing north of the Cape before we can start to pull and drag all the snow offshore. But see these 20s? Now 25-foot waves on the north edge of this thing. It is crazy to see that. Bergen County, it has not stopped snowing in hours. Route 17, you get all the way down to 46 and 3 coming off the Lincoln Tunnel. It is all snow, and it is still ripping snow in Paramus. Teaneck. You go up to Terrytown, you cross over the Hudson, it is really tough to see getting over the Tappan Zee. You get out east into Suffolk County, off towards the southern state, you're still dealing with the snow. You're trying to go to Boston today? Not happening. Maybe to Wednesday. 23 sustained, gusting to 32. That's why we have visibility concerns, and we'll continue with the visibility concerns through the course of the day. When does this get out of here? I think after 2 o'clock, we'll start to see the back edge starting to get into Suffolk County, and everybody's pretty much done with the snow. Tonight it is going to get cold. Mr. G allowed me to coin the phrase, we are huddling and cuddling tonight. You said I could. We'll talk a little more weather coming up in just a little bit. We're getting a little punchy. We'll send it back to you.
So we know New Jersey's been dealing with high snow totals.
Yeah, our Jay Dow continues our coverage now live in Mahwah, New Jersey, where a lot of that snow has accumulated. And I was surprised to see Route 17, Jay. It looks fairly well in terms of plow coverage there, in terms of what they were able to do, but what a mess.
Absolutely, Dan. You know, there are several roads here in Bergen County that are managed by the state and the county. So, you know, Route 17, Route 4, there are, I think, 275 or so miles of county roads that the county is responsible for. And then you have, you know, all the, I think there are, 60 or 9 or 70 municipalities in Bergen County. So the towns are in charge of their little side roads, but the county does reach in and help, not just with plowing responsibilities, salting responsibilities, but also, you know, just general help when necessary. But as you said, Route 17 here is blacktop. And we have to mention that, you know, when we were kids, we knocked on doors, we shoveled for money. It was a way to fill our pockets with some extra cash. I don't see that happening that much these days, but we did connect with a couple of kids, entrepreneurial kids here in Mahwah who are running a business, and we're supposed to be connecting with them later today. We're hoping to talk to them to find out exactly how they make their money and how they utilize technology these days. What we can tell you is that Bergen County Executive Jim Tedesco, he is actually out on a plow, I'm told. That is, he's helping to clear the roads in Paramus. And, you know, I mean, this is a full-time job when you got this much snow. They're asking everyone to stay off the roads. We've been hearing so much about power outages. I know it's difficult if you're home and you've got no power. You're trying to figure out what to do and where to go. Obviously, if people need to be home, out because they have to go to work, that's one thing. But, you know, otherwise, they're asking people to stay at home until they can get all of these roads clear and this storm passes. We're going to send it back to you, Dan and Hazel.
Yeah, and I want people to be fooled too, Jay. You know, they look at that, they say, okay, Route 17 looks great, down to blacktop, so on and so forth, but then you get off Route 17, and that's where the real trouble areas are, right? I mean, you were driving them locally.
Yeah, absolutely, and the side roads were a mess. You know, it took me about, normally, this live location where we are in Mahwah, 15 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
It took me almost half an hour to get here. The roads or the local roads are definitely difficult.
Yeah, but you think about those folks, though, that don't have power right now that think, well, maybe my only option is to get on the road and find a place, a hotel or something that does have heat, especially if you have small kids.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Thanks so much, Jay. We'll check back with you later.
So as you just saw there live in New Jersey, obviously the blizzard creating nasty conditions at this hour.
Yeah, let's get a closer look at the forecast, though, with meteorologist Mike Masco. We're not sick of seeing you, Mike. We love you.
It looks like, though, that it's getting lighter.
It's getting lighter.
Like almost there.
Depends on where you are. And, you know, staying on that idea of the Route 17, this is a storm where you want to have a wetness to the snow because two things are happening. One, it's easy to push the slush away with these snow plows. The second thing is sun angle this time of year. We're getting close and close to March, so that now we're almost peak heating of the day in terms of the sun angle. So that's going to help the roads and the crews get ahead of this. But tonight, that's the problem. We refreeze once again. All right, so blizzard warnings, and I am shocked to see that we have not taken our northwest suburbs out of this. I am expecting this to start to get chiseled away. Nassau and Suffolk, this will go right until 6 o'clock tonight, and it's for good reason. We have 0-mile visibility with a heavy snow band across White Plains. Follow that with me down towards Union City, Jersey City, and then back to Newark. Newark, you're still flying in on instruments, so that kind of logistically takes a lot of time if you're even flying into Newark. Eventually we get to visual rules as we head towards tomorrow, so that will help in terms of departures and arrivals. So if you're thinking, my flight got canceled, what do I do? Well, you're going to have to give this time and lots of patience because there is a bottleneck situation happening at all the area airports. The Sunrise Highway is socked with snow from Islip to Brookhaven. Then you get up around Amagansett out towards the Montauk area. Still snowing on the belt, Brooklyn, the Bronx. Staten Island is you'll dig out in June because I just saw some video suggesting maybe over 2 feet of snow is possible. 440 is a nightmare. The Verrazano is you got the winds going, so you have that crosswind tunnel effect. And it just doesn't want to stop in Monmouth County right now. If you're around Lincroft, you know what I'm talking about. Millstone, you have it nailed. It is still snowing. And then you get up into Bergen County. There's Route 17 right there, still snowing. But when you look at Jay Dow's shot, it's not really accumulating accumulating on the major roads because Mom Nature is giving a little solar radiation to allow that for the crews to get the upper hand. So that's kind of where we're at with the storm. It is taking a lot of time to push this thing off to the north and east. It kind of got hung up a little bit. Here's your back edge. The Poconos are done. Pike County's almost done. And we'll watch this traversing the area from northwest to southeast. We still have a couple of more hours of snow to go. Where do we go from here? Could we stack a little more snow? I think there's room to run maybe an inch or so in this band around Colts Neck, Middletown Township, Neptune, and Manasquan. Neptune, by the way, is up to 22 inches of snow. Freehold, 22 inches of snow. And then we got 22 plus inches out over the island. What a doozy. Send it back to you.
A doozy indeed, Mike. Okay, 11:23, everybody, and let's take another live look outside.
Yeah, you're getting a live look at the conditions right now at the intersection of the LIE and Grand Central Parkway. You can see blacktop and very few cars on the road. I wish there were no cars on the road, but please be careful if you're heading out there. We'll be right back after this break. It's 11:25 right now. We're checking in with PIX11's Jim Vassell, who is in Long Branch, New Jersey.
Yeah, Jim, not exactly beach weather. I know we were watching your live camera as you went down there and saw a car that was spun out on the side of the road with emergency vehicles. So tell us about the journey to kind of get where you are now.
Yeah, guys, happy to report that we've made it to Long Branch. We traversed here, as you mentioned, on the Garden State Parkway from Piscataway. And if I could underscore anything to our viewers right now, it is to avoid highways. I mean, you saw it, Dan. I mean, one car spun off the road. Thankfully, that driver was being assisted by state troopers. But cannot underscore enough that the low visibility on the highway is really affecting the driving experience. So avoid all roads if you can. Meanwhile, here, looking live at Ocean Boulevard in Long Branch, conditions include pretty whipping winds. I wouldn't say they're really strong gusts right now, but every once in a while it'll hit you in the face with a bunch of snow, and it just doesn't feel good at all. And I want to draw your attention to something else here, guys. This is an issue that's really affecting this part of Monmouth County right now. You notice that traffic lights are out. Well, that's because power outages are affecting the area. The city of Long Branch on Facebook said they are working with JCP&L to restore power as quickly as possible. They and the Monmouth County Sheriff's Office say anyone who does not have power in this area or anywhere, that JCP&L covers, make sure that you report the outage so that crews can get the wheels turning and get out here to work on restoring power. We're going to go into town and see who we can talk to who's affected by this, but right now, guys, not a good situation. situation out here. Please stay home and stay safe if you can.
Yeah, and it's really rough for those workers to try to repair that with the winds whipping.
Exactly.
So drastically.
And that's what they were saying. They can't do it. If the winds are a problem and that high like they are where Jim is, you can't get those ladders up to get up there, right? All right, let's take another live look outside. Yeah, you're getting a live look right now at the conditions from our live roof camera right here on 42nd Street. It's the same. Yeah, exactly. Kind of looks the same everywhere, yeah. It's still snowing. Please be careful if you're heading out. I mean, even if you're taking it by foot, the sidewalks are slippery. Crews are doing the best they can to keep up with this storm, but it is relentless. Travel ban still in effect for the next half hour here in the city and also in New Jersey. So we'll have another look at your forecast from the storm with our weather team right after this break.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 Morning News.
It's 11:30 right now. We're so glad you're sticking with us here on the PIX11 Morning News. I'm Hazel Sanchez.
Yeah, I'm Dan Manarino, and we are with you every step of the way, kind of all day long here on PIX11, everybody. So here's what we have going on this half hour as we are now at 11:30.
Yeah, we're tracking the powerful blizzard still slamming the tri-state area. Heavy snow, whipping winds, shutting down travel across the region. We have a team of reporters standing by with live looks at the dangerous conditions.
Okay, plus New Jersey Transit suspending service due to the state's worst winter storm in 30 years. All rail, bus, light rail, and access link service shut down until further notice. We're joined live in just a few minutes by New Jersey Transit President Chris Calori.
And don't forget to send us your photos. There's my boy, Bubba, braving the blizzard earlier this morning. We want to see pictures of your pups and pets as you head outside as well. So send them in using the QR code that we'll have up on your screen in just a bit. We're going to be showcasing some of those pictures later in the hour.
Nice. I mean, Bubba looks like he's having a good time out there.
Oh, he loves this stuff. Snow.
Yeah, they do. Okay. As does Olivia. Just got video of my daughter running out into the snow and falling down into it. The snow is higher than her.
I was going to say, it looked like she was running and then all of a sudden just got stuck in it. And then all of a sudden you lost a kid. There's a kid somewhere in this snow. And it's that deep. You know, I'm getting video from now Brooklyn because somebody saw I was paying too much love to Staten Island. So now Brooklyn wants to be involved in this. And they're showing me very similar stuff. And, you know, it's funny. With these type of storms, the biggest giveaway that this is a 2-foot snow is the drifts on top of the cars when it's like this big. The other thing was, I just got this. Usually it takes a minute to find out this is verified as a blizzard because you have to do a lot of post-mortem on storms like that. They were firing off not only like 1 or 2 sites that hit blizzards, it was like every part of the tri-state. Westchester Airport, Teterboro, Newark got involved for 4 hours in a blizzard-like conditions last night. This is a blizzard, bona fide. So hence the titling, Blizzard of 2026, which is historic. All right, look, yes, we're looking towards the city still. Visibility is taking a hit in town, and that's because we still have these snow bands pivoting it. Right now, live radar is going to show and reveal that we still have this band from Ramapo back through the city right now as you get down towards Toms River. Guys, if this is 1, put this to max 2 if you can for me. But nonetheless, you could see this banding of snow. And here's your visibilities, of course, 0 right now. And I mentioned New York City, where you're a quarter. That's better than 0, but still in that blizzard type criteria. So really the access of snow, which if we track this on the visibility, is right in here, northeast New Jersey, eastbound up towards the Connecticut River Valley. White Plains, it's been forever since you've been above 0 in terms of your visibility. South Shore still involved in the snow. You get into Staten Island. Staten Island's still snowing. It's pretty remarkable. You get down towards Manalapan. Howell has been posting pictures where trees are absolutely cratered because of the weight of this heavy, heavy wet snow. Could we get into maybe a lull on Route 17 in Hillsdale? Yes. We start to see the back edge of this thing. You get around 287. Take that down to Troy Hills. You get around the Short Hills Mall. You're starting to get into some flurry activity, but still fully involved from Shelter Island to Montauk. The Montauk Highway, a mess as we talk together. How about thunder and lightning on this storm? We were wondering, does this produce thunder snow? Because when these storms get so big, sometimes we have enough dynamics, enough lift to produce thunder. We had a commissioner on saying he heard thunder. I had to verify that, and sure enough, there's a lightning bolt right over Brooklyn. So verified lightning and thunder. We're verifying that across Providencetown. Tons of lightning offshore as the storm continues to churn about. Could we pick up another 1 to 3 inches down the Jersey? Sure, why not? Will you even notice the difference if it's 24 to 26 inches? Probably not. We could still see some slushy accumulations out east in the island and back up into the Hudson Valley. All right, when I come back, let's talk about Wednesday. Wednesday is interesting. I don't think it's a big storm, but you might be surprised. Those details coming up in a little bit, guys.
All right, Mike, thank you. 11:35 right now. The blizzard hitting so many parts of our area hard this morning, especially Nassau and Suffolk counties on Long Island.
Our James Ford continues our coverage once again live in Farmingville with a look at current conditions there. You got the shovel in hand once again, so I know you're going to do the show and tell to show us what's going on as the snow continues to fall there, but it does look lighter, James.
It is indeed lighter. There is some show and tell, but I am not going to shovel for you because the level of snowfall is decreasing. I am instead bringing this out to show how it's been really helpful today. You may recall this black Chevy Silverado truck had been stuck in a drift over to the left. Yeah, we were able to help shovel them out, so that's one good thing. And you see in the back some of these utility trucks that have been brought in. This is a crew from Ohio that are heading out to go try and restore power to the more than 17,000 customers here on Long Island without it right now. And they're definitely going to be heavily needed, but they have to dig out as well. And I could tell you, the utility trucks that you see here, they're really kind of tip of the iceberg. There's probably 70 of these parked here at the Hampton Inn in Farmingville where we spent the night, and maybe 25, 30 of them have headed out already, but there definitely are challenges. Tony Mazza, the man behind the camera, showing you that it's still snowing here, and at least a half dozen towns here on Long Island got 20 inches of snow or more, and it's still snowing. So they're going to get that much more snow. Quogue recording 23.5 inches, almost certainly above 2 feet there, and probably in a variety of other locations. But the good news is what you're seeing. People are able to dig out. That had not been the case for most of the day until about 2 hours ago. I can also tell you this. You can see how there's been plowing that was here. We've been plowed here 3 times. It's taken that to get people to move. Let me ask real quick, we did talk with one of the folks who was staying here at the hotel. I don't know if that's lined up, who did say just how challenging this was. Let's have a quick listen and take a look at this guy's beard. It'll show you just how intense the snowfall has been for most of the day.
I was out here for 5 minutes, man. It's crazy out here. Well, when I went in, it was a winter wonderland. Now it's a winter apocalypse, man. You can't even walk through the parking lot. Like, I work across the street. I have to walk home usually. Like, through the grace of God, somebody blessed me with a room. So I'm just trying to run back in here and get warm.
And you see folks still trying to dig out. This is heavy snow. As we've been pointing out, it's very wet. And this, along with these winds, we still have them. The sustained winds have reduced. The gusts have reduced, which means they've reduced to about 40 to 50 miles an hour. How about that? That is the situation here in Farmingville, Long Island. And right now, let's go see what Julie Millay is up to in Brooklyn.
James and Tony, thank you so much. You're both doing such a great job out there. Now, here in Brooklyn, we are standing in the shadow of the Barclays Center. We tried to position ourselves under an awning here to keep the snow and the wind from pelting us in the face, but every time we come live or get out of the truck, the wind seems to be coming from a different direction. But it's getting loud out there. I'm sure you can hear it. We got the Bobcat going. It's been working hard all day, the guy behind the wheel there piling the snow up. And if you are sick of all those piles of snow you've been seeing across the city for the last few weeks, I got news for you. We got 2 more to add, because we have been out here all morning watching shovelers and people driving the Bobcats and the plows, pushing that snow off the road, trying as best they can to keep up with it, to keep the walkways clear for folks. And still, we are seeing people slip and slide all over the place. Earlier this morning, we talked with a gentleman who was out here trying to get to his friend's house, and he was so frustrated that he could barely walk across the street without falling.
I'm out here going to a friend's house, but I just separated from my wife. We got lost because of the snowstorm. The snowstorm is so bad, I fell twice coming off the train, and now I'm heading back towards my friend's house, and I'm barely getting there block by block.
And back out here live, we are going to continue to watch the conditions here in Brooklyn for you. It does seem to be, the snow obviously continues to fall, but it does seem to be a lighter, fluffier snow than it was earlier this morning when it was that real wet, slushy stuff coming and hitting us in the face. We're going to stay out here to see how those conditions might change and talk to some more folks out here, try to catch up with some people who are busy shoveling snow, because we've been watching them go at it for hours, and the snow just keeps on fighting them. For now, though, we want to go out to my colleague, Nicole Johnson. She is in Long Island giving us a look at conditions there. Nicole, how are you doing?
I'm doing the best I can. Conditions out here are a little better, but you can see the snow is still coming down pretty steady. The wind let up just a bit. When I say just a bit, that's exactly what I mean. Take a look right now. We are on Route 10 in Huntington Station, and you can see the road is still pretty clear. People are heeding the warning. They're staying off the roads. That's because the plow trucks need to get by, and they're doing a pretty good job out here. You can see blacktop out there. Take a look at some video from our Keith Lopez. He shot it earlier this morning in Rockville Center. Big difference This is the blizzard conditions we're talking about. You can see people taking a big chance, walking around in the snow, and that is risky business. It's dangerous, but people are still trying to stay ahead of this storm. The concern right now is not just the snow coming down, but it's that wind gust, the heavy winds. That is the concern. It's affecting visibility. It's affecting everything. It's even affecting the plow trucks as they're trying to clean the streets. Take a listen.
The roads are bad. Stay home. Stay home.
Describe it for us, because we're New Yorkers. We've seen storms before, but what makes this one more challenging?
I think what's happening is the side roads, the plows are coming on the main roads, and what's happening is they're creating rifts that are over 4 feet, 5 feet, and regular cars can't get through. That's the biggest challenge. Everything will get cleaned up, but everyone needs to give us time to clean it up. That's the problem.
Take care, because no matter what we got ice block. No matter what, we are with the ice block. Okay. It's dangerous to drive. It's really dangerous.
Well, dangerous is right, and it is also serious. I misspoke. We are on Route 110 in Huntington Station. Yeah, it's hard to talk because the snow was just hitting me in the face. You're taking a live look now. That's a huge snow mound, and that's another situation that people are going to have to deal with, moving all of that snow. Let me just give you some numbers. Right now, about 15,000 customers are without power. That's according to PSEG as of 10 o'clock this morning. So you can imagine crews are working really hard to get those folks back up and running. Again, please heed the warning if you can. Please stay off of the roads because the plow trucks really need to get out here and move all of this snow. That's the latest out here live in Huntington Station. Nicole Johnson, back to you guys.
It's great to see you out there, Nicole.
Yeah.
Did you have to clear out your own driveway this morning to get
We have to stop meeting this way.
I know.
You guys are in that nice warm studio, and I'm out here again, freezing. But you know what? It's all for a good cause. It's all for a good cause.
Everybody stay off the roads. Let Nicole do her thing, and she's got to get places to show people what's going on, all right?
Great to see you, Nicole. Thank you. It's 11:43 right now. Stay with us. We're joined live next by New Jersey Transit President Chris Calore.
Okay, yeah, big service updates on the New Jersey Transit, which has been suspended indefinitely. So we're going to check in on that and hopefully get some answers with Chris Calore next.
And well said. All right, live look at your Some argue that Staten Island is the forgotten borough, but Mother Nature did not forget Staten Island.
I left my house yesterday. It was snowing. We are now 24 hours later, Mike. It is still snowing. And I'm tired of it snowing. All right? Can we get it to be over with and done with?
Sure. I mean, yeah. Look, it's funny. I mean, Staten Island, and I guess we had this in that 12 to 18 idea, but I mean, this is 24. I would say this is 24. And it's always funny when you lift like windshield wipers, like that made a huge deal, right? Like, we're good. The whole car is fine. Aside from windshield wipers are good. It's just the rest of the car that's an absolute mess. All right. So where did we go with this storm? And we're not done tabulating. This is 7 a.m. numbers. I'm hoping we have Chris Cimino, Mr. G, in the Weather Center now, and that's like 100 years of experience about to walk on air. 50. They're sensitive in their older age. 19 degrees. 19 degrees. That's 19.
That's right.
I'm sorry,
G.
sir.
That's right.
Better.
That's right. Thank you. You don't mess with G.
I mean, I didn't think he was going to come at me. 30 degrees in town. This is when it's time to go. When this starts happening. Time to go. You've overstayed your welcome. 966 millibars low. So look, I want to put the science to play here. This is a nasty looking storm. We knew that this storm had to get to this position for us to start to shut down the snow. But by the way, look at the breakers offshore, 25 feet. So last hurrah happening from Park Ridge down towards North Bergen. You're in Troy Hills, not much going on. You go to North Bergen and then you get into the Yonkers area. It is still coming down and still accumulating. Right around that Route 17, we have Jay Dow up there. He's keeping an eye on the roads. Teaneck still involved in snow. And then you get up towards the Reading, Connecticut area. And it's just these little banding features that will still be pronounced as we move through the afternoon. Look at all the snow in Boston. If you're trying to get up to Boston, it's not going to happen. They're going to get buried under a foot and a half of snow before all said and done. So this is a classic quintessential Philly to Boston special, which is going to lock down the cities at least going into tomorrow. So there's your back edge through 3 o'clock. Last of the snow showers over Suffolk County. You got 30s during the day. So this is ground temperatures above freezing. Look what happens, though, tonight. A little concerned that we get a refreeze that goes to work. So by Monday evening, Monday night, Tuesday morning, we're going to be entertaining the idea of a refreeze when Stacey Ann and I are back. And then this Wednesday thing we were just talking about as a weather team, could we talk about maybe a slushy accumulation again Wednesday morning to the north and west? That's going to be out of the hammer zone where we saw 2 feet. It's going to be in areas like Orange County, which is more like 6 to 10. So 35 degrees in town. We're at 30 right now, so we might add a couple more degrees to the forecast. 33 to 34 in the outer suburbs. 22 tonight, refreeze concern. Suburbs down to 18. I don't think I showed the 7-day forecast in 3 hours, by the way. So, look, you got phones for this stuff, but that's your 7-day forecast, your weather alert day today, and then look how different this storm is to the last, where we are popping into the 40s. Yes, it's a early morning rain, wintry mix, but we're staying into the 40s the next couple of days, maybe making a run for 50 degrees on Saturday and Sunday. So not that prolonged, guys, cold spell post-storm. I think there's going to be a lot of melting, but 22 inches of snow, I think we'll melt that in probably 2 to 3 weeks or more.
Wow,
okay.
really?
It's a lot of snow,
It is a lot.
That is
I
a lot
mean,
of
these
snow.
big mountains that Nicole Johnson was standing in front of, that's a lot.
Right. All right, guys, get some sleep. See you tomorrow.
Go take a nap.
Great job,
Thanks, Mike.
You too.
All right, well, we're seeing a lot of power outages all across our region. The highest numbers coming from Jersey Central Power and Light, now reporting more than 69,000 customers without electricity. PSE&G New Jersey has more than 3,900 customers without power. PSEG Long Island reporting 16,000 customers impacted. And Con Ed says nearly 3,000 customers are without power right here in the city.
Virtually all schools in our area closed today due to the blizzard. New York City public schools are shut down. The first traditional snow day since pre-pandemic, 2019. All Catholic schools also closed. The same goes for New Jersey, Westchester, Long Island, Connecticut, right? So for the full list of closures, head on over to our website, PIX11.com.
And Governor Kathy Hochul showcasing new all-terrain vehicles. Check that out. The state purchased those to help support search and rescue efforts on Long Island. She says one vehicle can carry more than 20 people to safety during a winter storm. She says it's the first time the state has relied on this type of all-terrain rescue vehicle.
All right, everybody, let's talk about what's happening over in New Jersey. Joining us right now is New Jersey Transit President Chris Calori, CEO there as well. So, Chris, good morning to you. We have a lot to talk about. We're getting a little bit of feedback from this. There we go, much better. So, Chris, I spoke to you last night. You said it was going to be a wait-and-see game about what was going to go on in terms of getting everybody up online. How is snow removal on some of these stations? Because we got a heck of a lot of snow.
Look, it didn't give me any comfort when I heard your colleague talk about how it's going to take 3 weeks to melt the snow. I mean, that is not what I want to hear right now. We are working very hard to clean our train stations. We got our snow plow on trains, cleaning tracks. We're working on switches. We're trying to get the system back up as quickly as possible. I have no announcements to make right now, but rest assured I'm working hard to do just that.
Right, so right now everything remains suspended. So we're talking rail, bus, light, access link, everything's still suspended?
Look, on the bus lines, it's a different issue. We have, I think I said this to you last night, we have 19,000 bus stops and shelters throughout the state that are run by municipalities and counties. They need to get those places cleaned up and ready for our customers to use. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to have a situation where people are going to be standing on a live traffic lane. That is not a good place to be. The goal here is to open it up safely, and so we can get people back to work, in a way that is thoughtful.
Okay, so Chris, obviously, no announcement yet. So this could potentially be a multi-day event, right? Being shut down.
Stand by. I think it's still snowing out there. The wind is hopefully subsiding in the next couple of hours. It's not like we're sitting on our hands. Our guys are out there as we speak.
Yeah, you guys are doing yeoman's work. I know you're working around the clock to get everything cleared. I just keep getting the questions from people about, if my boss wants me to work tomorrow, am I going to be able to take a train?
And look, and I hope to have something to share with you, but I need some more time to get through this.
And real quickly, how long do you expect the travel ban to stay in place? Because we understand, you also are head of the New Jersey Turnpike Authority.
The travel ban, I believe, was lifted I believe it's going to be lifted at 12 o'clock.
Yes.
So when that happens, but look, I want to say this, the blizzard conditions may be slowly subsiding, but I got to tell you, we still need to give our crews time to clean the Turnpike and Parkway, because we really get the cleanup operations after the last snow ends. And so that's still a couple hours away. People have been great heeding our request to stay home. Just give us a couple more hours on the Turnpike and Parkway to get things back in order.
All right, New Jersey Transit President and CEO Chris Calori, appreciate you joining us last night and this morning. Come on back when you got an announcement, okay? Good to see you.
Thank you, Mike.
And we're going to have more weather news coming up right after the break.